Relatively flat to start here this morning as we get going on a Thanksgiving Eve trading session here. It is going to be a little bit quieter than expected and usual heading into this holiday tomorrow. Remember, no market tomorrow. We're back on Friday then with the show for a abbreviated half-day session. Here's what the NASDAQ looks like right now. We're back to the upside ever so slightly. We did start the morning relatively flat. Worth noting, coming up at 8:30 this morning, durable goods orders month over month for September. We'll also get initial jobless claims at 8:30 and continuing claims as we do typically. Chicago PMI then 9:45. Also, it's Wednesday, so that means 10:30 we'll get a whole slew of economic data on the energy side of things coming through as well. Overall, pretty good week so far as AI is concerned. More AI-related headlines this morning, more tech-related headlines this morning, hence the little bit of relative strength here in the NASDAQ to start things off so far today. We do have a few earnings names coming through so far this morning as well. We are expecting, I think, a couple more here that we'll keep an eye out. One of the things we can do now coming on at 8 o'clock. Good morning.
Yeah, that's always exciting. I know the main ones this morning that reported were John Deere, which got hit pretty hard, mostly on their guidance. And then Li Auto, also that already came out as well. That, again, getting hit. I know Yihang as well reported before the bell. Lots of post-market earnings as well here, too, that we had last night, including, but not limited to, Autodesk, PagerDuty, Zscaler, Dell, HPQ. So there's tons of names across the sphere with earnings to watch out for. And of course, these big tech names are still going to be in play. We have more catalysts with regards to Tesla now coming out of India with the India pricing for one of their models. And we also have, of course, Nvidia continuing to do Nvidia things. It should be a pretty exciting session here ahead of, as you said, Thanksgiving. Yeah, Google, the big one as well, back to the downside right now, but trying to make it an extended rally into this holiday. Here's Google right now back to 326, but coming off that sell-off yesterday, a little bit of a gap higher, more related news on that front this morning as far as Nvidia is concerned. We'll touch on China ADRs a little bit more today as well. All kinds of strength in that group yesterday, but individual names where to be so far this morning, guys, on a Thanksgiving Eve quiet session so far. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy Turkey Day Eve. Pumpkin pie, all of that good stuff. Webull reported they're up. You can already see them at the top of the visualizer right there.
I don't think it was a report. What was it for Webull? Because they reported a couple weeks ago, didn't they?
It wasn't it?
Yeah, no, there must have been a story.
That's right. It was a story.
Yeah.
No, it's Urban Outfitters. What I want to say for the earnings name. I feel like after we got shocked. Well, I was shocked by Abercrombie. I mean, I don't know. Like Kohl's and Abercrombie both did over 35%.
Yeah.
In terms of upside. And they had decent short floats. So I kind of feel like Urban Outfitters deserves a little bit of attention today. Only up 15% after they report. But like the story was all day yesterday, you know, two names that took the cake or whatever, the cheese, held the baton, all that. It was A&F going absolutely ham. And we already talked a little bit about Kohl. So I feel as if like those need to be on the radar. I want to feel good about crypto, but when we mentioned Bitcoin, like yesterday, Bitcoin couldn't crack that 88. So if we're not under 80, if we're not above 88, right now we're sitting at 86.6. There's still that big level of resistance that we got to watch out for in Bitcoin. So I like the retailers. Specifically, we'll see what Urban can do after we get some actual volume, because it's pretty light in the pre-market. Like this stock is barely even traded. That said, if I see it trending the way the others do, I almost feel like you want to be a joiner over there. So they're going to be in play. Dell actually eked out nice little bounce. Unfortunately for Zscaler, they lost money. So that's one's to the downside. Every single cybersecurity name has gone down initially on earnings.
Palo Alto made that buy. They bought some sort of a company there.
They had a better excuse. But I mean, Zscaler didn't even make money.
That strikes me heading to the downside. I really like that sector. I like the retail sector too. I mean, we talked about that when Neil's talking about it, and yesterday it was all about everything. And even yesterday we had the biggest retailer of them all. Apple made a huge move into all-time highs yesterday again. And as we mentioned, not too much volume happening right now, but this is a name that's, you know, cruising near the highs and looks to break out again today. So I'm going to be watching Apple around that 280 area. Should be a good one. It's nice to see Meta back as well there, 635, holding some of those bids from yesterday, you know, so that's good. Could have came in and seen a much, you know, worse day today than we do experience, which is nice. And then Webull here, not even sure what the story is. We're gonna find out in a couple minutes. But Webull up to 950, bouncing off that $8, which we've indicated was and looks like all-time lows. And then, you know, Nvidia still, trying to figure itself out right here again, but now it's actually starting to go. When we came in, was a little red than where we were now, but now you're starting to go back upside here, 0.2% right there. So you got any plans for tomorrow then, or what's going on over there?
Football, baby.
Oh, football? Okay.
Well,
what time is the pack?
Our fantasy league is kind of like, it's going into the playoffs, but it's actually pretty boring in our league because we already know everybody that's in.
Yeah.
There's no like jockeying for position, so everybody knows pretty much where they're seating, and our trade deadline's been pretty boring. But I'll still be watching some football.
There's a trade deadline in our pool?
We have a trade deadline next week. The problem is we got this dude in our league who has,
1 o'clock.
you know who I'm talking about, first of all. Like
he's
been out of it for a while, and it's a dynasty league. Usually you would sell, right? You test some veteran players and you try to get something for them. But it's ridiculous. Like he's rejecting every single reasonable trade there is, and he'll probably do absolutely nothing. And then he talks about the championship he won years and years ago, which has an asterisk behind it, which I wouldn't even get into. But I'll be watching football tomorrow. There's no question. I'll do a little bit of a workout. The Detroit game, I think, should be a good one.
It's 1 o'clock. It's Detroit. Green Bay.
Detroit Green Bay. I feel like that's the premier game.
Well, there's
that's the best game.
Cincy versus Baltimore. That should be a good game. That's for first
Big
place.
rivalry.
Yeah. Those are both first place games.
Oh, is Burrow back?
Yep. And then the other thing is Dallas versus somebody, and that should be a good game too.
Dallas.
Forget who it is, but someone else would know. Yeah, we're gonna go knock down some trees and pick our Christmas tree out. Yeah, so we actually go there and I do the whole National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation and start cutting down some trees.
Get it, Clark.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm going to be. That's what we were talking about yesterday, Clarky and all that. But yeah, there it is. So yeah, it should be fun. Hope you guys are going to enjoy it tomorrow. We are, Cowboys Chiefs. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, another big game. So it's going to be
a game that
huge.
I'm in love with both of those teams. So that's why.
Yeah, that's why you're excited for that one. That one's probably I think the night game might be the Ravens game.
I don't know who to cheer against.
I would cheer against the
I have to,
Chiefs if I were you.
Well, I have to. I actually have to cheer for Dallas. That's why I don't even like the game, because I have to go for Dallas, which it hurts my brain as a Bills fan, but you got to do what you
It's funny because at 8 o'clock you get all these dark pool prints just come in, and it's just like you get these crazy wicks, and it's just like normally I'm not sitting here staring at time and sales, but when we're on the air, it's like, so if you ever see this happening, you know, like on any stock at 8 o'clock, that's what it is. It's just these dark pools that come in and go bang, 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 and any overnight trade or any reporting that they're doing, it just hits at 8 o'clock, and I don't even know, like, even really why that happens, but it's just up and down, up and down, up and down. So it's skewing the charts here in the beginning. We do have Robinhood also, man, starting to get off the schneid. We called a 9 handle. We got pretty close, man. It came to 103 there, or what, maybe even lower than that, maybe even 101, 102. But that's nicely getting going here as well. Robinhood should be on our watch today. And I'm just seeing, anything that hits on my scanners now, like I said, because of the up and down, is just going to be like, see, we just got SMR at VWAP right now, but that's up 1% now as well. So yeah, it should be an interesting day here.
Oracle's breaking out.
Expecting light volume. I was even thinking about buying, I mean, I don't know, how low, Oracle's up $10 from its bottoms?
Oh, more, almost 20.
Okay.
The low's like 186, but this is actually...
Might have had to go in there and buy everything on Monday.
Let me look at a 15 here. This wasn't on the list, but yeah, it's not really a rounded bottom, but it's certainly breaking out those lows from 202. This has a bit of a gap fill, so it looks like we're getting it's a decent day. The fact that Nvidia is flat and the market's slightly up, you know, Google's been leading the way. Need some other names to start percolating to the upside. Oracle would be a good one if it can get going. Nasty pullback for Oracle. But maybe a retest of that 200 period moving average, because it's beneath said 200 period. Yeah, a good test of that would be pretty good. And you know, the other thing is, someone was asking, you could take the dark pool candles out. Yeah, you can. Like, I could right click and then data edit them out. manually, but it's just not. So a lot of times it's not worth it. If it's really, really bad, I'll get rid of it. If it makes the chart completely unreadable, but you see them at 8 o'clock, you know what they are. So watch out. Oracle looks pretty good. A lot of people already mentioning Webull. Every time I look in the chat, there's at least 2 or 3 $ bull. So I feel as if this is going to be one that everyone is a little bit excited about gapping up here. Can it get back to $10 today? That's the big level for bull. Outside chance. Outside chance.
Yeah, I like all that kind of stuff. I like Webull stock today too. Alibaba today. Netflix near that $100 mark. There's a couple of good stocks. SoFi, JP Morgan broke through $300. It's you don't have to be obsessed with tech or AI plays. There's so much more out there. Oh, wasn't there John Deere? Didn't they came and missed or guided lower 4%? Yeah. I think it was down last time I looked. Yeah, down now 5%. So there you go, John Deere. Hitting the skid a little bit there. Boom. Worried about some of the U.S. agriculture turnaround. Was a story there for John Deere. And, Caterpillar, I think, is still cruising, if not at the highs, close enough to it after what a rebound this week has had. To go in there and buy everything Thursday, Friday, Monday, most of the stocks have rebounded like crazy right there. But there's John Deere. Might be an opportunity to get some names in the portfolio that are outside of tech, right? Like I was saying about Caterpillar, has just been on one anyways, but that's even pulled back just a little bit, but back into 540, that looks like a good spot to get some Caterpillar involved. So yeah, there's definitely some names hitting right here. Amazon, and we just talked about some of the retail names. Amazon, I like SoFi. The funny thing about Amazon's actually up quite nicely too as well. This KLAR, like Klarna, just is like some of these names, Klarna, Affirm. Like if retail is strong, then what's going on here? That's the one thing, are people just not using the buy now, pay later stuff? Because this name was really hyped up and it was thought about not as an alternative to retail purchases, because we already have PayPal does it, Affirm is out there, there's a few other spots as well. But Klarna was a big name in this space, and I thought people were excited for this to come to market. And downside for Klarna, so that's another.
The lockup even expired? It's down that far.
It's not even close to the lockup. You're talking maybe 60 days there. And then here's Affirm too.
Affirm's a little better.
Yeah, is it?
It's a little better.
Yeah, Klarna came probably in the summertime, so they're both down. But Affirm maybe more of an established business. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about them. So, anyways.
PayPal got a deal with Perplexity.
Oh yeah.
So
they did.
Yeah. So the idea being, I think you don't leave. You don't leave your AI app to make purchases, right? So an app being payments going through PayPal.
People have to use Perplexity first for that to be anything.
Well, that's sort of the issue. But I think all of them are going to go this way to a certain extent. Maybe not. It's not really enough to get PayPal going. This stock just can't. It just can't seem to get out of its own way. This seemed like maybe that story could get you through 62, but that's not even happening yet. But it's always in the back burner. I feel as if this one's got beaten up so badly. If and when the turn does happen, kind of want to be there for it, but it's still looking weak, still trending back into the downside. It's not a huge story. As you can see, the volume actually non-existent here. And that's another thing to keep in mind. A lot of people, obviously tomorrow's a holiday, the markets are closed, and Friday's going to be a half day. So yes, volumes will be lower. You have to keep that in the back of your mind, that volumes will be a little bit lower, but that doesn't mean opportunities change. Oftentimes, that can lead to a little extra volatility, especially on opening prints. I'll give you a name. Look at Apple. The pattern on Apple is kind of fun. Look at the 930 candles on Apple. Boom, 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 boom. Every single day for 5 in a row, it's had a big one, because all it has to do is break something. Today, for a candle like that, if it starts happening, there's a little bit less in the way if there's less volume. Sometimes, especially, this will be true on Friday as well, but you've got to understand that a lot of that, lighter volume, that's more of the afternoon type of play. So you're more patient, and when it strikes, it might move a little bit easier from liquidity point to liquidity point. So you do want to adjust a little bit, but it is pretty regular trading off of the open. And Apple is on the mind, because if it repeats that pattern again, it's almost like just take the initial break and then whatever else happens. Usually it's like a fade after 10 o'clock. So that's the approach I want to have here today. Lots to watch, lots to talk about, and Webull still absolutely running away with it. I don't think anything. The thing is, Webull, it's one of those cult names. So if you want any other symbols to top that visualizer, make sure you hit that $sign, because it's going to be Yeah, Bull's like the odds-on favorite. It's one of those like cult stocks.
All right, let's go back over to the desk and see what Brendo's all about.
Yeah, it was very strange this morning. I came in first, looked at Google Trends, and StubHub was by far the top trending stock on Google Trends, but I couldn't find anything on it. It wasn't even trading, so anyway. Kind of strange. Couple of things. Nvidia, there was just a note from Dan Ives talking all kinds of positively once again about Nvidia. Wedbush analyst Dan Ives saying today, the AI revolution starts and ends with Nvidia, period. And that is not changing for another few years, I guess, commenting on what has happened over the past couple of days with Alphabet joining the mix and Google's chips being talked about a little bit more. There's also something to be aware of for Tesla today. Back to the upside here this morning in a pretty big way, finally getting over this 2-day hump here. 420 was an issue for 2 days in a row there with resistance. Elon now targeting 500 robotaxis in Austin by the end of the year.
Yeah, it's a bit of an ambitious target, and we know too, with that pay package, he has a lot of things he has to work on, right? He can't just work on robotaxi. They've got all of these different milestones that need to be met. So from what I've seen, the reaction to this is a little bit of concern here from investors. Like, if you're focusing so hard on robotaxi, can you make sure that everything else can be executed? I mean, Elon, he's been able to execute these things. Is probably not too big of an issue. But I want to mention too with Nvidia, that post that Nvidia's newsroom account made on X yesterday, where they said, oh, basically, good job, Google. People were talking about your chips. We're still #1. So I don't think Nvidia is concerned either, which was really interesting to see the social media reaction to that post.
And the pricing aspect of it too coming into play there a little bit, the TPU a little bit on the lower side, which could actually benefit Google some. Obviously, from that standpoint, maybe a bigger market for them. But Tesla looking pretty good here, guys, for Elon and crew.
Yeah, above that 420 is going to be a good sign. Just on the autonomous driving, you have news with Uber, because Uber is actually partnering with WeRide in Dubai. So like they've had partnerships with WeRide, Lucid. Obviously Waymo as well. So don't ignore them. I know Uber's maybe not the day trade stock, so you always want to pay attention to Tesla, but Uber doing some things as well and making the right partnerships. They could be an interesting. That's a name that I just keep expecting it to move and go and dip by it. It just doesn't do anything. I might have to pick it up here if I want more Uber. But 420 resistance yesterday, resistance on Monday as well, and you're gapped above, so pull back into prior high on Tesla. I kind of feel like if you lose 420 today, or at least that area, it closed at 419.40, so really it's not red until it breaks through 419. So you would argue that would be more where you're wrong about any potential dip buy, but that's the area I'm looking for on Tesla. Like today is like we're talking about liquidity points. Let's let it travel to a liquidity point. If it isn't at one, then I don't want to get too wrapped up, because I think you get chopped around if you're trading away from key prices on a day like today, and that's going to be the 420 for Tesla. And just to talk about Uber here, they are up on this news, this WeRide partnership and autonomous in Dubai, and it does look like it has a chance to fill in this gap here. So Uber. It probably needs to break through this 85 in here. I don't know if I like this stock for a breakout given the volume, but certainly it's been basing out for the last 4 days. You get this autonomous story. The bad news, unfortunately, is it's under the 200 period moving average. So even if it breaks out, like you're running right into the 200 period a couple bucks in, but that's still enough room for you to rally on Uber. And it's this shelf that I've been complaining about, saying, well, if we're going to lose here through like 81.5, like this one, like I really like Uber in the 60s, that's for sure. I don't know if you get all the way down there, but it's through the 200 period now. So even if today has a chance at an 85 breakout on that news, I still feel like this one's headed for some value dip buying a little bit later on. Well, I guess it'll be early on next year. I want to say later on in the year.
Yeah, I like Uber.
December next week.
Yeah, I bought Uber recently there. So Tesla's actually on the sticky note here at 420. So hopefully, I'm going to post it up in a minute. Hopefully this, fills. So if we can come back into 420 to, in and around this area, then yeah, let's go. Like this is going to be a definite buy spot for me here today. As it's been sort of the top, as Brendan had mentioned earlier. something to talk about. Like this top, if we can come back in, Tesla's been a wild ride. It's almost been like the opposite of Apple. It's, you know, it's had moves down and then it bases and then it goes. So you could see like just pretty violent both ways. You know, here, this actually started right away. Immediately it fell back in, and there's the next move at 9:30. You know, there's one move at 9:30, then right back in again, and then, you know, yesterday dip was actually pretty good into 408, into the 200 period moving average. So we'll be able to wait and see like what happens at this 200 period moving average, either right here, 417, 419, as the market's not open for another, like we're talking 70 more minutes right now. So if this kind of just, you know, sort of ekes up a little bit, 425, 426, and kind of gets going. You also have to look at this 430 as a possible break. I mean, those have been huge as well. But a pullback into the 50, a pullback into the 200, something like that, you know, much better. So I'll wait to see if we can get a pullback for Tesla, but definitely has to be on the radar today, up 1.4%. And honestly, like, I don't know if people want to be short into the weekend, and I know Friday's a half day, but let's just see if Tesla can, with robo-taxi talk, and maybe some of the negativity is gone in this market. I mean, it was such a negative couple weeks that now you're starting to feel some stories come through that seem a little bit more positive here. We do know we've been working hard to get Brendan's mic all fixed up, so bear with us if that happens again, okay, guys? We're working on all of that. Someone that's mic is never a problem.
Oh, jinx.
It's Joe. Are we going options right here? Yeah, we're going to go with options right now. We're getting used to this new time, so like, I'm not sure if it's upgrades or downgrades, but it's going to be options action right now with Joe. So, Joe, what do you got on your mind today?
All right, we got a lot on the mind today here, Katina, man. We're going to start it off with some of the call activity from yesterday, and that's HYG. This is going to be corporate bonds, high-yield corporate bonds, guys. But one thing that I wanted to note, and what was hitting the scanners yesterday, was the open interest on HYG at that $81 strike price, expiring December 19th. So a lot of activity coming into the December expiration cycle, and we're sitting around 266,000 current open contracts with a volume around 70,900. So that's not too bad of a look, guys. That might be a potential ceiling just due to the fact of how much open interest there is, supply zone, and then also ANF, guys, as well too. Abercrombie and Finch, open interest relatively light, but this thing was on a move yesterday, so I thought the options activity was going to be important. And once again, we're going to fall into that December 19th expiration cycle. We've seen a lot of activity in Google and a couple of the other high tech names on that specific cycle, but that is going to be at the $95 strike price. And then Alibaba also reporting yesterday, guys, open interest at the $160 level, expiring this Friday, sitting around 24,000 contracts with the volume, so open and close contracts at 25,000, guys. And then as for one of the names that I think put in a pretty good session yesterday, and that's going to be Palantir at 165, once again expiring this Friday. So essentially you only have today and then a half day Friday. So if you're looking to write, that might be a potential, but just be cautious of potential gap up or gap down leading into the half day on Friday. But the open interest sitting around 40,600 with volume at 22,300. So those have been open and closed. But if we look at our at the money IV, relatively speaking with Palantir, that's not bad at all. So you're not going to be paying an extended premium in the implied volatility front with our delta sitting around 0.432. So you can see that what the options market is saying, that essentially there's a 40% chance that this contract will specifically expire in the money. But also you can look at it as a 60% chance roughly that it will not expire in the money. So for all the options writers, there's your percentage metric, and then the gamma, relatively cool, guys.
Yeah, some good looks there. I mean, ANF, if you don't think you can get to 95, you weren't paying attention to what happened yesterday. It's not often that you will see like this type of momentum, like already gapped up. The only red candle until we got till noon was the 9:30 candle, where it essentially just shook people at, well, it was a false break of the high when gapped up, maybe even trapping some shorts in the mid to high 70s, and then just ripped faces off over and over again. What's crazy about this is like you see a couple of you see 3 parabolic candles like that off the open. You're thinking, well, maybe there's a pullback. You could have just bought it when it slowed down and it went another $6-7 into the high. So this, if it starts trending, I think it's just a party that you want to join. If you can get to that 95, as Joe mentioned, there's some big time resistance at $100 on this stock. But I would think it's due for at least some kind of a pullback. So if it does that same shakeout candle, that could be an opportunity to get it. And like like almost everything else, what is this? 28,000 shares have traded in the pre-market. So this is definitely not one that I would want to get in too early. Like, as I said, that first, it was an initial press up, fail break, and then pull back. But look what happened. Look how clean of like a consolidation breakout it gave you. And then look how clean of an open range break it was at 10 o'clock. So this is definitely a name. You want to check back in. Check back in at 9:45. How's it setting up? Check back in at 10 o'clock. Is it setting up for that breakout? That's what I want to do for A&F. And if it gets to 95, that is a much smaller move than what it did yesterday. So it really only takes a couple of green candles on the 15, and this is at that 95.
What a crazy couple names there. You mentioned on the options look was also Palantir. So Palantir just like starting to get back to the upside again, which was nice. So yesterday we had basically a $6 or $7 move off that low. And it's kind of like taking out some of those pre-market levels, like let things bounce down. And then if the market takes off, then yeah, you're going to get a great opportunity to buy pre-market highs. So like let the stock settle down there. And if you're getting some call action on Palantir, I mean, there it goes, trying to break higher right now. So if we don't make a move down and we can't use a pre-market high, then yeah, I think a 200 period moving average here back into yesterday's close, 164. That could be a trade for Palantir as it's, play the names that have the momentum right now. And you can see what's happening with the NASDAQ is going to the upside. So some of these strong names early will probably remain that way as money flows back in, right? I mean, the government back on right now. Palantir obviously hit on valuation. We saw Michael Burry and whatnot take positions in here and in Nvidia. So both of those were completely right to the downside. So, at some point they're going to need to get bought back up. And this 155, I mean, a lot of names came into support, and held. So, maybe they were a little lower support than we would have liked. Like when you break through this 175, you get nervous, but it does bounce off 150 pretty smooth here. So, yeah, I think if you like this name, it's still supporting the 200 period moving average. We're trying not to have this 50 period turn downside. So we'll see if it can continue to hold that. But look, it's been a nice move for Palantir over the last 6-8 months. So any dip buy opportunities have been bought right back up. This one's going to take a little bit longer, but the bottom may have been in there at 155. So unless there's something tragic with this name over the next little while, I think we continue to move higher. And now we have a nice base down there in the mid 150s. So yeah, you gotta like what we see there out of Palantir. Thank you so much, Randy, for the reload or for the coffee. Yeah, I put my initial coffee in here, so this is like still very, very full. But then we'll close it. Yeah, we'll close it and then hit up this one. So cheers, everybody, as it's coffee Friday. Time. It's just Wednesday, of course.
It has a Friday feel to it. All morning I've been in like this Friday vibe, but then Wednesday's also, for most people it's like it's hump day. It's like that's that. It's like the busiest day for commuting because everyone's in the office. I think more people are in the office in the middle of the week than the beginning and the end. I don't know how it is everywhere else, but like here, like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, there's more people coming into the city than there would be on a Monday and a Friday.
But there's things happening. Like tonight I got hockey. We got hockey up in your hood there in Brampton, so we'll be there with the hockey game. I got to leave. I got to get there for 5:30, so that's gonna be immediately leaving off of this, and then. And then tomorrow we'll have plans.
Leave right away.
The game is at 6:30, so you got to be there an hour early. All right, I just got a code I have to use to log in over here. All right, well, so a little bit of talk there on options. It's 8:30 already. So welcome to our show. Now is at 8 o'clock.
And we got some data.
So join us every day at 8 o'clock, and that allows us to look at these data numbers that are coming through here. Durable goods, right?
Durable goods. And initial claims we should be getting in just under 1 minute, everybody. So let's head on to the desk.
Yeah, here's a quick look at what we are expecting with these. So September durable goods numbers, last time around, we got 2.9% to the upside. The consensus on this, 0.3% for the month-over-month number. Initial jobless claims, remember last time, 220. That was actually a downtick, if I remember correctly, 225, the consensus. On this week, 1.974 million on the continuing claims for last week as well, or the prior week. Remember, this was including the government shutdown, so it's been a while since we had much of this come through. And then, as I said earlier, 945 Chicago PMI for November. That doesn't typically move the market. One of those numbers that can if it's way outside the range, but not one that typically does move the market here. But a couple more seconds, and we'll get these data points coming through. There we go. 216, so better than expected. 216 on the weekly. Initial jobless claims, again, 222. The prior 225 was expected there. 1.96 on the continuing claims. 1.95 was the prior number that we got on that. And durable goods orders, if you scroll up a little bit here, there we go, 0.5% versus 0.2 expected, guys. So right across the board, a little bit better there on.
Yeah, we'll take it. It doesn't seem to be moving us too far. And sometimes, yeah, we're actually not moving at all. We're above that 25,000, of course, holding above yesterday's highs. But it's a hold steady. Typically can just mean maybe get a little more reaction here. Can typically mean just go back to the well of where we were before, which was didn't see anything that would halt this kind of relief rally. I think if you had seen maybe some super signs of job strength, like a slight beat is good, but it had been a big one, maybe that would move the rate odds. And if that had happened, then you could have seen maybe a bit of a pullback. But I kind of feel like we're kind of on all systems normal after that print there. You really need to have some kind of a shock because the big one's going to be the day after the Fed. Coming up in 3 weeks, right? So I would venture to guess, and it's not going to matter now because I don't think this is that responsive when you look at the Fed Watch tool. I'll refresh it anyways, but it's probably, my guess will still be around that high 80s, or sorry, yeah, low 80s that we were looking at before. And while I wait for that, I can look at Kalshi still at 83%. So this is more likely, this site is always so very slow. Kalshi, 2 seconds, right? 83%. So this should be loading any second now, but whatever. We're probably still at the low 80s, and they're probably updating this as we speak. So not much change here, Sean.
No, I mean, the jobless claims were lower than expected. So if anything, we would get a positive reaction to the jobs market, which is not great for this interest rate cut. Because, you like to see the economy apparently weaker, but it's a strong economy. The durable goods 0.5 versus 0.5 there. Actually, durable goods, 0.6 versus 0.5 prior. Core from 0.3 to 0.5. Just reading some of those numbers come through, but you're not seeing any reaction to the NASDAQ. We don't have the dollar up right now either, but the strong U.S. dollar. I mean, we can call it the dollar. I was going to actually, this is a Bitcoin chart. I use TradingView here. If you're going to use the DXY, let's just see if there's any movement over there right now. So this is the U.S. dollar, and of course we could just look to a 1 minute chart, and yeah, so a nice little move down up to. So we could see 100 on the DXY right here, and if you just go over to a daily chart, you'll see that it's starting to climb back up. So we talk about that strong U.S. dollar off of some of those lows. I mean, looking to get a settling down, obviously, between Russia and Ukraine. Better political landscape would be nice. You're still waiting for deals here from really from us here in Canada to do something, and that could affect the dollar there as well. But I mean, all of these new lows keep on getting higher here. So the dollar strength looks to be pretty good right now. Obviously well off where we were last year at the beginning of this year, but we keep on printing and devaluing, and the monetary system is always in question when you talk about the Fed. So yeah, the DXY right now getting going a little bit there back to the upside. So I'm not really seeing anything. The Nasdaq's starting to pull just a little bit, but
Google just lost it.
It's 8:30. Like, you're not going to get. This is the back and forth. Like, the real money's going to come in when the real money comes in, and that's going to be much closer to 9:30. So we still got an hour to go. Like, these imbalances right here don't look like anything right now. Pfizer, nothing going on here right now. Pfizer's been actually pretty good. A nice dividend there. This sleeping giant, I don't know if it's ever going to get awake, but it's starting to break out a little bit on Pfizer, I was thinking, holding that $25 mark. So that could be a play there with a decent, strong dividend. So maybe a place to look outside of the usuals. But
have you seen what Merck has been able to do?
I was just going to say Eli Lilly, but I know Merck's been going upside.
Yeah.
Most of these stocks are starting to go here.
Like, if Merck's doing this, like, Pfizer's been in the same pattern as Merck for quite some time. And Merck's broken out. This is what you're looking for from Pfizer. Like, everything about the Merck move looks pretty good. So, it's about patience. Like, you can you can wait for it to guess at the low, or you can get involved when it's actually breaking trend. See, there's an example. See, I show when the golden cross works too, right? There it is. That's a golden cross, 50 over the 200, and then the stock breaks out. So every now and then that actually ends up working. It's got a 50-50 shot, right? So I guess sometimes it does. But that's a clean break that you're seeing on Merck. And I think that's what Pfizer, we loaded up, is kind of poised to do itself. Like, you got that. It's a longer bottom on Pfizer. I get it. Like, longer consolidation, maybe not as distinct of a sharp downtrend, but it's back above the 50 and the 200 pre-moving average. It's just how much it failed it the last time. Like, it did this before, went like 10% and then completely failed it, but it made a higher low. So this one does feel like Merck is catching a bit of a bid. And then on top of that, if we end up with some more tech weakness, well, then you're probably in the right space if there's going to be a rotation. So like I think Merck's probably too far gone at this point. But yeah, I kind of like Pfizer too. This is $26, oddly enough. I'm pretty sure that is the exact price that I bought during COVID in my PA. Well, I think I'm pretty sure it was 26 back in 2020. Like 90-something% sure that was the price I bought.
You could have bought probably nothing else. Everything else is probably up like 500%. I mean, that's the way I feel too when I look at some of those stocks back in 2020.
Well, the thing is,
try to make good plays.
COVID buys were COVID buys.
Well, that's
if you weren't getting out, I got out of all those things way before COVID highs. Because to me, it was just like this ultimate relief rally that I didn't peg the tops on anything. I was out of SI like 60, I think 50%. I think it was 50 or $60 from the high on SI. And on Pfizer, it was well before that. As well on Pinterest, I was out way before the top on Pinterest. I bought that because my wife was on the site all the time, like during COVID. So, that's the thing about that type of rally. It wasn't built on a foundation like this bull run. Well, more of a foundation.
All right. All right, let's go back over here. It's 8:36. I mean, we're going to start to get our rundown going on. Here we have the watch list. You can scan that QR code, grab your free month of eSignal as well. If you're interested in doing that, go find me. Sticky Note is now out as well. And here is,
there's a question.
I don't know if this is working. Oh, there's a question for me? Well, I don't have FSD, but yeah, I think it's, what is it now, 14.1 or something like that? Is that from Chef Joe? Mr. Rookie Man. Well, let me know what you think, Mr. Rookie Man. I have not even used the FSD yet. So I don't know, but one of my buddies is looking to buy a Tesla, and he said it's unreal. So I don't know. You guys let me know. I really like Tesla today, though, as a stock. But yeah, the car's downstairs charging. It's been one of my best purchases, I think. I really enjoy the ride, that is for sure. Got it wrapped and everything, so it's a good car. And winter tires, everything ready to go. All right, so this finally loaded up. 80. Let me know what you think, Rookie Man, about the FSD. Like, I'm only hearing great things about it. My kids want me to get it. There it is right now, 84 now. So 85% chance of a cut moving into December, and then about a month and a half later, because we don't get the next one until January 28th. So it comes December 10th. So you're now 14 days away from Fed, like 14 days. And then, things start to change. So if we go over here into January, which for some reason January is, this website is having some problems. Like January is not loading. So we'll get to that in a minute. But yeah, 84% chance now. So I think that's part of what this market is really rallying on over the last couple of days, right? We showed you last month it was completely the opposite. It was 20-something% chance of a rate cut, when we had that Fed speak early last week into the mid last week. And then that's all kind of changed itself around a bit. So. Yeah, so there it is right there. More talk about FSC in the chat, so thanks for that. And we'll keep looking over there. I'm trying to think about some parabolic SARs for some stops and stuff like that. So I'm gonna look at that. I still have Eli Lilly up on the screen right now. Like, this name is just
bye-bye.
What in the, like getting out of Google and putting into LLY a little bit there is making some sense when you see this. But there's been so many plays, man. Broadcom has been an absolute monster in that same period. Google was just a $140 name right back in April, and even April. I mean, you can even go, not even those lows. That is cherry picking the lows. But even if you go just just what we were talking about in here. Just in July and August, you were at $180. You know, you're almost a double up. Like, this is a $1 trillion company. This is not multiple trillions now, but this is not like a Carvana or an Abercrombie or something like that, where it's just a couple billion. You know, this is trillions of dollars doubling. You know, it's absolute more than doubling. Crazy. Some of the headwinds that these guys have faced early, and now they've turned into tailwinds. So it's amazing. Hear what Gemini and what Positivity talks about here, Waymo and stuff like that, and YouTube continues to kick. So there's just so much good news here for Google, but not now, you wouldn't think, as it's coming back in. You know, don't let all the sort of the noise affect investing. You know, when you're trading, you want to buy good names with good stories, and I think Google's story is not just beginning, but it's definitely not going anywhere. And we actually got another piece of the pie yesterday with their TPUs and with, you know, much cheaper with not similar performance. We had this story today. I think we might have touched on this earlier, but Nvidia coming out, there's still generational gaps between any chip that Google has and Nvidia has. So we still want to stay strong on both of these names. Yeah, some good talk here today. So, you know, thanks everybody. If you did want to get a question in, small super chat, we'll get it on the screen there. Then we'll be able to address it. So we do want to thank you for the FSD talk. And more to come today as we're just getting started, man. It's only 8:40.
Exactly. Plenty of time to go. And Midwest Rub made a good point as we were talking about some big cap names. Is it time for Microsoft to get out of the penalty box? You bounce clean off the 200 period moving average, and it's hard to argue. It's hard to argue, at least for the rest of the, maybe this week and for next week. That's a very clean hold of the 200. 3 days in a row, you're going to hold the 200 SMA like it did, and now you get a rounded breakout. It's very strong right now, this pre-market as well. Like, it's up 1% to the market that's 0.5%. A bit of a gap fill potential here for Microsoft. Kind of forgotten about. It's always just that Mag 7 name that, I guess it's because they've been around the longest, right? Like, Microsoft has an unbelievable run of being, I think it's got to be at least 25 years, maybe even more than that it's been like a top 10 market cap company, which is unbelievable. Like, it's more than 25. It's got to be over 30 years now, to be honest with you. It probably is closer to 30 now I'm thinking about it, but unbelievable run for Microsoft. But I guess that makes it sometimes a little bit boring, unfortunately. But yeah, good bounce off the 200 period moving average. When you like good stocks, that's usually a very good place to be a buyer. Let me just quickly double check, because we were mentioning this with regards to IBM the other day, and that bounce, well, it was more the load. This one was off the 50 period, but it did give you the 200 period earlier. But when these things get the 200 period and hold them, then they can be very, very good. I wonder if we have any big cap tech upgrades and downgrades. Something tells me there better be some upgrades in the retail space after yesterday, but let's check in with Joe.
Go check Joe.
No big cap tech, but yes, a lot of retail names, guys. Let's get this started with the upgrades and downgrades. At the top of the list here, guys, we have BMO Capital Markets raising that price target on Autodesk to $343, and we're up 8% in the morning session, so that's a nice move here, guys. And then Best Buy, a lot of tells the advisory group here. Best Buy getting that price target raised to $95 as well. You're up 1.4% in the pre-market sessions. Now, as for Kohl's, guys, getting that price target raised to $23, but you're down 0.45% here. I mean, that's not too horrible of a look. You can completely recover that in the intraday session. Now, as for Urban Outfitters, guys, you're up a whopping 15.9% here, with the price target being lifted to $85. And then here is on the downgrades, Clearfield Needham lowering that target to $45. You're still positive in the pre-market session. As for Dick's Sporting Goods, guys, you're getting that price target lowered to $245. And then HPQ by TD Cowen getting that price target lowered to $26. You're down 2.34% in the pre-market session. And as for Zscaler, the boys were talking about this earlier in the day, you're down almost 6% in the pre-market. Price target lowered to $310 by Needham, guys.
Yeah, real quick, guys, just a couple things moving around here. Following that data that we got at 8:30, I wanted to mention the dollar first off. We saw a decent-sized spike to the upside initially. We're coming actually back in now for the DXY, but it's worth noting. That's what the dollar is doing on a 15-minute chart. We also saw yields move on that 830 number as well. A decent size pop, again, a 15-minute chart, back to 403 on the 10-year, 30-year looks the same. If you zoom out on either of these, however, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4 days straight to the downside. Finally back to green though, so yield showing a little bit of strength here early on, countering what we've seen so far with the market, looking somewhat strong as well.
Yeah, that 10-year creeping underneath 4 points. That can't hurt. Well, with regards to the upgrades and downgrades, yeah, expected retail to be on the left side, at least some of them, but Dick's, not so much. Unfortunately, it was a really good relief rally yesterday, at least for most of the day on Dick's. It was back and was going to close. I mean, it's technically still at or above that 200-period moving average, which has been a very important indicator for the stock. So I guess it's undecided. It felt like after yesterday, this would be a hold over the 200 and go kind of stock, but unfortunately catches a downgrade and it's still right back to square one. So this might be a pass, or at least give it another couple of days, I think, for Dick's, unfortunately. Urban's the one that'll be on mine today. That's the day one earnings play. The potential for the high break, because it only did it in the pre-market, but Urban up there on the upgrade side makes sense. Retail was huge yesterday for some big movers, but can we actually break in the open market after 9:30? Can we take out these tops? It's one thing to wick the tops after market or do it in the pre-market. It's another to actually break it a little bit later.
I asked earlier to people in the chat here, or on Twitterverse here, happy early Thanksgiving. Before the turkey, what are we trading today? What's up to Pops Mafia wants to add some dividend-paying ETFs. I think that's a good idea. I mean, you got to get something going on here. Mr. PD Rider here, a bunch of names, man. Urban, you're all over this place. Woof, Amber here. Texas, Nvidia, XOM wants to get a little long on that today. Nvidia, Dane Generous, what's up, Dane? I see you in the chat all the time. Nvidia, of course. Weibo, wants to sell Nvidia. Get some Weibo leaps off this, so that's a good move there. Fisherman, Tesla. Good morning, Legend. Good morning to you, Glitch. What's up with Oracle right there? Harshit wants to add it there at 195. That's a good move there. Uber, we like that. And shout out to everybody else there, FOMO and Art there saying good morning, good morning, good morning to you. We are getting ready to trade and talk about super chats. Nvidia calls from yesterday going to print. Yes, Nvidia right now is at, thank you, Jaka there. I think Nvidia will print today, and kablam right there, man. Nice move up through 180. There goes Nvidia. So yeah, if you had calls from yesterday, I don't see them being a problem. So, you're already up that 1.6%. Obviously, you're looking to, I would think a 183. We can even get there in the pre-market. So I don't know what kind of value those calls are at right now, what your strike is or anything. But yeah, I think 185, 186, like we're going to go here on Nvidia. It's only up 1.6%. And as people realize that Nvidia probably shouldn't have been sold this hard, but there was some negativity around it, right? So 1.6 is not that huge. We can go up 3 or 4% from here. So, you're already up right now. Where did we close yesterday? So we closed at 178, let's just say. So you're up $2 here. Add another $2, that gets you up to 4%. I think 185 today is reasonable area for Nvidia. So that's this top that we just made a couple days ago. I think that's a very, very reasonable target to have. So if you're long Nvidia, I think it works. And AMD, it's not just like it's just Nvidia going. I mean, AMD is also at the day's high right now. The market's not doing anything, and these stocks are bumping. So yeah, some nice moves happening right now, market-wide in the chip space, let alone, probably a name like Broadcom. Yeah, 381, 382. This is actually trying to hit the skids a little bit the other way there. So that's strange. So
yeah, it is.
Don't normally see these going oppo right there. But again, Broadcom, they're all competing with each other at the end of the day, right? There's only so much money that Google's going to have, Meta's going to have to throw around.
I think that's the story. Because when Google was going up, you had AMD and Nvidia going down. Broadcom makes that tensor, it helps design and make that tensor chip for Alphabet. So it would make some sense. Because look at some other names. Micron's not breaking out, but it's up. ARM's up. So really, it was just Broadcom and Alphabet that they're catching some strays from the rally in Nvidia and AMD. And I guess that's how this market's been. Some days it's like chips go up and Apple goes down. for the last couple of days, we have Google and Broadcom, I guess, going oppo to Nvidia.
I mean, Google is going tanko right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's red now. On
so I think what people are probably doing, which is a smart thing to do, as traders much smarter than I, rotating. You know, you've had such a monstrous move in Google. We talked about it. This is adding hundreds of billions of dollars in a week, okay, on this name. So you've gotten the king, Nvidia, gotten hit on news, Google trying to take that over, right? So they go to the upside. Now Google's coming down. I mean, we're not seeing any news, right? So, but that's coming back in right now pretty aggressively, unless there is a news story that I'm missing. I mean, Adair and Brendan are on the desk, so we'll see if there is anything. But there comes Google right back in pretty aggressively. And meanwhile, you know, money I could see coming in and out. So out and in right here. So In-N-Out burger. I've never even had one of those, but just burgers are always so good. Too bad burgers aren't a Thanksgiving delicacy.
They can.
But, they definitely can be.
They can be.
Make whatever, you can have a burger, you can have a burger, whatever the hell you want.
Part.
Last night we had Freshie. Shout out to Adara with Freshie. That's what we had last night. So Buddha Satai.
Adara likes Freshie?
Yeah, Adara likes Freshie, and Adara used to work at Freshie.
Oh, I did not know that.
Employee of the month. She got 3 months in a row. Yeah, there you go. Okay, I know I made that employee of the month part up, but maybe she did, maybe she didn't. All right.
Either way.
Yeah, let's, okay, more super chats.
Throw it up.
Party people.
Mr. B. Davis.
You read it, Neil. What is he saying?
Happy Thanksgiving to you. It's been a while. How's everyone? I see the new backdrop. It's amazing. I love this show. Are we trading Urban today? Please tell me Blake Griffin is still on the show. Hashtag Joe the man.
Blake is still
Joey
here.
options
Blake
look like Blake Griffin?
Well, it looks like Blake Griffin's like little brother.
Maybe.
He looks exactly like Blake
You got
Griffin.
the hops. Can you dunk?
If you can he dunk?
Throw down, little two-hand action.
Okay.
Lob City, man. Lob City.
If he takes off those glasses, he looks like.
Well, it's crazy. Chris Paul's going to retire end of the year. He was the one throwing those lobs. He's still kicking around there.
Okay.
It was him to Blake Griffin and DeAndre Jordan, right? That was Lob City back in the day. Thank you for the super chat. Urban's on the mind today for myself. It's about volume. I want to make sure this actually is going to trade. So there's no volume in this pre-market. Like 100, it was like 27,000 shares. It's 100,000 shares, and a lot of that was a dark pool print at 8 o'clock. So really, it's not trading. 60-cent spread, 60 to 70-cent spread right now. So it's not doing much, and it needs to be holding above $80. That's just go to the daily chart. Like sustaining this breakout. So I want to see the buyers come in. I don't think I would touch this until after 9:45, get a 15-minute candle in with some volume. But if it's above 80 after that 15-minute candle, yeah, I'm looking long on Urban, but it's got to meet that condition. I don't want to force things. The holiday, like I said, holiday shortened week, you're already going to have lighter volume, so names that you're iffy on what liquidity is like or how much volume it typically does, you want to be even more patient with. Like we have a sense of, I know what AMD looks like at the open. I know what Apple looks like at the open. Urban, not so much. So this is one I wouldn't want to rush into.
We have Mr. P. DeRider's name here, Amber International Holdings, up 63%, better than expected Q3, and a $50 million buyback, which is nice. So there goes AMBR, Amber International. So this could be a runner here today, just taking out the 50-period moving average right now. And that's always good. Like, you know, you never want to be part of this move, but finally, maybe the buyer's getting a little bit of control here of Amber. But, you know, watch out, you know, hitting the 50-period moving average at 240 right now on the daily chart. So AMBR, thanks for that shout out there on Twitterverse going through. Oh, Wingstop opens up their 3,000th restaurant, I see. Right here. Retail has been strong, but restaurants have not. So, you know, Wingstop getting, you know, if you were in this, you might have got Wingstopped out, but I don't know, right there, breaking back. Was that all right? Oh man, I've been doing
Joe's
this.
more of a
I've been doing this too long. But there's 270 right there coming in for Wingstop. So. All right, let's go back over to the desk, and we're going to start our rundown pretty soon.
Yeah, lots to note today. Let's do a quick recap here. Lots of people just joining. If you are one of those, hi, good morning. Happy Thanksgiving Eve, and make sure you come join us every single morning at 8 o'clock now, guys. We've switched. If you're just tuning in for the first time, we used to start at 8:30. We now get 30 minutes more every single pre-market. Let's give you a recap here of some of the data points that we had a little bit earlier at 8:30 this morning. Durable goods orders month over month for September comes in 0.5% to the upside. 0.2 was the expected number. Initial jobless claims, meanwhile, 216,000, better than the 224,000 that was expected. 1.96 million versus 1.97 million on the continuing jobless claims numbers. That had the dollar back to the upside. That had some of the treasuries back to the upside this morning. All kinds of movement on the individual side of things. We're going to talk about Robinhood coming up here, but this MyX exchange story, an interesting one today.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like when we heard these reports going back a couple of weeks ago now that Robinhood was going to get into the prediction market space, I mean, it makes sense. A lot of these names are doing that, but this is interesting. This is the route they go. And again, this is just my brain personally spiraling. I find it very interesting, Brendan, that they do this in collaboration with Susquehanna, which is an analyst. So I hope that Susquehanna's not putting any analyst notes out on MIAX or HOOD, because that would be a conflict of interest. But again, that's my very hyper particular brain just getting mad about one part of the story. In all, it seems like an interesting catalyst. But again, as you mentioned, odd way to kind of do it.
Yeah, or maybe it's a part of the deal. Maybe it's a we'll help you out and you help us out kind of transaction here. Kind of funny, or not really funny, but an Amazon-related story today. In regards to a drone, one of their drones over in Europe crashed into a hydro line and actually took out power. I hope the package arrived still, okay? But anyways, the stock doesn't seem to care today. This one, Sean, specifically, ahead of a day on which everyone is going to be doing a lot of shopping potentially on Amazon, looking pretty good so far this morning.
Saw that. It's funny that we're just concerned if the package arrived. Like, forget about all the power that got taken out and, you know, people's homes being affected. And, you know, if the power ever went out at my house, the kids would just be instantly being like, Dad, the internet's down. Like, they wouldn't even realize that power was off. They would just be like, oh my God, the internet's down. Forget about that, their computer's not even working. It's like the other day we were sitting there watching something and all of a sudden, I think the internet might have flickered or went off and on, and instantly my son was like, Dad, what happened? Because he's up there playing some video games, wondering what was going on. But yeah, good story there for Robinhood anyways. I don't know, the prediction markets are something that, you know, not really regulated, you know, heavily as much as these betting markets and gambling, but there's going to be a problem soon. You're going to start to get reports that, I mean, I already heard it on the way in today, that, and unfortunately it's younger males right now that they're noticing that are just hitting these, because you can literally bet on anything. You're sitting down there, you have your computer open, you're on Polymarket, Call Sheet, Robinhood, IBKR, wherever you are. DraftKings is obviously sports related right now, but as you get into the prediction market, it's just so easy to bet on anything. You can bet on who's winning Dancing with the Stars, or I don't know, whatever you want to bet on. Non-sports related here, right? How many words the Fed, you know, how many times they're going to say like robotic or whatever, like, so, and they were just saying that it's going to start affecting pocketbooks at some point because gambling is a losing game, you know, and this is why all these guys want to get involved with it. Take the rake, take the money, and run, right? It's one of the oldest and, you know, most trusted, you know, forms of profiting is gambling. Like we talked about running numbers back, you know, back in the 20s, you know, whatnot. Yeah, exactly. And it's just like even now the lottery and everything, right? And so I think Robinhood's going to work on this. And, you know, as Bitcoin stabilizes, I think that's more the story for Robinhood, the stabilization of crypto right now, giving them a little bit of a base, right? Because most of their action is most likely going to be in these markets and crypto. And that's what it's been so far in options markets. And people will start to put money down once this market calms down. I mean, volatility is great for traders like us, but in the option game, it can just provide such huge swings, and you just hope you're caught on the right side. But remember, whenever someone's in an option, there's always someone that's buying it and someone that's writing it. So there's going to be a push and pull from those sides of things as well. I don't know about Amazon. I mean, Brendan sort of led the story there as a Black Friday thing, but remember, like, Black Friday's here now, right? I mean, this is sort of what we've already talked about, and a lot of it is you buy the rumor, kind of sell the news, and Black Friday's here. So I don't want to buy Amazon for their retail strength. I want to buy them for AWS. I want to buy them for Zoox and what they're trying to do there. Also, I forget what it's not Starlink, but they have something else, obviously, that they're dealing with as well with satellites. And Blue Origin. Yeah, no, not Blue Origin. No. They have a much bigger internet in the sky story for Amazon. So it's buying these mega cap. It's buying these mega cap names on weakness because the next story is just around the corner. And that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, Google with Meta, boom. Like next thing you know, it's going to be Amazon with somebody, teaming up, or all of a sudden Waymo and Zoox are, taking over. There's always going to be money floating around. Bezos owns 4 or 5 yachts. So, this guy's just chilling right now. It's Andy Jassy time, and we're going to wait to see what happens there with AWS. Good quarter for them as we continue to watch out for Amazon. So I like this stock. It's one of the ones that's just at the 50 period. We bounced so strongly off of the 200 that I do think that the next move, we see the highs before we see this again. So for me, Amazon has movement to the upside. And if you're not in it, I don't think this is a bad spot to get involved with right now.
Yeah, holding the 50, buying off the 200 has been where it's at for these guys. So if you didn't buy that, fair enough. But you're not too late. I also don't like buying anything in front of an event or on the event. And with Black Friday happening now, it just doesn't, to me, it's a weird chase for that moment. But I think that 200 is give you a good spot. For the trade, however, today, it's a little, yesterday it made this breakout, the 228. It's a little extended from that. So I think that would have been the level I'd be a little bit more interested in for Amazon. I do have some eyes set on, obviously, the chip names, and Apple are going to be in play today a little bit more so than in Amazon. There's a couple of stories I just heard in the ear. I don't know that anyone is going to be that interested in potentially trading Lockheed, but they are presenting at a conference. And then when we're talking about the small cappers, I believe Sean was mentioning one. Amaze was also doing some pretty solid volume. It's the story here that kind of gets me, because all I could see this morning, and you can't make this up 33% this penny stock on 38 million shares traded this pre-market. So up 33% on 38 million shares, and the story is the CEO bought 336,000 shares. Which obviously, if you look at yesterday's prices, it didn't cost them that much because it was a 35-cent stock. So it's really not even, that's not a lot of money spent. So the CEO spent 100 grand on stock, and this thing goes up 30%. No, it's a vote of confidence, I'm sure, but just that's the story for AMZE. Certainly worth keeping on watch. It's going to do great volume today, so if there is things slow down, this somehow is magically above I like VWAP here, but on penny stocks, I try not to ignore the psychological level of 50 cents. So here, it's rounding out. Obviously, the next stop would be trying to test this 80-cent level. But if it's not holding a nice little psychological level like 50, then I wouldn't be that interested, even if it is holding VWAP. So I'm going to have this one on the side burner just in case. But I don't really love that catalyst. You got to do better than the CEO bought 100K worth of stock. I mean, come on, what are we talking about here? Let's get into the rundown. Some bigger names to talk about. Someone buys that much stock in Nvidia every 2 seconds.
Quickly on Apple as well. It's interesting. It's coming back in here, but there was a note from Counterpoint Research just came out on Apple, and they're talking a little bit about the market share, smartphone market share once again. I didn't even realize this, but it's been Samsung at the top of that list since 2011. I wouldn't have thought it was that long, but Counterpoint Research saying they now see Apple retaking #1 on the smartphone market share for the first time since 2011. Sean's walking through the shot a little bit, but that's fine. It's been a long time, obviously, since we've had that shift happen, but Samsung, top of the list, they're saying Apple's going to retake it by the end of this year, and that's on the back of the iPhone 17.
Yeah, I've said this on the midday, and I'll say it again here. I think my biggest issue with this kind of catalyst, just in terms of what it means, is that Like, if you have this one phone that does really well, that means people might not continue upgrading, right? You get all these upgrades now, then what kind of happens to smartphone market share going forward, right? So that's, I think, always the thing to remember with these super cycle type things, at least in my opinion. With regards here, though, to what this means for Apple, at least from a perception standpoint, I think it's a really good look because we know Apple's been really beat up, especially with China. If they can overtake Samsung after 14 years,
I was talking to Ramin about the 17 Pro, Ramin. Yeah. Ramin approved. So that's catalyst for you enough, I think. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Absolutely free every single day. Comes right to your inbox. The link is below. Top link in the description will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. Has everything you need to know on it right to your inbox every single day in the pre-market. Then you join us at 8 a.m. Remember, 8 a.m. switch from 8:30 starting this week and forevermore going forward. Let's talk Robinhood. We hinted at it. They're just coming up to 8 o'clock, or 9 o'clock. But coming back in right now, we stalled out a little bit here at 122, teaming up on this MIAX derivatives exchange.
Yeah, so Robinhood plus Susquehanna, again, an analyst, they're teamed up together and they're going to be taking together a 90% stake in the MIAX derivatives exchange. So this could actually be giving Robinhood and Susquehanna direct control over listing and managing some prediction market products. They're planning on expanding into the sector. We've heard reports going back, as I mentioned earlier, a couple of weeks ago, suggesting Robinhood was trying to move into this direction. For their part, Robinhood has said the deal is going to allow them to give retail and institutional investors and traders access to these event-based futures, as they're called, and MIAX will be maintaining a 10% ownership of the MIAX DX.
Looking very strong here, guys, especially compared to the overall market for Hood once again.
Yeah, we were sort of talking about Hood, but for a brief second, I mean, MIAX is your first real chance on a dip since the IPO. Miami Exchange has only gone up. When everyone trades in the market, there's a buyer and a seller. You were just talking about the rake, and these guys take the rake on that gateway, right? So each side of the trade, the more volume there is, the better they're going to do. And now they get a little bit of profitability out of one of their divisions, and we'll see how that fares. But I like that 50 period over there for the Miami Exchange, Robinhood in particular. Here, I'll show you my issue with the stock at this price. Remember that rather nasty drop that we had on last Thursday? That was more or less right here. It was like the start of that fall was right at $122 on Robinhood. So it's already filled the gap in from the 2-day highs into that level. So this is not a chase. This would not be a chase. It's up 4.5%. This better break out above 123 after the opening range, or it's like wait for it to potentially fill in the gap. I do not like that. I just feel like you want to avoid potential traps, and that was a huge, huge sell area that you were not able to press through, and it's already pulling back on Robinhood. So kind of count me out up here on Hood up top. I think there might be some better places to look initially at 9:30.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of did our best there with Robinhood a little earlier, and I like the stock. It's now starting to turn back to the upside there. We bounced pretty clean off of $100, so that was nice. And here goes MIAX. This is the exchange that we're talking about. They've had a great IPO, one of the best ones of the year, I would say, and it just happened in August. $30 up to 50. Nice little pullback over the last little while. So we'll have to wait to see if you're involved in this name. Again, like interesting to see the tie up there. I think there's more to come on that story for sure. But SoFi to me is the great bounce story too, because that came back into $25, and that was, again, such a great level, and sitting on my hands and not buying it was a mistake. But that $25 there, you're up $3 off 25. Like you're already up 10 and a bit percent on a bank. Like that's a great bounce there for SoFi. So I always look at some of the new technology that's coming in with Robinhood, Webull. I mean, we get a nice little bounce up there today on Webull. So that could be part of the Robinhood story as well, right? Like just other names getting involved. So I think the crypto settling down, that's kind of cool right now for Robinhood and Webull. And I think there's more to come in these names. I would tend to look at Webull today only being a $9 stock. Watch to see what happens at 10. I mean, $10 was a pretty interesting level. That's how bad the chart looks, but $10 was good for about a week and a half, and it wasn't sure what it wanted to do once it was underneath it. It kept on bouncing its head off there. So I think if we get a nice move today, it's already, what, 930s, 940s? You know, you can get up to $10. I think that puts it up 14, 15%. And then we look to fade off 10, I think, today for Webull. So, you know, if you, we can test with 100 shares. Yeah, so we have to pay for shorts. So if you want to go short on Webull, our broker, we'd have to request them. So they're not automatically loaded into the system, so there'll be a small fee to short Webull. So off Robinhood, is Robinhood along? Yes. Is Webull along? I think yes. And I think there's more room to go, both to the upside. We are going to talk about Google in a minute. I just wanted to see if the bleeding had stopped yet, and not really. I mean, we're right back into yesterday's lows. That's kind of interesting for me here on Google. Good look at 318. That could be a monster trade at some point today, especially if that market gets back to the upside. Like, oh boy, you know, if you're going to give us that low that matches it with yesterday, that is basically giving us like the green light to take this thing long around 318, 317. But again, still 20 minutes to go. I'm getting excited about it again on Google, but maybe a little premature. Tesla. That break of 420, I mean, that's going to be one to talk about here, especially if we hold, because I think we're indicating much higher on Tesla. Let's go find out the story, and then we'll get going with that.
One of those stocks that typically, or tends to do this anyways, when there's a significant level, you'll come in the next morning and ta-da, it's gapping above it. That is the case today. We're all the way up to 425. There's 420 as we were talking. A bit of a problem over the past couple of days here to the top side for Tesla. That was Elon on X yesterday saying the robotaxi fleet in Austin specifically should roughly, quote unquote, double by next month. Checking the math on that, that would be 500-ish already on the roads if he can hit that mark.
And we know he's been trying to expand into other states as well, getting some approval, most recently in Arizona and Nevada, though, because you have to both get approval to have an autonomous vehicle and then also approval to run a taxi service. There are multiple levels of permits required. There's also India here to discuss, Brendan. So the company's Model Y in India is being priced at roughly $67,200, which is going to be roughly 70% higher than in the US. You know, there's these tariffs. However, the general manager of Tesla India has basically said that buyers can recover roughly 1/3 of the cost through fuel and maintenance savings. So yeah, India Model Y, a little bit pricey, and we'll have to see if this rollout of the robotaxis goes quite as Elon thinks it will.
We'll have to see how the rollout of that Model Y in India goes as well, because if you recall, going back to the first round of sales data we got out of India, it was nowhere near, I think, what a lot of people were expecting, and pretty dismal, in fact, on the bigger picture. So an even more pricier model now for that market. I mean, let's see. Hopefully it does well, but going to take some time, I think, in that market. Here's 425, though, guys, starting to act as resistance now.
Yeah, but we don't care about auto sales for Tesla, do we?
No.
That doesn't matter anymore. We're on to bigger and better things. I mean, that's what the market's telling you. So let's, deal with that. We're about optimists, baby. Look, 420. It's more than just a fun number on this stock. It is what it is. It's been rejecting 420, but every time it's done so, it's like traded into 420 and come out the other way nastily, including that big Thursday drop that we had. This is probably built a little bit different than you're gapping up, but the open range has to prove that there's buyers up here. So I think we kept talking about liquidity on a day like today. Well, I think you trade to the liquidity area at 420. If you come out green, I think 419 is more of a reasonable test. If you come out holding that, then I think back through the 420 is going to be a long. But this is one where you got to be willing to play in both directions. Like if we close a 15-minute candle underneath 420, then I don't want to be thinking Tesla long, because I feel like that will have been a mistake. And yesterday I was a little bit too biased in terms of direction on Google, on Alphabet. So it's like exited a long position, and then it set up like a really, really good short, but I was biased to the long side. I didn't take it. So I don't want to have that mentality today, that just because I'm looking one direction first, I'm unwilling to go into the other. So that'll be the plan over there on Tesla. And we will talk Google next. And there was someone in the chat saying, hey, you guys going to talk about AMD? Trust me, we always talk AMD, but we'll usually do so in conjunction with Nvidia, which is also going to be up next.
Yeah. Yesterday we traded Tesla pretty good, but not early, right? We talked about the move that happened early, and this was the drip all morning, and it wasn't even a drip. It was pretty aggressive. We were able to buy it there around 411, 412, and then up. This guy over here. What's this guy's name again? Robert Redford. Okay, but what the character though? Anyways, we'll figure it out. But it's just funny, like I'm looking over this guy staring at me. And then eventually we were able to pick it off of this 406, 407 bottom, and then it just started to rip city, right? And so from 406 yesterday up to 420. So we do know that Tesla has the pedigree to do moves like that, and so right into their 420 long. I put it on today's note. Definitely want to have a look there. You know, robo-taxi hype again coming through, the strong pre-market. They made that great low in there around that, you know, yesterday's low anyways. The key level of 420 finally gets broken out. So yeah, I like the trade. This is what it looks like on the daily chart. Starting to break through, got this garbage out of here. Now we go back upside. And the thing about this, you know, when I look at a chart anyways, when you're at these highs and you continue to sort of hold them, which Tesla in bad stories, bad news, you know, coming back into the downside right here, they're still holding highs. Like this is still relatively high for Tesla. I mean, we were down in the 200s earlier on this year, you know, so the fact that we're at 420 and trying to keep this, I think it goes higher from here. You know, if it's not going to the downside and we're bidding off this 4 bills, these are some of the lows I'm talking about, like just holding down there, then now I think it's time to get going back up to the upside. So this 420 take is hopefully something that we can hit today. You know, let's be patient. Let's not catch that knife like we did yesterday, but let's just wait until it looks like it's slowing down. And I'm just hoping that level is 420 because it's such an obvious one. So yeah, bids at 420 if and when we hold, but not until then, right? I don't need this market giving everything back. We were down, what was it, yesterday we were down, what, 1 or 2% in the middle of the day, you know? And then it was just like, see you later. For Tesla to go to 406 yesterday, you know, it tells you everything you need to know. Like that's a big move. That's the Q's going down from 604 yesterday down to 596, or 596, and then just closing the day where we did. Like that's a big reversal from the first half hour. So a lot of sell volume, and then you don't see much of it again at all. If anything, most of the bids were the bigger volume candles there yesterday. So let's see if that holds true there today with the Q's holding up 0.5%. All right, here comes Nvidia, Google, and then Autodesk. So lots of stuff happening right here.
Nice reversal so far for market back higher in a pretty good way right now. 176 all the way up to 182. If you go back to 2 days ago, that was roughly where we struggled trying to get through some resistance around that 182. But yeah, I mean, that was one of many comments along the same line that I saw yesterday, suggesting Google TPUs are a more quote unquote cost-effective means of getting this same job done. And I think those comments were started maybe even from Jensen, who is hinting at the simple fact that are generational, I think was one of the terms he used. And congratulations, as you were saying, to Google, but we're still winning this race.
Yeah, it was quite the sassy comment, and actually, at least initially, a lot of people on social media interpreted that as a bad sign for Nvidia. Like Nvidia was panicking a bit, so they had to release this statement. But Jensen's kind of like this, if you've seen him speak publicly, so this shouldn't be too much of a surprise. There's a couple other things, though, that I think are interesting, Brendan, including the fact that apparently Nvidia privately addressed some bearish concerns, mostly to sell-side investors. And Bernstein actually saying after that, hey, we like Nvidia, $275 price target. We're not too concerned about these things that they are concerned about. Then we also had the information reporting that Chinese regulators are actually blocking ByteDance from using Nvidia chips in data centers. Something we probably already knew, but the stock did actually drop when this came out pre-market around 7 a.m.
As we've seen in the past, or recent past anyways, with this market, things get to be blown out of proportion a little bit, and there's a little bit of a panic reaction, and then everyone takes a breath and kind of realizes that maybe it's not so bad here, guys. That was a pretty big dip for Nvidia, but great opportunity as well if you wanted to test the waters here as well.
Yeah, you're not getting that at the 200 period moving average on a dip, that's for sure, because that ship is, well, it didn't even get out of dock, so it doesn't really matter. At least for today, you do have some room, because it's been 185 to 50 period, and it's been kind of like a jump off spot. When we get there, we hang there for a hot little minute. And going into it today, we've already broken out on Nvidia, so this is like you'd have to be chasing up here. 185 doesn't stand out as much on the 15 as it does on the daily chart, but we get into that area, especially knowing that this is the last full trading day of the week. Yes, we do have a half day on Friday. I think you have some trouble getting through there. Not chasing this move. And the name that I kind of go over to, whoops, I almost typed in Amazon. The name that I go into, if we continue this trend of, Google's going down and AMD and Nvidia are going up, if Google finds that support, I'm just looking at sort of the obvious resistance areas that are back. And for the first time, I should say, being tested on AMD, the 210, which right now we're over, so I can't think here. Got to wait till that other high, which is, we got a couple sessions, 215, 216 up here on AMD. So this hasn't really cracked through. Remember that Thursday dive? Like, you're underneath all of that afternoon mess still on advanced micro devices. So if we're not breaking 185 on Nvidia, then those two levels matter for AMD. And that 210 could easily just be, maybe we lose 210 right away off the open, but you got to wait for that next level up in the chip space. So I'm looking AMD, it's like 215, 216. If Nvidia is not breaking 185, I still think there's going to be some resistance in selling up there. I'm not sure people are done with crapping on them for a bit.
Again, like, you guys can look, people are asking for the link in the sticky note. I love the discussion of my P&L with and without a hat on. That's the absolute best. Shout out to you guys there in the chat. Lots of fun happening. Get involved in the chat, by the way. Just posted the sticky note link in there. But I have Nvidia written down on here as a buy at 175. I mean, it's been a rough week for sure for Nvidia with a lot of negative stories. But, come negative stories comes good story. And today, the fact that they are generational, leaps and bounds above everybody else right now. This AI story, if you either believe in it or you don't. I mean, and these guys are leading the way. So there's going to be other chips made, Baba, like this with Google right into here, Intel, but they're all going to have different uses, and they all have their own uses. So I still think Nvidia is what it is, man. I mean, Meta's spend on Meta is incredible, and I don't think Google or any of these guys are going to stop looking at Nvidia GPU. Just with robotics, I mean, we're not even into robotics yet, and I think Nvidia inferencing and everything like that. There's going to be some nice get up here to Nvidia, and I think you might have seen the bottom there, temporary. I mean, bottom. This market could, really retrace back in. I mean, we only got I think it was at the low we talked about yesterday. 5 or 6% correction was the low there on Nvidia. So. But yeah, so I was just looking here for 175. I don't think we get there. Like, this is the thing about writing the sticky note early, and just for everybody that's joining us, you may be used to us starting at 8:30. We start at 8 o'clock now, and I saw some people in the chat that were here like at 8:30 and being like, whoa, these guys started already? We're at 8 o'clock now. And so that's part of the problem with me getting a little early on the note is, we're at 177 at 8 o'clock. That has now risen. So now I'm thinking like this 177 is maybe even 178 might be the low today for Nvidia. Yesterday's high break, you're telling me that if this comes back into flat on the day, people aren't going to want to buy Nvidia at zeros. So let's think about that for a second. And yeah, I want to be the dip buyer on Nvidia today, 100%. AMD goes up and down with Nvidia. Yesterday we had AMD down 8% or something at its lows. And oh boy, was that a good trade as well off those $200 level break right there. My best trade yesterday was this short. We had it early because we were really biased red on Nvidia. And that was an awesome trade early. We're able to go from 202 down to 194. And then that break of 200 right into here. Wasn't that great early. I don't know, I guess we must have broke there and fell back in, but then that break helped us. And then into the afternoon, I don't know what happened, but the whole market sort of in the chip space really took off. There goes AMD. So I think if you're going to look for an AMD long, it's probably around 206, but I would much rather catch a long in Nvidia rather than AMD. But there's a 200 period at 206 and actually matches with yesterday's closing high rate. I like both these names for longs today, but worth having a look, right? No major economic numbers. We already got through those there. So leading into what we're looking forward to now is just more chip strength. We're going to look to see if Google, which is the next story here, can hold some of these lows. And remember I said, if 318 or 319 holds, then that's going to give us such a great trade. Well, guess what happened? That came right back in. Too bad that I wasn't really in trading mode yet. That 318.20s there, what a great hold downside. Now you're up $3 from there. So Google looks like it wants to hold. Let's go find the stories on this big stock heading into what's a full day today, off tomorrow, and half day on Friday.
Enjoys their Thanksgiving. Here is the Jets, just real quick on airlines. Speaking of Thanksgiving, here's the Jets ETF. I was just reading a story suggesting that this Thanksgiving and the travel season surrounding this holiday in the U.S. could be record-breaking as far as traffic is concerned. So if you want to just make it easy on yourself instead of trying to pick an airline, Jets is pretty easy. But I also did see that 2% of Jets is Air Canada.
What?
I don't know how I feel about that. But anyways, all of the U.S. airlines are in there as well. SoftBank, yeah, let's go to Google. Masayoshi-san down $5 billion in net worth on the back of what happened over the past few days surrounding Alphabet and OpenAI. They still have a massive investment in OpenAI, the value of which not doing too well. Shares of SoftBank down 11% in the Asian market over the past couple of days. So not holding up too well, but if you scroll down here, I wanted to highlight this. 49.3 billion has come off of the top line of his net worth specifically on the back of this story. But I mean, he's fine. Let's not worry about him. But that's a lot of money.
Yeah, it is a lot of money, and I believe it was Mizuho. I could be incorrect, but I just saw a note from, I think Mizuho, saying that they right now are in the camp of long Google, short everything else in the AI space, like short Oracle, short Amazon, short Microsoft, short Nvidia. So it's getting kind of intense. Like, and also, again, it's worth noting, Broadcom is also involved here in that Google long as well. They are involved in those Google chips. So AVGO and GeoOGL, we saw it yesterday as well, both gapping up and pushing lower. That could be a good sympathy play if you don't quite want to get involved with Google. But either way here, it's interesting to see this tide kind of turning. People are still interested in AI. They're just not interested necessarily in the same names right now.
The argument might have shifted again today. I brought up that, I should have grabbed it, but I brought up that chart, the ranking of all the AI LLMs as of Monday, and then as of Tuesday, it was Google. This all on the back of Gemini 3 coming out. I was reading this morning that the latest version of Claude, I think it's Opus 5 or something like that, has now surpassed Gemini 3. So it was short-lived, but if you're a user of Claude, apparently they're back on top right now. Guys, Google opposite of Nvidia chart right now.
Yeah, they're clearly right now, you can see the correlation that's going on, right? Like one goes up, the other goes down. Alphabet's up 230% or something like that from the April lows. So does it make sense that people are taking profits on this? Absolutely, it makes sense. They're just seeing some profit taking here in Alphabet. And specifically, like yesterday, even on the gap up, it was mostly sell. And today on another gap up, it's mostly sell. It's just nowhere near the big level would be like 25 to 26 on Alphabet. It's only $5 or $6, so it can easily pull back into that level. But the way I also look at it too is like you've got to think if this ends up breaking out above that, then you could be seeing rollover in AMD and NV. So don't forget about the correlation that seems to be holding right now. So yeah, if you break out above that level, it's not just that Google, to me, gets bullish again, but then you got to start thinking bearish on the other names. Quick look at the locator. It's just TeraWulf. Well, actually, WBD is a buy as well. So Warner Brothers Discovery is a buy of 1 million. TeraWulf is a buy of 1 million shares as well. Nothing too much standing out on this imbalance locator with only about 3 minutes to go till the open, and use there if you like it. Oracle's actually a 200,000 buy. Oracle's been pretty strong this morning. So pretty light board in terms of the locator.
Unfortunately, like with Google making this move down, it is going to be hard to go long. We already looked at that price right there. That was the lows from yesterday. So we're just going to have to look to see if that holds. I don't want to stand there and take it. You know, like I want to wait to see what it does. Like this move there, and maybe it's the Claude talk, maybe it's just overbought, and I think it's the latter, right? I think this is overbought. Gemini is, Joe sent me some hot stuff from Gemini, and it's just like some of the stuff that I've seen created with that nano banana and just things like what Gemini's been doing here, it's just been amazing. Like this LLM and that they're already monetizing this thing. Like I really like Google for the long term, and honestly, like any dip buys available into this 280 marker, geez, like I am loading up. I really like them for quantum. I like them for socials with YouTube, and that's not going anywhere. We had the talk yesterday about Spotify versus YouTube Premium versus. Like, there's so much happening. And what do you think is going to happen over the winter holidays? Like, kids are going to be at home, and YouTube's numbers are going to freaking skyrocket, man. Like, I even said the other day we were watching a show, and someone mentioned something about Twitch, and I was like, oh yeah, Twitch. Like, okay. Like, shout out to iShowSpeed and all those guys, but like, what's going on with Twitch? Like, so Google right now, YouTube, I just think there's a lot of levers to be pulled. And I really like Google, and it will be along in the portfolio at some point today, but I think we got to let this settle down because there's obviously something brewing with the NASDAQ up 0.6 and this down 1%. All right, 1 minute to go. Rapid fire on Autodesk.
Just actually tried to test highs once again. ADSK earnings after the close last night, better than expected.
Yeah, they beat here, and their guidance was above estimates. Just to be quick, their new EPS guidance for the year, they raised it 10.18 to 10.25, above estimates of 9.95. Adjusted EPS for the quarter 2.67, and then sales beat.
Might be an imbalance on this, guys. This thing's flying around right now.
I don't see, if there is one, I don't see one on Autodesk. Certainly, the ADSK does not pop in. It's not going to be on the trading plan, but there's one name that I wanted to get to. 30 seconds to go in here very quickly. Twice, Open Door has rejected $8 in the last couple of days. Each time, failing to hold above that price. If we get the same thing today, if we break and fake, then I want to look fade. If we close a bar above $8, I'm looking long on Open Door. As we bring you the pre-Turkey Day bell brought to you by 3D Capital. Scan that QR code you see out in front of you. Check them out. It is our hump day. It is our pre-Turkey Day, and the bell, well, it just got rung.
They'll be on right now. We didn't get to talk about Alibaba. I really like Alibaba today as well. Day 2 earnings play also on the sticky note right here. You know, we're right at a key level. I mean, if we break it back above this 160, maybe 160.50 or so, I like Alibaba for the long. Let's see if that can get going now. Not even open yet on the market. So, yeah, here we go, man. NASDAQ starting to go a little bit higher. We do like the look of Apple today. I do. And, you know, we'll see. The new all-time high is 280 and change. So we'll see if we can make that today right now. But just bouncing around temporarily right here. Nvidia, I don't know. 180, 181, looks like it wants to break a little lower right now as well. So sitting on our hands early, and then I'll throw it to see if Neil's into anything. But there's Tesla, 424. So, you know, aggressive move down to 422 on that wick. I don't know if that was real, but those match these dark pool prints here at 8 o'clock on Tesla. So
if it was down there, it didn't spend any time.
No.
I'll tell you that much. No, Tesla did make a little bit of a dip, but not much of anything. Open Door is not breaking that $8. It's actually heading in the other direction. I wanted it actually failing the $8 to the downside. Whoa. Okay, Apple.
Ripping, probably.
Yeah, Apple just took off the top a little bit here.
Yeah,
So
Apple.
Apple is certainly heading higher. 280 was yesterday's high. Yeah, 280, I think, was about yesterday's high. So there's still some room to run. I want to see if I can buy this one back into 278. Did say that the last couple of sessions, this stock has had a 15-minute candle straight up. 5 days in a row, 15-minute candle straight up, and then that's basically been your best exit point most of the time. So Apple looking very, very strong. I want to buy into this. But after the first 15 minutes, I do want to be saying this is probably a fade.
Yeah, no, I made a little small keystroke error there and put in the wrong price for Apple. So I was going down to that
one. Higher anyway.
Yeah, it's going higher, so it's fine. It's working out, but we did punch out almost immediately on this trade. So yeah, we can hold a little bit of this, but this is not the trade. I was actually going to put 278 and by accident put 279. So you know what? I'm just going to actually. What's the point here? Let's just get this out on Apple right here if we can, and then deal with this in a minute here. I do have some shares on this name, so we don't need to be necessarily layered into this. But here it comes back in. So this is kind of the price that we want anyways. So let's see if we can get something down here on Apple into the low 278s. And then we'll see if we can hold that 277.50 or so where we started the day for Apple. But early trade there, but we did not mean to do that. It was not even... It was a decent amount of shares, but we did exit most of those, so we'll wait to see if Apple gets going through that 280 would be real nice. The BABA trade is one that could hit right now. I'm trying to go long 160.50. So here comes the break. We talked about that from yesterday. There's 160.50 right here. We've already sort of taken out the 160 level. That would have been a much better punch long 160, of course. but we'll wait to see. There it is. Oh, we missed it. So I'm not actually into this break right there. So what a break, man. I only moved up to 160.60 right there, and it looks like it does spike long there on that. But here goes Apple.
Apple just broke 78.
Yeah, so we're still long here, 278.50s.
Oh,
we don't want to just step out of this one, right? We want to wait for it. So here goes Apple. I don't know if you were long on that, but I'm still long.
Well, I got out, but I just jumped right back in. If it wicks me out, I prefer to usually take the L, and if it's a wick bottom, jump back in. But I still have a 15-minute time limit on this. Like, my rule for this was off the 15-minute chart, the fact that it was a pure green candle 5 days in a row. So that's the pattern action that I'm looking for. AMD still holding 210. The plan was to play off the 210 level on advanced micro devices. It's holding 210, so no trade for me there. Open Door is only tanking. So I don't think you're going to see $8 on Open Door anytime soon, unfortunately. And Tesla, we cannot ignore Tesla, which does not have an S on the end of it. Tesla is not tanking, but Tesla's falling back into 420. So got to keep some eyeballs on Tesla as well at that $420 level.
All right, so look, we did get some Alibaba in there, and it's okay. We already able to get some out in the 80s right here, and now it's starting to go back up. So our fill does happen right there on Alibaba. Like, it does come back in. I told you that I bid 160.60. That came in. So here we go now. It's Alibaba, and we're going to see if this one wants to continue upside from here. I'm waiting north. We just got another. I'm going to take another fill, actually, at 161 if we can get it. Then we're at 161 teens, and then we'll see if we can really break through on Alibaba. But here it is, man. It's a big trade for me. It's Apple. So Apple's starting to go finally. So we like that move right now for AAPL. There it is, man. It is our daily goal made already. But yesterday we made it early and lost it. So let's see what winds up happening now. And there we go. Nice move. Go Alibaba right now. Nice move upside for Alibaba. There we go again. So nice trade right there, man, for Baba. Nice trade for Apple so far as well. So yeah, what goes bump in the night? Hopefully these two names for me, as it's Apple right there and Alibaba starting to go back up to the upside. So big trade alert happening on this side right now. Lots of shares of Apple in the account.
Yeah, Apple getting close to the full dollar, but it's not really getting there just yet. You are seeing that continued breakdown here on Tesla. It's right into yesterday's high. Obviously, this is right now a falling knife. There's not going to be any trend breaks in the first 5 minutes, and this is not showing any signs of a buyer, unfortunately, while AMD just continues to hold that 210 level. So there's a seller at AMD at 211. I just had it set to get a breakdown underneath that 210, and I'm going to go ahead and cancel that temporarily. Make sure I cancel the right order, and then go back over and show you what's happening in Apple, because AMD is breaking out with the rest of the market. But Apple, right back in. I wicked out, got back in at VWAP.
Oh, no.
I want to reload over the pre-market high and see if we can still break out 79 into 80. There's still time on this 15-minute that you can be one of these straight shots up. But it's not nearly as strong as it was the last 5 sessions. The other name I was telling you guys was Open Door at the 8, no breakout of 8. Wasn't really chasing this one to the downside, but I will look to short a pop in Open. If it fails $8, then I want to be short Open Door, now down 1% and not participating in today's rally. Despite the fact that the rate odds go up, you would think that would be bullish for them. But apparently it is not.
It's a not. Okay, so, wow. Did Alibaba get excited or what off the open right there, right? I mean, it's a monster play. We got 161.50s. So we made almost. I don't want to say we did make $1 because we didn't. Well, actually, we did. We almost did. That's, 161.45 there. But we still have some shares on board here as Alibaba's fallen back in. And we said, this is part of what happens. There it is. We just took out 160 out. So Alibaba going to the downside, slightly red on that, but, the market's pulling back. I still like Alibaba to break back above, but I don't know, that was just early exuberance there and then a flushy flush to the downside there for Mr. Baba. I'm going to try it one more time here, though, just to see if that was early flush, just like it was an early buy. I don't know why people are stacked right there on 160, but all these ones, this to me is seems like a little bit of manipulation happening right here with all these stacked ones everywhere. But we're going to go long, and we're back in it right now. Alibaba, we'll take some more out if it can get back upside, but we need someone to run this thing again. There it is. So
Chinese stocks are never manipulated.
No, never. Take some more longs right there on Alibaba and just get another piece out there in the 40s. But yeah, this is an interesting one here. Like, see, like they're just letting these drop and then the market drops in. But look at the NASDAQ really getting hit right now back in. So there we go, man. Now it's Apple time back into some of these lows again.
Yeah, Apple right back into the lows. I did pick up open door at the volume weighted average price. It's early for VWAP, but it was right there at 770. That's heading back into the lows as, ooh, look at the NASDAQ here quickly. This is the NASDAQ. We just wicked the top on the NQ. This is a 15-minute chart, so obviously it's not closing for another 7 minutes, but we did just reject the overnight high break and still holding VWAP. So it's a bit of a chop fest. I almost wanted to say it's Friday. You might have Friday-like action. It's not Friday, obviously, but you might have Friday-like action. So I still think you can get this potential shakeout. But if this 15-minute candle closes on Apple and we're not breaking the highs, I got to stay away from this one. And we're about to get into AMD as well. Yeah, with that wick, you're now underneath that 210. That's a rejection of the 210 level here on advanced micro devices. See it try to break away from 211. Once we hold under VWAP, I will be short AMD. Nvidia is actually a little bit stronger than AMD right now. So AMD is down there, and Nvidia is actually holding its volume weighted average price. So right now, a little bit of extra strength here in our friend Nvidia, which, I mean, I guess that's true most of the time.
Yeah,
I've heard a halt, but I didn't catch.
Yeah, I didn't hear what was going on over there. Okay, so I'm still in
Apple.
these two names trying to hold out for Apple.
I'm out.
Like, you're out. Okay, so Apple right now trying to hold out against basically against VWAP, against his 50-period moving average and whatnot. So let's go Apple right now. Hopefully we can get some nice movements back upside here for AAPL, which we are getting right now. Come on, Apple. Like, this will be a huge trade if it can go for me. So who knows, though. Right now, some outs on Apple. Like, we just averaged in down here. It is looking weaker than I'd thought today, right? I mean, I thought that we could have a chance to get back up into that 280 area, and we did. We got to 279. So those longs early were definitely great, as they were for most of this market, and then we just had this little fade back. So right now, we're just long right here. Fine, man. Being long at 80s with a stop at 30 for me is, or at breaking through 50s is fine. So 30 cents worth of a stop. Well within my hold capabilities right here. So we'll wait for that. But we do have some shares on here, so we'll suck when this drops back in. And, you know, a name that's really getting hit right now, Tesla, down. So Tesla was up, and we were like, okay, Tesla's a nice little level there. But it can't catch anything right now. Yeah, that's for sure there for Tesla. I'm going to get out some more. There we go. Some more Apple as we get back through now 278. So hopefully that will continue to run. But yeah, Tesla's a little bit in trouble there. But just bouncing off the 200 right there. So yeah, man, 418. What did I write down for Tesla? 420 long. So we didn't want to catch that falling knife as we normally talk about. But there it goes. I know you got out of Apple, but here goes Apple again. So there it is. We'll take some 10s, some 15s. Let's go Apple upside right now. Big trade alert. I already talked about this. It's a big trade, so we're emptying it out, man. We do not want to sit around. Like, there's Alibaba. So we tried it and it lost. So we'll try it there, try it again, loss. So Alibaba is fading out to the downside. And there's Apple, like, get out when it goes, man. So there's a couple more outs there for Apple. Let's see if it wants to hold for it right now. We already looked at Tesla. We'll look at Google just real quickly. That's bouncing off that 318 level. But I don't know, man. The market trying to make up its mind here. We'll see where it goes from here. But I'm just going to stay long Apple and see if that continues to work.
If 3 minutes till we get this close of this bar on the NASDAQ, which I think is going to be a big one. If we close it green, I think it validates some of the long. The upward wick made me get into the two shorts that I was looking for underneath 210 on AMD. But here's VWAP again. Just want to see a rejection of open door at VWAP, which it looks like it's doing. We're going to go to Adara, however, at the desk for the first time today. I think we have no numbers, actually.
Chicago PMI soon. I will obviously go back closer to that number at 345. I do want to quickly mention here, we have some news with our friends at AIML. They are expanding their NeuroCloud's AI-enhanced ECG signal processing technology into the global veterinarian elite equine performance markets for the first time ever, with their max yield and cardio yield going to be integrated directly into the Equimetrix V Pro Clinical and then S Pro for performance. Those platforms, this actually strengthens AIML's commercial momentum and positions the company for multi-market growth. See you in like 2 minutes for Chicago PMI.
All right, thank you, Adara, for that.
My bad.
Yeah, definitely. You know, so we're going to go 1 and 1 so far, but Apple obviously is still pending on that one. Let's just go over and check out some AMD action right now. 208 and change. So, you know, that 210 we were thinking could possibly hold does not, though, for right now, and you know, downside potentially here for AMD. And then, you know, back to the other big guy here with Nvidia. They look like they're hovering right around that VWAP as well. So maybe we should just wait to see what the numbers bring us so far. But we do have Chicago PMI, as Adara just did mention. We're expecting 44.3. Here comes Apple. It's going to break, and it just did break back down below that 50 area. So we'll get out there on Apple, basically flat there, but you know, would take a loss on that last bit there as it just breaks lower. So yeah, you know, we tried a few of these names that we thought about earlier with Apple and Baba. We wrote down Baba 158 long, but I did actually. Okay, well, now it's coming in. I did actually like that 160 bid there, just, you know, day 2 of earnings. We didn't see it very successful yesterday. Thought there was a chance for it to get going a little bit here on day 2. So let's buy a little bit again, as we wanted that 158, which is the 200 period moving average. So let's put another bid down there, even lower, and see if we can catch a little bit of a falling knife here on Alibaba, and then use 157 or like a 158 break basically as our out there for Alibaba. And if that breaks, then we can get out and take another hit, unfortunately, on Baba and AAPL right there. But we're going to go long on that one. Good out, I guess, on Apple, because bye-bye, there it goes. So it's only 30 seconds to go. We'll go back over to Adara, then we'll come back and see what's going on with the PMI.
Chicago PMI here, we are expecting at 9:45 a.m. So again, in like 20 seconds, forecast 43.6, previous 43.8. So we are expecting a slight decline from the previous print. This is for the month of November. Seeing some numbers or some sources suggest we might get new home sales at 10, but kind of unlikely. So this could be the last economic data of the day. Chicago PMI 43.6 expected, 36.3 is the print I'm seeing. So if I get any more info on that, I'll let you know. But it looks like sharply lower here again. 43.6 was the estimate I was seeing. 36.3 does appear to be the print. If I get any more updates on that, I'll let you know. But again, looks like a lower than expected Chicago PMI as the market just keeps pushing higher. We're going to send you back to Neil and Sean. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Right.
Yeah, thank you very much there, Adara. Yeah, well, these oil numbers, not that it seems like no one ever cares about oil anymore. We should get inventories today at 10:30, but that's going to be about it for data. Whoa, big spike up there. Well, maybe it's not that big. There was a big spike for a second there in Apple that I just saw, but I'm still at this VWAP on AMD. We've essentially rinsed back and forth, hasn't broken 210, hasn't gone to 208, where I'm looking to take first fill. Yesterday's highs, well, the afternoon highs are going to be the out for me. And then just add in Open Door. Open Door got to VWAP and is starting to roll back over, but we don't want to completely ignore all of the names you guys are trying to mention in the chat. ASTS is moving. There's a KTTA, which is also making a power move. And of course, Robinhood. We literally started the day with Robinhood, and Robinhood's up 8%. So Robinhood making a big time bounce here. They made a deal with the Miami Exchange. Yeah, I said wait for the first 15 minutes on this, and apparently if you waited for the first 15 minutes, you were stuck chasing at absolute best. So Robinhood aiming for double digits, it seems like, today. Big time day for them. I haven't checked out, like, SoFi's probably having a good day as well, maybe on Sympathy. If it's not, I'd be concerned. And Webull, of course, another name. We don't know why Webull is moving, but it's also on the move.
Yeah, I think it's just with Robinhood there. Okay, so right here, we're just going to continue to watch for this market. I'm still in those same names, but the thing about that Tesla, like, again, we did this yesterday where it fell back in. We traded it to the long side and for eventually it catching that. And we had wrote down 420 today. So maybe we'll just let these things drip. And then when they break back through is then when we, look to execute against, the levels. So there it goes, man. 423 right back up for Tesla. Tesla went red on the day. So I don't know, but there it goes. Again, now downside for Tesla and now nothing but upside apparently now for that name. But yeah, okay, so there we go. Tesla, bye-bye. All right, Google. Google had that dip down into 318, same kind of a story, bouncing nicely off of that. Let's check out some names that are just a little bit more runny right now, like an SMR could go. That's only up that 1.23%, not going. Check out some of the quantum names like a Rigetti, see if there's anything going on there at all. No, if anything, red there on Rigetti. You looked a little bit at Open Door there. Nothing's really crossing my wire right now. I was actually going to look at Uber. I thought that there was a decent story today with WeRide opening up. Was it Mumbai or something? Another Dubai maybe. Yeah, it was just another market for them opening. Abu Dhabi, there we go. So another market opening up right there. So there we go for Uber. But again, like crashed back into $84 again. No breakout though. The market is trying to go here. Let's just trade the Qs maybe after all.
The market is so strong right now. So incredible, which is so weird because like I'm looking at AMD under VWAP. I'm looking at Nvidia testing $180 to the downside. I'm looking at Apple underneath the volume weighted average price. What the heck is so strong right now? Is it Microsoft? Nope. Is it Alphabet? Nope. So you guys tell me, why was the NASDAQ just pressing the high of the day? Oh, I have no idea. So again, really no clue. Gonna look for prior day high and just try to stick with target on AMD. So stick with what else? Just go back to regularly scheduled plannings. I didn't check Amazon, so maybe Amazon's having a good morning, but even that wouldn't explain it. Like Amazon's not big enough that they could push the market back into the highs. All right, somebody likes to buy Open Door in the 750s, it seems, obviously. I'm gonna take maybe another leg out here if I can get it. Where am I sitting? 59s, and see if we can't get this VWAP to the low of the day another time in here. So yeah, not sure why we're so strong. Maybe healthcare is strong today. Let's check out Oscar, and I'm sure. Yeah, Oscar wouldn't go yesterday. Like yesterday, everything. Yes. Yesterday was a really good day.
Like that Oscar.
But like the one trade that just didn't really work out was the Oscar long. It wouldn't fall through. You could have longs at one, but it just never followed through in the breakouts. And now it decides to be up 7.5%. Sometimes you look away, and to your own chagrin. Oscar at the 50 period, 200 period to 50 period. It just took 2 days instead of one.
Yeah, that's the fate of Ophelia over there with Oscar.
What?
Oh, you don't know about Taylor Swift? Yeah.
No,
Fate of Ophelia.
Yeah, it's Taylor Swift. I really.
It's one of the hottest songs right now.
Aaron hates Taylor Swift. And I don't even know where it comes from. It's not even.
That's too bad.
I didn't do it. She just doesn't like Taylor Swift.
That's crazy. She will very, very soon. Okay, so here we go. 277. So we're just long here on Apple. Like I'm going to take something out if we can get back up to 278 in change. So we'll wait to see if we can get something out right there. Go. See if we can get something there at 95s or so. Yes, there it is. So yes, sir. Okay, battling back, man. Here we go. Let's see if we can get going now on Alibaba. So we just sort of putting it on right now. Like we're trying to see if maybe we had, I don't know if we caught a bottom in any of these names or not, but we're just going to see where the upside is from here. Start putting some a little bit higher now as we're pretty much making everything back. This is the story of my life, man. It's like, this is what we do every single day. We're rocking until we're not, and then we put it right back on, and here we go again, man. Another out, upside there on Apple. If this market wants to go, this should be a strong name. I'm surprised Apple's not actually going higher than this. So little bit off-putting for Apple. Like I thought it would have even gone even more than where we would have been going, because this market right here, upside, nothing but upside, and it's like, I'm not seeing it in major cap names.
I'm not seeing it anywhere.
Right now, I'm going to find out where it is right now, though, Neil, because it looks like the financials right here is going boom, 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 boom. Not one red name here in the financials today. So there it goes. Nice upside play in financials. Google red, Meta red, CRM red, Cisco down, Broadcom. Some of these names are nicely cooking, but the healthcare space. So this is a space that's been super hot in NASDAQ weakness. But today, with a little bit of strength there in the NASDAQ, as the NASDAQ now up 0.6, you're seeing some pullback here in the space. We talked about how hot Merck's been, and especially Eli Lilly doesn't appear to be going anywhere right now. So Eli Lilly still staying pretty strong. But there's Nvidia. I mean, just the volume coming through here is very, very intense. It looks like anyways on Nvidia. So yeah, just the levels are just back and forth, back and forth. Look at the printing on this. So pretty good there. All right. Yeah. What goes up must come down. I mean, Apple.
Just when I thought that someone asked why short AMD at 210, because 210 was an over-under level for me. So I said the second I see it failing under 210, I want to be short, and I was willing to flip. As a matter of fact, I was staring it down, looking to see if there's any buyers above 210, but they're just not. There's no buyers forming above $210 yet. If anything, it's rolling back underneath. And the other thing I'm watching too is, because I have to watch Nvidia. Nvidia's starting to fail under VWAP as well. If that loses 180, then I just jump right back over to AMD underneath the 210 level. The other thing we did not get to was Bitcoin 88,000. So 88,000, plot a chart. Come on, you know it's a level. It rejected it. To me, it was a long into 88 yesterday and then a reverse. Not a very obvious parabolic move, but a very gentle, slow grind. If it gets to $50 on IBIT, that's roughly 88,000. I think it's almost exactly 88,000, to be honest with you. And I think that's a fade, but I've paid for locates in BM&R. And Amara are usually the two shorts that I go with. So we're at 87.3. If we get there, we didn't really talk crypto. It's crazy. We have an early start. So we get to you guys at 8 o'clock in the morning so we can get into more things. And we somehow managed not to go over Bitcoin and crypto.
Yeah, we did talk about crypto today. Well, some days it's just hot.
That's just how it is.
Yeah.
You talk about what you do, and Robinhood was a bigger story, so you kind of leave with that. But I am looking at that $88,000, $50 on IBIT if we were able to get there. So I'm still in open door. This is the one that just kind of keeps working. It failed under $8. Now it's underneath VWAP. So we'll hold on to this short, maybe look for something else. I'm not really finding anything that I'm in love with because that seller it's not distinct yet. It's a chop fest on AMD, but it's starting to form a couple of rejections on trend. Like if I get a third point here, I'll like it a little bit better instead of just kind of shorting VWAP. Every single time, because it's a very choppy morning. I'll wait for the 15-minute candle bar to close. We got 5 more minutes. I'll stick with open and IBIT, BM&R, and Mara. I just prefer shorting something that'll move more. BM&R and Mara tend to tank more than Bitcoin on a percentage basis. So if I see us reject 50, I want to go there.
Yeah, no, this has been quite a nice little drip down for some of the names that I'm looking at right now as Apple's this is Alibaba, but Apple's also at the lows. Like both these names looking to break lower. There goes Alibaba. We said we'd try 158. That was the level that we liked. So we didn't actually have, we had some 50s and then we just got some O's. So now you're starting to drip down here in Alibaba. So see ya on that trade. That's not going to be right. And then unfortunately, right now, like I said, maybe it's time to look in other spots, not tech, because here we go. Nice downside play happening right now for Apple as well. So downside push happening in these names. Alibaba really broke, so that long is not in right now, that's for sure. Alibaba getting lower. Did Tesla make a move back right now, perhaps? Yeah, so right back into that 420 area one more time. So puff, puff, pass on that one as Apple back into 420 again. Look, we're still waiting for, Tesla. We're still waiting for Apple to try to break through this 50 marker, but I don't know, man. I'm sitting here waiting with an offer to get a little bit out. But yeah, Apple right now, got to give it a little bit of time, I feel like, at these levels. But yeah, it's SoFi, Robinhood, we didn't really look at too much there early. Neil mentioned maybe double digits there. It does pull back a little bit on this market weakness, though. Right back into VWAP. So maybe that's a buy if you don't want to look at tech names. Take a look at Robinhood and then maybe at SoFi as well. Because as one goes, whoa, normally the other one goes. But I take that back as SoFi getting crushed right now to the downside. Looks like the shorts today were the play. Despite the market kind of being right where we opened, right now we are making new lows right now into the open session.
And one more for you.
25,200. I
did say I would look for Urban potentially for a long, but that did not challenge 80. Let the stock open up and do volume. No parabolic buying. Like you saw in the retailers yesterday, all kinds of parabolic buying. It's not happening for Urban Outfitters. It's still up 11%, but not really going. It needed to get above 80, and then I was going to be a little bit more excited for them. So, I mean, Bitcoin said 80,000. What do you mean 80,000? We're not going to 80,000 today, Neil. We're going to turn right here, right now, when you said you wanted to press even higher. Like, I say when it's breaking the highs, then I want to look for it to get to 50. The second it breaks the highs, it instantly fails and breaks the trend. And this is an all-morning trend line. So I'm going to look for a pop and fade, pretty much where I said I would in BMNR or Mara, one of the two. Mara's already broken down pretty heavily, so that'll give me the VWAP trade. And then BMNR, let's just see if we're able to catch this one because it's a little bit tighter to VWAP. So I want to make sure we're holding underneath this volume weighted average price. That KTTA is halted again. This would be 4 halts for anyone trading. I can't even, I'm not going to pronounce that name.
ATTA?
No, the actual name of the company, I have no clue. But this is now 4 halts to the upside on good volume. It's actually 11 million shares worth of volume, so it's seemingly tradable, and it just broke the dollar. So maybe this has some serious legs to it, just being over the dollar break. Again, traded with caution, but it's done 11 million shares. A couple times we'll bring you a symbol like this, and the volume is trash, and I say I would stay away from it. This is actually pretty good.
Okay, you know, you just talked about iBit a little bit there. Coinbase we could look at. You know, we talked about Klarna earlier as well. There today, just wondering like why this name's not going. And then of course today it's up 3%. So there goes Klarna. We said like, you know, possible stronger retail side right now, you know, could be a play there. KLAR, Klarna, and you know, looking at a firm maybe as well. I mean, look at Lululemon. Let's go, man. That's going to be awesome. Right there, up another 3% for Lulu. So we're in the money now on that trade finally. So good one there for Lululemon as that's trying to you know, battle higher there. I think Walmart is probably set up. It looks like Apple's going to break 277 by the way right now. So that's going to be an out soon after that break. But there's Walmart back up to 108. I was actually thinking the same type of thing when you've hung around on a stock like Walmart for this long, and there goes Apple, this long, and only to make new highs. I think this goes higher. Like I really do. I really like Walmart down here. So there's Apple. Like again, we tried to buy some of these dips, just did not work out today. So maybe try to catch it back on the way back up. I mean, these futures right now are bleeding down to the downside. If anything, being underneath VWAP right now for the futures is a problem. So there we go. It's still dripping lower and lower and lower. So I don't want this market to turn red, do we? We still have this. Well, we're still above 25,000, so we were talking about that as a key level for a while. Now we open the day above it, so let's wait to see what winds up happening there with Apple. Maybe, sorry, with the NASDAQ. We have new home sales coming.
Maybe we are getting that number. Yeah, we've just heard in our ears that potentially, we don't know if we're getting the new home. We don't know if we're getting that number. That being said, if it does happen now, I got to be watching out for Open Door with that number. Let's go to Adara for happening now.
I have not seen a number, nor if I hear or see anything, I'll let you guys know. But yeah, it's not showing up on this Trading Economics one. If I see anything, I'll keep you guys posted. But a lot of the sources I was looking at didn't have it anyway, so it was always kind of a question mark, and that has kind of been the case a little bit too. With regards, or I guess since what happened with the economic shutdown impacting the data. Interesting look here for the S&P 500. Big green candle to start the day in the 15-minute candle, even larger red candle to follow it up there. Let's take a look here at the NASDAQ, which is just continuing to push a little bit lower again. We did have some economic data this morning. Chicago PMI coming out quite a bit lower than expected, and we had some initial jobless claims this morning too. Google on watch here once again, along with Nvidia, OGL. We know that these TPUs from Google have been in the spotlight even more since we had reports from the information suggesting that Meta was in talks for a Google TPU deal. Right now, we actually have some analysts saying that Google could be taking over here for over Nvidia, though again, Google also more cost effective, and Nvidia, as the company said themselves, has been in the game for a lot longer, and they're generational in terms of what they can do. Let's talk Dell. One of many earnings names on watch today, including ADSK, HPQ, DE, and Li Auto. Dell reporting mixed earnings for the quarter. Sales missed, but EPS beat. Q4 guidance, though, better than expected. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics, OGEN. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Orgenex is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Adara.
Thank you, Adara. And of course, we don't get that number. See, I was with Adara. It was another source I checked, and we weren't necessarily expecting that new home sales. But you got to pay attention just in case you get a bit of a surprise. So Opendoor didn't do anything, thankfully. But we got BMNR at 63 as a price. I want to see if it's 30. That's the big level. I mean, obviously you can tell on BMNR it held 30 in the afternoon. Don't need that trend line anymore. So it held 30 in the afternoon. So I want to maintain the short into 29 at least. Open's still looking the same, but you're catching a bid here in Nvidia. So with that heading back up to retest 180, I'm kind of bring myself back over to AMD. Will it fail that 210 level again? So if it fails 210 and maintains this bit of a downward, it's kind of a downward trend, a couple of points here, then I think it can be a re-enter the short. But it plays both directions, right? Like if we break out from here, like take out this 210, break this trend line, got to be willing to go both directions. So right now I'm kind of staring down AMD. If we can break out that 210, break this little trend line, I want to go long. If it fails it, under VWAP, I look for the shorts, as we are going to talk about something important, Sean.
Yeah, we have AIML, because your heart will beat 100,000 times today. And every beat, of course, is a data point. AIML Innovations listed on the CSE as AIML. And if you're talking about OTC markets, it's AIMLF. This turns the data into potentially life-saving insights with a max yield, an AI engine that filters noise, labels each heartbeat and with lab-grade precision, and shrinks ECG analysis from days to minutes. Their mission, of course, to revolutionize how heart disease is detected, monitored, and prevented. I want you to go to AIML.health and follow AIML_innovation over on something called X. So go check those out, guys. AIML, of course, right now. So, all right, just trying to look at these low ticks here, just not only on the futures, but also on Apple. They were so strong. We heard that report them about, taking back the market share. We're just long here at 277, trying to see if we can somehow hold some of these lows. And I'm not trying to be stubborn with the stock. It's down into this area. So we were too long early for sure, but that's fine. I mean, that happens all the time. We had written down 276, so we're not even really into the lows that we were sort of thinking about previously. So here we come back in for Apple. Basically, let's just see if it wants to hold in and around these lows. And then we'll look at that 276 area, which was the one that we had in our mind in the first place. So, but right now, definitely not holding out here is Apple. And if anything, it's trying to go the other way all day with no real bumps, right? We had a little bit early. It started to go again right there. And right now we resume regularly scheduled programming on the downside. So the strong names today, we saw Robinhood, that was upside. They're still holding above VWAP, but trying to hover right now around said VWAP there. And then another strong name today was Klarna, so we could check back on maybe Affirm as some of those names go. And then, of course, Affirm down. And then Webull.
Webull caught a bit.
Yeah, a little bit there. Webull down, basically down from open, but caught a bit around that 9-10 area, but still doing this. So not a whole heck of a lot happening here for Webull at the moment. But okay, let's go back over. Is that Randy? Did Randy just say if we wanted a coffee? Sure, Randy, we'll take a coffee. Might as well. Thanks, Randy, for thanks. What? Well, look, Randy, yesterday I tried to have you host, and we saw how disastrous that went. They didn't even, because they didn't have my mic hooked up there. It was a disaster yesterday. So, for us it was fine. Yes, sir, coffee would be great. All right, Adara back at the desk.
Yeah, take a look here, guys, at Roblox, RBLX. I do have a note coming here from Barron's calling this one a long idea, saying that Roblox, quote, isn't playing games, that the stock could actually jump 50%. So Barron's here saying that Roblox could jump 50%. Good look here, RBLX. We send you back to Sean and Neil.
I mean, there's some at least strength in the market because
could go
we're not seeing what we want to. If you're looking bullish side on the NASDAQ, it's The second 15-minute candle is currently rejecting the volume weighted average price after we rejected the overnight high break. So, still looking pretty weak, although I was mentioning, AMD is really testing that trend line. It's not 3 points, it's only a couple. So it doesn't really confirm a huge trend. It's not like I said, it's not like to me, an A trend gives me on a 3-minute or 15-minute, at least 3 points of contact. Really, it's just trying to break that one. But if it's above 210, that was my over-under level. So I will look for a reversal on AMD. It just can't seem to make up its mind. It gets to 210, kind of rejects, still no real strength. BM&R was still in that one. I'll quickly show you here. And it was a good suggestion in the chat, which I will try to do my best. Our charts just auto-scale. If I auto-scale it, when I open a new chart, it actually has everything to the right. But I'll try to leave a gap so you can see a little bit better. It just makes a lot of sense. But I'm still in BM&R underneath the volume weighted average price, and Open Door is still trending down, at least for now. So AMD trying to catch a bid, as Nvidia is also trying to challenge the 180 level. If they can both go green, maybe that's what gets this NASDAQ through the volume weighted average price. And when I say green, I just mean since the open. Obviously, AMD is up 2% today.
Yeah, we're finally starting to get it. It's been obviously a rough day for us here, but we will just continue to monitor trades and see if we can pick some up. And right here, there goes Apple, right here to the upside as well. So finally, trying to catch a little bit of a bid. But remember, I'm still thinking that, VWAP, I'm thinking higher than VWAP, but that would be basically $1. Not basically, it'd be 80 cents. But, if we can get some more out, we'll put a little bit of a trade there. And I don't, right now it's even pulling back in, so I don't know. But 277, 60s, let's go to 50 again there and see if we can get something out one more time at 50s. Maybe that'll happen. And then we'll start looking over here, 70s and here it comes, 70s and whatnot for Apple. And then we'll just let the rest ride, man. And hopefully we can get back to some of that upside love now for Apple, buying those dips. We're now 60 cents in the money and making a little bit back there. Yeah, I see some people in the chat, Oscar. Look, man, I pulled the trigger on this at $14.75. And I remember that price exactly because it was a nice even dollar fill. And it wasn't the even penny fill. It wasn't the exact lows. It was not even close to that. It was just looking at basically a break in and around here. So that's why we looked at that price. But there it was right there. That's $14.75. So that break right there back to the upside for Oscar gets us in. So we'll wait to see if that's part of the play there. Oscar, nice move up to $18 again, trying to get going. So that's going to be a good one. In my longer term portfolio, I really do believe in Oscar and that company. But here we go, upside again. We just missed, that was 72 is where we went to. I'm at 75. So we'll stay there for Apple. Maybe we get that 75 fill eventually. But right now, it's Apple's world for me because it's the only name I'm in. So we continue to watch out for that. Come on, let's go, man. I'm at 75s. Do we switch it a little bit there? Well, we just bounced off of 60s. We can go, let's go into the 60s there. Let's go high 50s, see if we can get a piece out, and then we'll put that back into the 70s. Split up our order just to catch some liquidity in case it does that bounce around again. So we have too many shares just to be messing around with this, and I'm actually starting to think maybe of getting some more out, getting almost all of it out right now. Nice aggressive move up. As it's been a bath, man. We both, whatever. It took a little bit of a bloodbath there on Apple. So now we'll wait to see where it goes from here. But yeah, P&L wise today, Apple not the gem that I thought it would be. And then Alibaba, we tried to catch that. Alibaba's actually is fine. We didn't do too much work on this. We thought that 158 would be a good long, so that was the test there. That came in and broke. We actually made a little bit of money early on Alibaba, and then even there again, but then it broke. So buy 158, 50s, then break. So down on Alibaba and trying to make a little bit back here on Apple. Let's see where it goes.
And speaking of trying to get back, AMD tried to get back above 211. It rejected it. So we had the punch at 10s, actually got underneath 10s, but it only got to the opening range high and rejected. It's the exact same thing that Google did on a almost identical setup yesterday. No need to go over it, but it was this early trend break that held VWAP, got to first resistance and failed. And when it broke back under, I didn't reverse. So if we break back under VWAP, I will be willing to reverse this one. So as far as I'm concerned, it needs to now start holding above 211, make some higher lows to join back in on the trend line. As AMD, it's strong. This is where this is where the chips had been leading. But Nvidia, as I pull over Nvidia so you guys can see, like Nvidia gets to VWAP and is starting to fail. And I just don't see one going without the other. They've been moving lockstep. So I want to see this get through VWAP, or at least shows me some higher lows that we can dig into on advanced micro devices. Thank you very much, Randy. Appreciate it. Ashik in the chat just said, where is SMR going? Hopefully higher, but it's not right now. It's at the low of the day. So all I can tell you is, well, if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place it can go, but it's at the low attempting to break. And the low a couple of days ago was about 17 bucks. So I would say if you lose the bottom, all you got for support is 17 here on SMR, as it's starting to look very, very nasty for them. There's a big time level, I think at 13 bucks on this stock, because that's where I was buying. It was like $13 on SMR if it loses this 17. Thank you for the super chat. Dell and Baba, any analysis? I know Sean is looking at Alibaba. I've not looked at Dell. I don't like Dell because the margins aren't that good enough. I mean, it's fine. I mean, they're better than SMCI, right? They have better margins than SMCI, more profitable. But this is one bouncing off the 200 that doesn't really get me jazzed up whatsoever. That said, let's be real. They just reported, and if you are looking at them, they are probably the best in their particular space. And that's a solid rounded bottom breakout. The problem you got going is, where's the follow through? The solid breakout through 129. Right back in. It's going to hold out here, but until you start making higher highs, seems like the profit takers came into this one pretty quick. Just like everything else, nothing's really sustaining that bounce to take the next level to the upside. Until that happens, I can't be bullish, and I put a pass on them. The only time I speak positively is if you're comparing them to SMCI. Anytime someone wants to buy SMCI, I'm like, oh, you should probably just buy Dell instead.
I mean, someone's got to get the servers for all
low margin
these GPUs.
business.
Wow. Okay, guys, here we go, man. It's Lululemon time, baby. You guys have been, we've been on this name for a minute, and buying this name in the mid 160s, and finally starting to go back up to the upside here as Christmas time is upon us, and hopefully Lululemon gets some sales popping off through then, and there it goes, man. And their report is next week. I could see Lululemon making that 15 or 20% move higher next week on earnings. I mean, we just seen Urban Outfitters, AEO, ANF, all these names starting to blast higher there on retail, and obviously they're getting some love in this space as well, and that's because of nothing that they've done. So we just wait, and I think if you're getting excited about this name and you do have like a larger position on Lululemon, this might be a good spot to trim, especially if you've been dip buying where we've been saying down into here, because, again, they could really put up a stinker, and then all of a sudden you're way back in, and if not a lot lower. So that's why I'm saying, depending on the size of your position, you may want to look here at Lululemon, even today up another 3%. So it's cooking right now though. So get an offer, take advantage of the liquidity, and maybe step out here on Lulu just a little bit. I'm going to take this 40, some out at 40 anyways, as I'm waiting at 58s still, which is where this 200 period is, and it's just, 50 period, and it's just not coming in right now. So we have 50 period is purple right now. We all trying to use the same indicators as far as coloring goes. So this pink is 50 period, green is the 200, and this bluish, purplish, I'm not sure how it shows up on your screens over there, but that is VWAP. And then I have a 21 period moving average that I'm just kind of like messing around with to see if that does anything. So that's what I'm looking at there.
I only have VWAP on mine though.
Okay, and then there's a good out, but the VWAP, of course, will be that bluish color on yours, I guess, as well. So there it is, man, 277.40 as we go.
I just have the default red on VWAP.
Well, Brendan wants us to change them all to the same. So it's more universal. But anyways, we do get questions about that. So there we go. But all right, what's going down now? The market
Open just hit the low. Well, not the market. Open Door just hit the low of the day. I'm not going to flush the market when it's up a third and it's still a VWAP in here. But Open was waiting for the next fill at the low. So we were able to get that. Now we'll look for a refill. I thought we might get this consolidation again at 70s. Like sometimes you just rather join sellers than sell at a line in a chart. So in this particular case, it happened to be right around and just above VWAP. But this time it rejected the volume weighted average price. So Open's under $8, which I like. Meta just spiked higher. Someone's saying, well, forget about Meta for a second.
Yeah.
because AMD just held that 210 a second time. So it does not reverse. I said I was willing to reverse if it broke that trend, but it's holding the trend line here on AMD. So come on, close this, holding 210 so this doesn't end up back in the short. I always prefer stocks to go up as opposed to down, and this is absolutely challenging this trend line. But it's not giving me a reason to get back in. There's a clean, distinct, you could see the buying really stepping into this when it broke through VWAP the first time. I'm not seeing the same thing as it retests that trend. But what I do like about this comment on Meta here is Meta is showing strength. Meta is starting to break out. You need a couple of these names to do it. If Nvidia is not going to get through VWAP, I don't know if Apple is Apple through VWAP yet?
No, Apple's down.
If it's not going to, then Meta going green can be something that
Apple
can
ain't doing
possibly
much.
take the market a little bit higher. So yeah, I'm looking for something to get us to the upside, but I'm still sticking with AMD as a trade. The trade I'm looking for next. Hopefully that didn't break.
No, I'd hope it wouldn't as well. And Nvidia, like, oh man, it got to that 182. Now it's underneath 178. I mean, I wrote down, well, it's underneath 180, sorry. Looking at 178 now for NVDA. I don't know, like, that's the 200 period. It's held it all morning here. And, well, not all morning, it only came once, but that would be something there. 178 are those bottom wicks right now. But it's pretty, like, I don't know, like, it's pretty like stink face at this market right now. It's not doing like a whole hell of a lot right now. If anything, the pressure seems lower. So yeah, that kind of sucks for right now. Looking at IBIT is 87,000. So again, like, all right, just bouncing between the 200 now and VWAP and back and forth and highs and lows there for IBIT. So, you know, you're looking at ETHA and Bitminer there, BMNR, you know, another look coming through here. If anything, looks like Ethereum is going to be a little bit stronger than BTC. So that's looking like it wants to go back up to the upside. I mean, I'm just trying to check out Oracle. I mean, congratulations, bang, bang.
Oh my God.
On Oracle, as that's now broken through 200. And this is the one name that I was like really looking at pretty hard there and just was not confident in like the market reloading itself, because this name right there back in, we just seen some levels right there that when we got that sort of blowout bottom there at 180, you know, if Oracle could come back to 190, and we were just there yesterday, so it's not, I wasn't looking hard at it for a long time, but just this is a decent level on a monster name that serves a purpose. You know, like I said, if we're still in the early season of data and these build-outs, these data center build-outs and AI, and I don't think we're early in it, but Oracle getting hit on the spend, and just like Meta has been as well, and you saw
I think we're early.
The difference there between Meta and Oracle. I mean, Oracle not really getting the bounce that Meta's getting, but you know, like we keep talking about, Meta versus Oracle, a little different story, but it's about the spend there. And right here, JP Morgan only up now 1% on the day. My Alibaba is still hovering around the level that I talked about, 158. So this is giving me some kind of feels as well of a possible long if the market gets going here on Alibaba. So we are going to be red on that stock today, but you know, well within the pocket and well spotted if we break higher. I mean, what about a 158.50 long on that? Like, we could look back here and Alibaba's back up to, you know, 160, 162 again, real quick. So let's wait to see if that can break. 158.50 maybe here for Alibaba, not horrible if we break to the long side. Maybe we get Apple, man. Maybe we get Apple. I don't know. I'm still waiting at 58. Let's see if we can grab that trade. Hopefully the answer to that one is resounding yes. All right, I did hear a call for Adara. Andre? Yes, he says. So let's go over to Adara.
Small cap time, though, at least one of these is actually not necessarily the smallest of market caps. We'll get to that in a minute. Let's start, though, with Petco Health and Wellness, which is a small cap, just over $1 billion market cap. And they had earnings today, guys. Posted a surprise profit, even though sales did miss estimates. Not Petco. The P is not in the ticker. The company's Petco ticker is WOOF or WOOF. WOOF does have a short float here of 13%. Let's talk about SciSpark, SPRC, by far the smallest market cap of this group today. $5 million market cap, roughly 1.6 million share float. And they're going to be acquiring a treasury of patents for innovative medical endoscopy systems. Last but not least, this is the one that's not really a small cap here, Urban Outfitters, URBN, market cap around $7 billion, just below that. They did have a double beat today in earnings, and I think they're going to be interesting to watch, guys, too, because if you didn't know, they have a 17% short float. So URBN, WOOF, and SPRC on watch today. But before we send you back, I found something crazy. I'm digging into exchanges, and I stumbled across BTCC. Top 30 globally. But here's the wild part, BTCC has never been hacked. While major exchanges keep getting wrecked, BTCC stays untouched. Zero KYC if you're in the US, Canada, or Europe. And through Trader TV, you get 100 USDT coupons for registering, plus a 15% bonus thing that covers losses up to 15K USDT. Seriously, what am I missing here? Scan that QR code for more info. Back to you.
Oh my God, scan that QR code immediately, guys.
Okay.
What are you even doing not scanning that QR code at this point?
That wake you up right quick.
Hello.
Urban's trying to break that 80, by the way. The other thing that's also happening is apparently Beyond Meat decides that it doesn't want to be a penny stock anymore. So every time it does this, I pay for locates to look for the trend. I'm not shorting a dollar. I'm not going to short a dollar. I'm also going to not sneeze right now. But I'm looking for 105 or 110. Like some of these highs is what I would look for on Beyond Meat. Up 18% for no apparent reason. It doesn't have to have a reason. They're going out of whatever. I shouldn't say they're going out of business. They could always restructure. It could work out for them. I don't believe it.
Yeah, I hope everything.
I wish them the best.
Yeah, I hope everything works out over there. We wish everybody the best at all times, and happy Thanksgiving to all. But we hit this because this means new position. So I'm into Tesla right now. Let's see. You know, we made this kind of a trade yesterday, and it absolutely skyrocketed, but we had to have the market with us. But this is well within the risk now of these lows potentially holding. I don't know if they're going to. We just got another piece out right here on Apple. By the way, we get our 58s on Apple, but I took some 40s, 50s, and then 58s. So we just lowered the amount we got at 58, which sucks because we would have got them anyways. So we're going to look to see if VWAP can break. But for right now, it's Tesla. I am willing to buy some more 417s down here because we don't have a completely full position yet. And we want to get closer to the lows before we put on anything, you know, completely serious here. So we have about half a unit or so on Tesla right now, but well looking for that 420 again. So I think that the risk to reward here is about 1-to-1 up to 420, because if we break this 417, then that will get us, you know, kind of where we're thinking as a stop. So we'll wait to see on Tesla right now. Look, I mean, it could go $1 or whatever. We'll take one piece out at 419.50 because that's the 50 period, and then we'll try to hold the majority for 420.50. So that's the play right now, but it's not looking like we're close to any of those levels. But $1 higher is the first target spot there for Tesla.
Whatever you might be trading, be it AMD, be it Tesla, being Oscar, which is flying, you want to have enough capital. Why? Because if you don't have enough, then it might not feel like your trades are worthwhile. And Trade the Pool is transforming how stock traders can access the markets. Because with the limited risk trading model, you use funded capital. That allows Trade the Pool to absorb the downside. You get to focus on what matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. And right now, everybody, Trade the Pool's Black Friday deal is on, and you get 15% off on all evaluation accounts automatically at checkout. So when you hit the profit target, keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com. or scan the QR code in front of you to get a discount. Shout out to them. And, we got a super chat in there I just saw. And you mentioned trendline. I'm literally staring down a trendline break on AMD. Can we throw up, thank you very much, because I don't want to move off it. Apple broke the 3-minute trend with hitting VWAP.
Broke it?
Broke the 3-minute trend with hitting. Yeah,
definitely broke trends.
So it broke trend while at VWAP. Okay, let me see what you're saying here. It's not at VWAP, but it is breaking the trend line. So yeah, that is a trend break, but I'm looking at AMD right now. 100% that is a trend break. But AMD is holding on to this trend without breaking down. Whoops, so now I had to redraw that line. You got to save it every time, Neil. That's so annoying. But this is holding the trend line, which I do like to the upside. We're just in the long the last time through, and this is attempted to close underneath. It broke, but didn't close underneath. So it might have trapped some people short, and if it can close back above, then I remain bullish on AMD, at least in the temporary. Is this finding its way? Stronger than Nvidia, 3% or 2.5 to 1.2%, so this one's gonna stay in my focus at least for now.
All right. What's up, Joe? Hope you're doing well over there, my guy. There goes Tesla. So, you know, we interrupted with this. And then now it goes, man. There's 420 coming into play again for Tesla. So we're happy with that one, man. We got to say, I told you, you are a mini me, Joe. So Joe has the exact same entry as me, but pretty much. So, Joe, man. Chill on that one, man. Leave the trades for me, my guy. But there we go, man. Neil, it is $1.70 now in the money as we go. Here we go, baby. It's Tesla time. Right there to the upside goes Tesla. So not just getting excited during ad reads here, getting excited during trading as well as Apple right back up to 277. So we've almost got $278. Sorry, we're long at 277. We've almost got $1 here, and we just got some more out at 278. So it's a nice little rebound. But, you know, the reason why we're getting out, the market also hitting VWAP right now. So now that I see that, you know, let's put another, okay, I'm just going to punch a little lower there. We just punched out a little bit more of Apple there. I'm still sitting at 85 as well. So we'll punch out some 75s, wait for some more 85s. And then honestly, like, we only got out of 20% here. I'm going to get out of another 10%. We'll get out of a third. There we go. We'll get out of 30% of Tesla right now, and just wait for it because the market just hit VWAP. We want to take advantage of that move, and you know we'll put on these trades for you back and forth. As I was saying, obviously it hasn't been a great day so far, but you guys want to be able to make your own calls. You know, like if 420 was your out right there, and why not? I mean, 420's been a great level that we've seen, you know, and it's traded a lot more, obviously in the last week and a half, a lot under 20 rather than over. So depending on, again, your trade style, like that's that and that. So now I'm just waiting to see if it can extend up, but not a horrible out there where we are right now, which we're at 420. So if you're excited for this long and you're in it with me, congratulations, first of all. It's going to be the big, I think so far the biggest trade, obviously, for me here. But we'll wait on a breakout now. But if this is a level for anybody else out there, and we don't give financial advice, we just give trades that we're in, that's just a key level there at 420, and wouldn't surprise me if we fall off of that. So, you know, good look there at the lows, but decent out there at 420 as well. So far, so good there, but everyone's in this. All right, so yeah, you guys are in this with me, so let's go upside on Tesla. Hope some of you are in Open Door and BMNR as well, because those stocks moving around today. But that's what I'm looking at, and just hoping that Apple is where I have all my shares right now. Apple trying to go, and we've done really well getting out of Apple, but we had to chase it for a couple minutes in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, the BMNR is actually oddly enough just like the market. Fail break of the high, holding underneath 30. I'm still, look, I'll scalp it underneath, but I'm holding the second half of the trade for 29. And all it's done, it's given me the low once. I did not reload. Now we're just trying to get the breakthrough of the low. I want the same range that we traveled in the afternoon yesterday. And Open Door, look, Open Door, I haven't had a reload in a bit. And we got it at VWAP finally. So I was trading it at the open, unintended, on the first bounce. First time was able to get VWAP again. If it breaks out above volume weighted average price, I'll just jump out of it. Again, looking for the low of the day. It's been trending down, so has been holding pretty well. But look, if you're not paying attention to Alphabet, what we've been seeing is Alphabet drops, Nvidia, AMD go up. So Alphabet just broke the low of the day. Well, it broke the low of the day a couple of minutes ago, and it's trying to bounce back through yesterday's and the open range lows. So if this catches a bid, it does lead me. I said if that catches a bid, then I think these other two, meaning AMD and Nvidia, can head back into the downside. And this is trying to break trend. It just does not want to do it. So simultaneously, Google at lows, Nvidia underneath 180, AMD trying to break that trend line. So if I don't get into Beyond Meat cratering, I still feel as if the AMD trend break, which has not happened yet, is going to be my next trading opportunity. I believe we just got crude oil numbers, although I didn't hear them in my ear. I saw Darwin just put them in the chat. If you happen to be trading some energy, I'm not really, it's been a minute since I think the inventory numbers have been too big of a deal, but in a general sense, I actually do really like energy here. Considering picking up more. I have Chevron and Enbridge pretty much, but Chevron's a name that I'm looking to add to. Just haven't quite pulled the trigger. I want to see a few things on its daily chart, which we'll get to in a bit. But yeah, AMD is going to be the next trade for me. Urban Outfitters, unfortunately, did not do enough to warrant the long today, like the rest of those. Obviously, banger longs that you would have seen in Abercrombie, and it was KSS. So no trades there for me, unfortunately. Oh, there goes open. So the third time, technically it's a second trade, but really like that's one entry, in my opinion, one entry to the low, and then another one in here to get out. But then the third time it ran VWAP. But it hasn't closed above VWAP, so I can always jump back into the trade if I happen to like it. Open Door has been good for off this level for a couple of times. So I'll give it a chance to shake out and close back under, and then I'll jump back in the trade. But I'm always going to adhere to my stops. That way you manage those losses, stay disciplined, all that kind of good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, without losses, you're definitely not disciplined. So you got to stay in those. But here we go, man. Talk about discipline. Now it's $2, Joseph. Yeah, great minds think alike. That one, Joseph. So nice move higher. I don't know if you're out or not, but here we go. Right into VWAP. So we do take an out there. So again, another out there on Tesla. I still have, how many shares do we have? About 2/3 left. Let's call it 60% left there on Tesla. Because those were good. Like we talked about that being an out, then that being an out, then we got a little sloppy in there and took too many outs. But basically each one of these about 10%, right? With a little bit more there than inside here. So, that's just what we're trying to do. Hold for a little bit longer. Try to do like 10% outs every once in a while on these plays. I'm still looking at Alibaba breaking that 158.50. It just almost broke. Like it almost broke. Like I was going to go long on that break, so it's kind of good that that didn't happen right there because now we would be outside. So we'll refresh and relook at that because that came really close. Looks like it might have been the short. I don't want to just be caught with rose-colored glasses only looking one way on some of these names. So yeah, we'll cancel that trade, but that is not a horrible spot to go long, I think, on Alibaba. I mean, it's, good bottom. We had written down 158 as the long, and right now you have sort of, some sort of confluence there between the 21 period and the 50 period. So we do have something there in Alibaba as a potential long candidate down at 158. So we can retry that long if it does come in, but catching them on, as we keep saying, like as a knife is very, very difficult sometimes and hard to withstand some of the hits you can get when you do things like that. So we'll wait for it. Alibaba on the lookout there at 158.50. Looks like it's going to go. I'll probably look back and think I should take that. Tesla's really starting to go now, so that's going to be a good one. If you're talking about a VWAP break at any time, there's Palantir, 165. I'm still waiting for 175. I'm going to put an offer out here just in case it happens intraday or something, but 175, that'd be great if that happens today. I want to get some more out of my Palantir position. If we can, at 175. So there it is, breaking higher right now through VWAP, through the 200 period moving average. And maybe if I don't look at Tesla, it will continue to go higher. Haha, too bad I'm looking. Right now it's 421. So let's get another piece out right there. We get a 421 out. So there goes Tesla, booming back up to the upside. And this is exactly what we said we would do. Even when this was coming in, thank you, Joe. Even as this was coming in, it was a stock that we talked about. I said the stop is at that 417. So that's $1.35 with a stop, and now almost $3 in the money. So 2.5 to 1 at this level, and we just got out of another. That was about 5% or so. So we have about 55% left on this Tesla trade, and it's cooking right now. So let's see how far we can go upside on Tesla. And then Apple would be really nice to join this party as well. So far, so good here as the market breaking higher.
Yeah, market's breaking higher. We just broke through the high, almost broke through the high of the day here on AMD. I'm not taking a high break. It has to close the candle above the high or give me the trend break and we get in. Beyond Me, we have looked at, I see you in the chat, Gmo, and a few other people mentioning this name. I get it, it's moving, but it just lost the $1 level. I was thinking a little bit closer to 105 would be a top, or maybe even 110. But if it wants to fail here, that is also fair enough. I don't care about VWAP on a stock like this because I think the $1 level is going to matter a heck of a lot more. If it closes a 3-minute under 1 minute, then I'll take a shot where it lies. Otherwise, I wait for $1.10. I paid for locates. They were obviously very cheap here at Real Trading, so not everybody can short this name. I understand that. But more or less almost every single name is going to be free shorts for us. So the only other name that I have not traded that was part of the plan was going to be Urban Outfitters. And Urban, unlike the other retail names yesterday, has not really broken out. But it was $80 that needed to break. When I said it wasn't getting close, it actually got to 79. Just no breakout yet. I still believe that if you get the high break here, it can go. It just hasn't wanted to do it at any point. And yeah, that's the over-under for me. I'm not shorting this in front of it. I'm only looking one direction on Urban. If it's not a squeeze, then I'm not interested in that retail name. So it's beyond me, just sticking with the plan of action, looking for a possible every single time this tries to hold underneath the trend line, it just does not break down on AMD. So again, patience, right? Like allow it to set up. I don't want to just short into this thing on the way up and then have to hold it against me. I want this to show me it's made a top, breaks trend, and then get in. Now that's part of being a little bit patient with it here on Advanced Market Devices. And yes, Mike Peter Ryder, Hood is absolutely on the move. Good story today with them making a deal with the Miami Exchange, picking up 90% of their derivative business. And MIX was up a little bit, Hood up a lot, but can't get through the morning highs. Your best bet was literally 930 something. I think you could have taken out at the top.
All right, new position alert, and it was just a small one. And it's because I was like, I'm not super convinced of this, but there's a new position alert. It's Alibaba. We did talk about taking that 158.50, so let's see. I'm going to protect it down into 158. So if we do come back in, I do want to go long on the level that we had put on the note. So 158 long there for Alibaba, and then just a quick out happening for Apple. It's almost going to be what's for lunch. This day's gone by quite fast here so far. So thank everybody for watching and paying attention to what we're doing here, and for absolutely for free. And if you guys are joining us late, thank you for joining us. But remember, we are now starting at 8 o'clock now. So I need you guys to start hitting the like button. We have Kevin O'Leary coming on next week as well. So that should be a lot of fun for everybody. Here's the stream right here. And only 934 Monday, right? Likes. I believe it's Monday, yeah. So get those likes going now. Only 7,700 watching. So a little light on the watch right now. But let's get that going. If one of every 10 of you can hit that like button, we get to 1.5. So let's get that at least above 1,000 here, whether or not you're winning or losing today. I know it's been a losing day on the desk, but hopefully you guys can continue to keep pumping it up for us, man, and get us some names in the chat and let us know what you guys are looking at. That is for sure. There's John Deere right there. So this is the one that's standing out to me. They're taking like a 1.2 billion pre-tax tariff hit. So that's not a great look for John Deere as they've come back in just a little bit there today. So maybe some work to be done on that chart at some point, and maybe we can look at it right after I'm done this. But this is sort of where the red is today. And I mean, it's a good day so far for the NASDAQ, but like if Google ever turned itself around, I mean, again, yesterday's darling, it's sort of changing around. We've seen Oracle get beat up. Now they're up 5%. Microsoft similarly. People asking us when moon Microsoft. Well, up 1.5 today. So that could be it. ServiceNow still down. CRM can't get out of its own way. Palo Alto down. CrowdStrike down. Like Fortinet down. Datadog down. All these names down on Zscaler weakness. So, there is some strength in the market. You just got to find it. And it doesn't necessarily mean that it's in major cap names. I mean, obviously, we've got Tesla for the ride. That's $2 plus in the money now. Apple was $1, but now just 30 cents. And then Google, which we just indicated for you, like what? There's 318 bouncing again. And this was the level from yesterday. So, if there's going to be some sort of a hold on this, it basically has to happen right now. So it looks like it's trying to do that. We would have got stopped out. I don't want to say wicked out, but we would have got stopped out trying to hold against 317, and then I'd be mad when it went to 319. So let's just be a little more patient with Google, especially if this market falls down. We're already long Tesla, Baba, and Apple. So I don't think we need to be long Google right now. I think the market feels weak to me. in and around here, maybe a short on the TQs, but that means I got to get out of my Apple and everything. So we have to make a decision at some point coming up whether we like the long or the short to mesh with what positions we currently have on. A little bit of a dip down in Tesla. We'll take advantage and see if we can get a 420 print now, but here comes the market coming back in. These stocks, man, they go down so quickly and it takes a minute to go back up. So let's be careful with what we're doing here position-wise.
And oh, here we go. Breaking news. Oracle shares jump as analysts argue bearish fears are overdone. Also, hit the like and subscribe. Oh, so the analysts that were all over Oracle before are like, no, you can't go down forever. You've got to go up. Oh, of course, they rejected the 200 period almost exactly. Obviously, it would go exactly to the 200 period moving average, catch a right turn or a U-turn this morning. This needs to break 210. That's obvious. There's better names out there, I think, than Oracle. But, you know, for a relief rally, if that gets through 210, I think that's fantastic. I don't know how much, like, really? Like, the analysts that love... Anyways, fair enough. Like, there's legitimate concerns with, you know, everything is about OpenAI for them. So I don't see how you can't be a little bit skeptical, right, for a company that's not public and isn't really generating profits just yet. But I did wait before we go to Adara. I was waiting for the trend line to break. We finally closed holding underneath the trend line in AMD. So I entered at about 212. It just pulled into the half dollar, immediately found some buyers, and now looking for the volume weighted average price as we go to Adara at the desk.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, let's take a look here at this sector board, which is actually mostly light green with some notable exceptions. Electronic technology and tech services looking distinctly different from one another. Lots of strength in electronic tech, but tech services struggling amid some weakness in names like CRM, ServiceNow, and Google. Now, if you go to finance, that sector is still doing well. Retail trade, with the exception of Amazon, doing well. Utilities strong. Transportation strong, consumer services strong. Producer manufacturing, with the notable exception of day one earnings play John Deere, also strong. Now, weakness is going to be found here in health technology. Eli Lilly, AbbVie, et cetera, to the downside. The sector's been strong in the last couple of days, but it looks like we're getting a mini rotation here away from some of these health names, or maybe some profit taking. Back to you. Down.
Some people think Deere is a good canary in the coal mine. I don't, like, I'll be honest with you, like, and this is the second time I thought it in the pre-market and didn't say it out loud because I wasn't going to sell any Caterpillar, but I'm starting to think it a little bit more because Deere's not bouncing. It's just like, why not trim some? This Caterpillar is a pretty big holding for me. And when I see what's going on, look, they're not the same thing, but I mean, what the heck, Deere? Holding the lows, right? Like, where is the bounce? It tried to bounce and completely reversed it. So I don't know if I like that. I mean, it's not about I don't know if I like that. I don't like that, to be honest with you. I just flat out don't like that. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. So I'll consider trading. What's the word? Trimming is the word I'm looking for. Some Caterpillar in around lunchtime. So AMD goes to first, I guess, support, which would be at the 211.5 and is already starting to bounce. I had high the day is my out, but once it makes a breakdown of at least one level, I kind of move it to the prior bar high, which is really tough to see because my executions are now completely blocking it, but it's just above the two. It's not really break even, but it's just above that at the $0.25 level. Because this is still a stock in an uptrend. Even though it's a trend break, overall, this is up 3%. And you want to avoid the moving freight train by giving it to the high. Like, as it moves down, I'm going to move my stop to the downside as well. One name that we have not talked about, I think, enough, as giving you a plan there for AMD, is Robinhood. And here's what would concern me about Robinhood, because I was just going through some names. Hey, at this time of day, I like trend reversals. What's been uptrending for a lot of the day? Good. There's the open. It happens to coincide with the open, but this first dip at 10 o'clock, distinct trend starting to form to the upside on Robinhood. So I'd watch out for this if it loses the trend line as well, and maybe SoFi if you happen to be watching it. BMNR has not really changed much of anything for me. It's still holding under VWAP. It's still refusing to break the half dollar. I'm still waiting for the other dollar underneath. So quarters. I mean, I got to reload, so only a fool would not take something out in this range because I did reload it. But I still think you get down to 29. I'm not convinced as long as IBIT's not breaking out and it's at the low of the day. Bitcoin didn't break 88. We're actually underneath 87,000. So nothing's really changed. I'm just looking for the bottom end of the range here and being patient about it. So yeah, it's 10:46. We do have some time before we figure out what is for lunch. But the market, inside day.
Yeah, not
Day
much
before a
happening.
holiday, I can't say I'm too surprised. Never really felt like you'd get that 2% in either direction today.
Yeah, there isn't much happening. We reloaded Tesla there. As we said, we had gotten more out on the upside. We were out of 60%. We added another 10%. So we'll just reload what we had on again. So it's the same position one more time. We are actually at 117.40s, and it went to 117.50 right there. So if it does come in, we will get that fill. We're actually at 417.35s. If that comes in, then great on that one. And then Alibaba, I don't know, it just cranked right back in. We're in the money now, amazing 10 cents, but the spread on this is 10 cents. So as it goes back up, we're long here at 19s. Need to take this out. Then, we're not even getting 29s right there. I'm at 35s for a little bit to get something out here. That's the 21 period. We needed to break. Like, that's not even that much size there, and it didn't even want to take that out. That's only 2,500 shares there on the New York book. So yeah, the market's going to have to bounce. We are tail wagging right there at VWAP on the market. So yeah, it looks like it wants to go a little bit lower, which kind of sucks for the longs, naturally speaking. But we may get more into Tesla. And look, we took some money out on the way back up. So it's going to suck when all these fill lower right now because the longs do not appear to be right. And it's funny because it was up here and I was like, you know what, I'm thinking about going short. Maybe we should get out of our Apple and yada, yada, yada. Well, meanwhile, Apple's just done this. We were able to get some pieces out when we were talking about that, but Apple has turned around again, starting to head a little bit lower. Remember, my stop for this was always near the lows here of 276. So I actually put the stop breaking 276 on Apple. So that's what we're looking for here as a downside play for this name, 276.50. So if that does break, we're going to get out of Apple if it does break lower on that one. Tesla trying to bounce a little bit. So we'll see if Tesla can go. And then it's Alibaba that's not bouncing. This one looks like it does want to go lower. You're just minutes away. Like, the spread on this is what's the killer. Because if you break some of these levels, then you're going to get swiped out. So I'm willing to do that on Alibaba. We don't want to take a lot of shares there. We'd much rather take some shares in Tesla and then, again, obviously in Apple. So here we go. Let's get a piece out at 79 if we're able to do that. And there it goes. And now we're waiting on Tesla at 419.75. So maybe we get another $1 upside on TSLA trying to go now as the market looks like it bounces off VWAP. So thankfully that's what happened. And we take a piece out there at the 50-period moving average. So far so good on this reload, but still needs to go.
Yeah, and apparently that AMBR that you were mentioning earlier. It is AMBR, right?
Yep.
What did I type? All right, well, I must have typed it wrong the first time. But AMBR is starting to pick up a little bit more steam. This is actually just reversed, but it was holding VWAP the entirety of the morning. VWAP is a fantastic indicator. We love it. It's great, but it's underneath VWAP now. But volume's still pretty solid, 75 million on the day, and it didn't actually break through support here at 230. So there's a chance this can regain VWAP and retest some of those highs. Rejection at 3, keep that in mind. Did reject that $3 the first time. AMD is having some trouble through the 211. Well, I mean, not having trouble if you're looking at the longs. So at this point, because it broke down, it briefly broke the 211 and was hunting for VWAP, put the trail back in. So now it's effectively a break-even stop. It's actually just right around 212 even, where the stop is going to be just above these prior wicks so I don't get wicked out. But I'm still looking for the VWAP trade there. And then BM&R, same thing. Similar thing, not the same thing, because BM&R is trend down, this is trend up. So I can't really call it the same thing, but it caught a bid once again at that low. So unable to get that break of the low of the day yet, but do take some out and look for that volume weighted average price for potential reload. And keeping a close eye on IBIT and a close eye on ETH as well to make sure they're not screaming in my face that BM&R I should get out. Let's go see how the US dollar is doing, and maybe other currencies with Money Talks. There.
US dollar not doing too well today, Neil. It's actually red on the day. We know that we had some weakness yesterday as well, though right now, clearly trying to find some support around yesterday's low, that 99.6 area. Now, that 103 area is still serving as resistance for that US dollar. First started seeing this resistance show up again on November 5th, so much earlier this month, and then late last week, early this week, this resistance pops up again. So let's see if we're able to clear this hurdle. Let's talk about the economic data we got this morning, because we actually got quite a lot. Initial jobless claims coming in a little bit lower than expected, 216,000 versus 225 expected. Core durable goods higher than we were anticipating here, 0.6% versus 0.2% expected. At 9:45 a.m., we got Chicago PMI. This number was well below estimates, guys. I was seeing estimates anywhere from 43.6 to 44. Actual print comes in 36.3. Let's talk about the CME FedWatch tool, because this one just keeps going up in terms of how many participants, or market participants, not Fed participants, are expecting a cut. Right now, 83% are expecting this 25 basis point cuts. Looks like 83% chance, 17% chance here of rates being held. And this is a massive change from last week, when only 30% chance here was priced in of that cut. So let's see if we do get this cut. Compared to last week, this odds look a lot brighter. Back to you.
Yeah, brighter
Kalshi's
odds.
up at
Brighter odds.
Oh, they're actually dead on. This is the first time I've actually looked at the Fed rate tool is the same thing as Kalshi at 85%. But I did slip out of AMD. At some point, you know, it didn't look like it was going into VWAP. There is your wick reversal. And when it broke that prior bar, I was like, okay, well, why am I giving it to break even when it broke the prior bar? So I just manually punched myself out. Instead of giving it an extra 25 cents, I just punched it out. And that's at the end of the day. Ultimately, yeah, it'll end up a win. Need to get to VWAP, would have gone green, but I'll take it. Give back 1/4 of yesterday only. If it follows through, fair enough, as I said. I'm going to hold on to BMNR, but I think there's going to be better opportunities, potentially with a longer scale trend break, or at least if, you know, the other side of the coin is if this is going to continue to happen. Like I look over at Nvidia as opposed to AMD, and Nvidia can't get through the volume weighted average price. So this holding trend and breaking VWAP, or maybe even it breaking trend, can be a more clean trade potentially. And I also looked over at Intel just to see. Someone's like, well, you didn't trade Intel today. Well, because there's nothing clear on this thing. And it has a very similar look. Like I can just sit here and wait for that trend to break and then try to snipe in. Instead of trying to fight something. Wait for it, and then potentially hit it at the end of the day. You know, don't want to, we'll still end up the week green so far. So don't want to take a trade that's a B+ setup when it's 11 o'clock on a holiday shortened week, everybody.
Okay, yeah, we'll end the week green, so that's good. Alibaba, though, nice move higher right here, 158.70. So finally, we could spin some nice money trades here on Alibaba. As there it goes, now 70 cents in the money, 70 cents in the money on Apple. As we just sat here and, you know, watched this thing explode to the upsides. Let me take another out here at 75, which we just take. And then now we're just, I mean, we were going to wait for VWAP. The funny thing is we didn't reload down there, which was kind of silly. We should have. We talked about we were waiting lower. It just didn't come in. So there it goes. Wow, this is a big trade alert, honestly, on Alibaba. So hopefully that will just continue to climb right now. I actually don't have any offers. I should put something out right now. Maybe we should just join this 80 level again. As we said, there has been some, you know, funny activity happening around there. We'll join 78. There we go. We just put an offer right there at 78. We'll see if we can get filled. Hopefully it does hit us a little bit there at 78. Okay, reloaded. Someone in the chat said, am I reloading? Oh, there goes Alibaba, by the way. We get it. Alibaba now 159, trying to go higher. Wow, we've made a hell of a lot of money back here just in the last 20 minutes on this move, so this is what we're here for. There goes Tesla. In the chat, you have the longest name in the chat of all time. I don't even know what it was. T something something asked me, am I reloading Tesla? And I was like, yeah, so good call on that one. Trying to watch out what I was doing, but there it is. Reloading Tesla right there. We got to get it out, so we're waiting at 70 here. It's not enjoying the upside move that the market is right now, so there we go. We get a 70, so a little excited there. And wow, there goes, I mean, honestly, Alibaba, we got to get something out. Like this is, we just got another piece out, but it just goes up and down like so quickly there, Alibaba. Look, the chat is going absolutely insane, so let's do it right now then. What's for lunch? All right, today is going to be it should be turkey, but obviously these guys aren't acknowledging that. They even have lunch written down here for tomorrow, so hopefully they don't bring too much. All right, today's is a good one, man. And today, I know it hasn't been too many around here, but we do have a chicken dinner happening today, and of course it's lunch. And it is our favorite form of chicken around here. No, it's not wings. Today, it is jerk chicken. So we say, bang on that. Hopefully it's a little spicy. We'll see if it gets going there. Jerk chicken with grilled seasoned veg, rice and peas, and of course, what is jerk chicken without coleslaw? So we say, holla at that one. We're cooking it up right there, barbecue it up. It's a good one. That is what's for lunch today. Jerk chicken, grilled seasoned veg, rice and peas, and everything that you may like.
The only thing that would make it better,
coleslaw.
It's got to be on the side of a street made out of a barrel.
Yeah, that would be really good. That would be really good.
That's next level.
That's for sure.
If you're ever in Joe knows, if you're ever in Jamaica, don't hesitate. Don't hesitate.
Yeah, don't hesitate. Just make sure it's not pink. All right, there it is. Thank you so much. Glass half full, man. Great trading today. I appreciate that. So thank you so much for that acknowledgement, man. It means a lot to us here as well. So, but yeah, we're still fighting it. As we said, we'll both just sit here, be a little red on the day, but you know, good trading. This could all change like very, very quickly. Wow. Okay, like this is what, you know, we're starting to get some excitement here on Apple as that's starting to get up to the upside. I wasn't even acknowledging this right here. We're too excited about that jerk chicken. But there it goes right now. Apple, 278.10. We'll see if we can get a little piece out there on Apple. And there it goes. Yes, sir. Huge move now. $1 on there. This is the thing. Like, I still think Tesla has a chance to moon here. Like, the market's not even going. The market's going, and Tesla's not. So here we go. Yes. All right, man. We have 3 positions all in the vaunted club right there. So now there goes Tesla, cooking out of the upside. All right. Yes, Neil. There it goes. Tesla, baby. We're getting excited now, Brendan. There it goes. Nice move up to the upside for Tesla. 419.50. Bang. Right there. Apple as well. Boom. With only 2 minutes to go. Wow. It took a minute, but finally the market gets going, and we're not even up that much yet. So let's wait to see. Is Target? I don't want to look at Target. Stop telling me Target's going up. Maybe. Because that's a play that I'm in.
I haven't looked.
And I'm excited for some Target.
Hold on, I'll look. It's fine. I'll look. I have no idea.
Yeah.
It's up 3.8% as I check it out. I'm looking at Nvidia right now. So there's 3.8%, $90 on Target. I haven't looked at the daily chart. This is just the 3-minute here for sure. So the next trade for me, it's either going to be, like I said, it could be Beyond Meat, but Nvidia is trying to hold above VWAP. There's your trend line. I'll play it either direction. Really don't care. Just want to make sure we get a good setup. Don't want to have to hold this one. I want to have to hold this one against me where I don't know exactly where my out is going to be. So it's trying to break VWAP. And if the market's going to get through the high of the day, I feel like Nvidia is going to have to be a big part of it. We only have about a minute to go, but look at what Nvidia did yesterday. There's your trend down. There's when it held above the volume weighted average price and then broke away. Very similar story right here. So you can try to catch lows or wait for that chance when you think the market has, well, at least this stock has turned. The market's turned, but this stock hasn't really turned just yet. So it's been a good week so far.
Randy has joined us.
Randy?
Randy, the #1 name
What's up, Randy?
on the show so far, Tesla today. There you go, man. Buying some dips there in TSLA. You are the car guy. And we were talking yesterday, you mentioned to me, you're like, Ford, look at Ford. Yeah, Ford having a great year. 35% up for Ford this year. Yeah, I know. It's, but it's a nice bounce though off the 50 period moving
What is that supposed to mean?
Right there for Ford. So this is what Ford looks like this year. It's outpacing Rivian easily. It is just ripping
you can't
right now, Ford. Yeah, you cannot compare Rivian to Ford, not this year, that's for sure. Or not its life, because if you are in Rivian from its start, you're still long at 108, but hopefully no one's long there. But nicely back up to 16. There goes Rivian. That's nice. We'll take that. Same kind of a bounce, Randy. Nice, nice bounce off the 50 period MA there for Ford. Or for Rivian, sorry. Both of them bouncing off. Yeah, you know what? There's room for both of these, right? You can own both. I mean, GM had a little bit of a pullback
There's room for
recently, but there it goes. GM up again, another 0.5%. Wow, actually, I'm wrong. GM, Randy. What up with that? Right there. Ouch. Why are we pumping GM's tires all year?
But GM's always better.
GM's, a little bit better. 50 to 75. So they're up about 45% this year as opposed to Ford's 35. But there we go. Now $1.25 right there, the face slapper on Tesla. Look, our show was decent.
You're going to have a banger of a show coming up in just a couple seconds, man, because you have my guy Obi over here ready to go. You have Joe ready to go. I'm going to the gym. Neil will be here. Get ready for his always informative Neil's lesson of the day at noon.
Jerk chicken fuel, too.
So get ready
Nvidia just broke VWAP
for that. And the longs are printing, baby. So another successful day. Hopefully you guys have a good one as well. That's Neil. I'm Sean. That's Adara. Thank you for watching. We'll catch you guys at 2 p.m. Ciao till then. Yo, yo, yo.
Yo, what's going on, everyone? And happy Thanksgiving Eve to all our fellow Americans. I hope everyone's having a fantastic morning. Oh man, a lot going on. Are we going up? Are we going down? Are we going up and around? It seems to be the case. But first and foremost, you know who it is. It's your boy. And next to me is Obi, the Mr. Whisperer himself. All right, Obi, let's get into some of this roll call on Thanksgiving Eve. Guys, don't watch Stranger Things all in one go. You gotta spread it out. You got Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it's a bit strange.
It'd be very strange, even though I might do so myself. Anyways, aside from that, who do we got in the chat today? You know who it is. It's Mike P. DeRider saying, oh boy, what's going on, everybody? Trip Q, Vancouver, Sidowski, what's going on? Electric, Passions, Christopher Ocean, Ichiro, Darwin, Merrick's. There's nothing wrong with binging, but there's more. Fabian asked me what's wrong with binging, but there's more productive things that we can do, Fabian, and that's what we want to most definitely. All right, who else? We got Ryan O'Day, the real Gary Oker. What's up, my friend? Farm Trader. One more. Travman says, be productive, and I couldn't agree any more. Now, if we want to speak about productivity now, Obi, let's see what we got going on for today's session. Now, I told you guys, I said, hey, Katina, man, we have the same entry there on Tesla, which happened to work out relatively well for us. Face Slapper is right. So we take that first entry, guys, at $17.95. We take a 10-cent hit on that. That's all right. I messaged in the chat. I said, guys, sit on your hands, wait for those precision entries, and then you can get involved momentarily after that. And sure enough, that's exactly what we did. Now, for my second entry here, guys, is it as accurate as it possibly could be? Absolutely not. Why is that? Because I'm buying at the top of the range. You want to post, once you have that floor established, you're consolidating, you want to post at the lower end of the range. Why? Because it's going to drastically improve your risk to reward ratio. If it cracks with some velocity and you see the momentum start to pick up to the downside, you can most definitely get out significantly faster. But with this, you're not proven wrong until about 20 cents lower than the current price. But we sit through this, that worked out, we get that move back into the volume weighted average price, we take the majority of it out, and I got stopped out at remaining like 10, 15%. Nothing larger than that, guys. But what I have just been churning in all day is, you guessed it, that's correct. And we're currently sitting in the position right now. So you guys can see it. I'll take a little bit off, nothing substantial, because I do believe that we can head towards the high of the day in Bitcoin. I just want you guys to be able to see the position. There it goes, and a nice additional pop. But let's break it down, and it's gonna go to what I was leading towards a couple moments ago. Was improving your risk to reward ratio. So on this initial entry, I go in full size right off the get. I'm like, all right, I'm seeing some signals, which I like. Let's get involved full size. Boom, I only take about 20% off, but what is our job? We are risk managers. It comes back against me after hitting approximately a 3 or 4 to, I think it was like a 2 or 3 to 1. At that point, I get out break even. I'm patient. I'm like, you know what, you dirty dog, you IBIT. I know you're gonna go again after that aggressive pullback and head towards that high. And sure enough, that's exactly what we did. So I got involved with a little bit more. Go in full size once again. This time I only piece out 45%. And it stops me out, break even once again. Slightly frustrating, but we're not wrong on the name just yet. We have 2 profitable trades, so I'm gonna continuously try this thesis until proven wrong. Okay, so we sit on our hands, we let that selling cool off, we get back in, comes back against me after hitting an additional 2 to 1. I'm like, oh, what the hell? Get out, break even. Try it one more time. hit a 2-to-1, comes back against me. What the hell? One more time, we get out break even. Fourth time at this time, working better. I take a substantial amount out, and then I get only 30% stop out right there. And then sure enough, right at 49.35. So I have 4 entries around the exact same price. And sure enough, this one is finally starting to work for us, Obi. So I've taken approximately 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 trades, and I've only been wrong on one of them, going 7 for 8. This morning, Obi. We're going to take a little bit more off here on IBIT as we continue to climb a little bit higher.
Great stuff there. It's always great when you have days that have really high hit rates. You're just like everything's going as planned, and yeah, a little bit of the same over here. Came in a little rushed here, man. Blue Ocean's been absolutely wild. I was up till like 1:30 last night, and I woke up really late as well. Great opportunities in the overnight market, and we're seeing some of that carry over here into the opening session here as well. So I only took 2 trades today, Joe, and both were reversions. Surprise, surprise. One of them was on Hood, and Hood was pretty good on the back through 125 into VWAP right here. Boom, boom. A little choppy on the first one. It stops me out, and then it comes right in. Sure, I didn't get the best prices on the second time around, but definitely much better conviction. So definitely sizing a lot more for that breakdown of that consolidation right into VWAP. But then take a look at that. Reversion of the reversion, as Hood is now coming right back up to 126s, back to high a day. The next one was Google. Google looking pretty weak in the morning session, fading off of that 330 level. Off of the open, I see the bid coming in. I'm like, all right, 322s, 324s, bit of an interesting area yesterday. I was very involved with this name, as you guys saw during the midday session. Comes into similar areas, supply steps right back in, and we get a beautiful reversion from 324s all the way down to 320s. Did not reload on the VWAP continuation, but that was really nice as well. Yeah, where is the next trade? That's what I'm looking for now. It seems like Hood breakout might be something as well. But yeah,
man,
2 for 2, man. Nothing too bad. But the day is not done. I didn't hear any bells just yet. And again, I'm more than willing to lose on some positions until they come into fruition. But where are those trades is the question I'm asking. There goes the TQs through the highs. Absolute strength here for the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green 15-minute bars. So continuation, I like it. Let me know what you guys are trading this morning. I know there was a few earnings names that are doing pretty well. I was looking at PD. That was on the watch list this morning. Look at PD. Beautiful continuation to the downside. 1330s, breakdown of those pre-market lows, $13 breakdown. It's trading at 1160s right now. So maybe a low flyer, maybe not something that's on people's radar, but definitely doing the right kind of relative volume, over 800 to 900 times in the pre-market, and then over 40 times coming in the intraday. Currently traded about 7 million shares, average volume about 2 million. So definitely very much in play is PD. And then another name, a bit of a continuation, day 2 continuation. I don't know if you've been watching this one. Talk about easy money trades. Ooh. KSS. Man, I said this yesterday. I should have definitely been watching this one as well. Continuation right off of the open. Prior day, after hours, and pre-market high breakout gives us that beautiful continuation, and it's still holding in the upper quartile, about above $24 here. So that's kind of what I'm watching. What else was there? There was one more. There's one more name that I am remembering. I know ANF from yesterday. Okay, we're getting that continuation as well. But one more ER name that I was watching, not coming to mind right now. But that's basically what I had on watch this morning. Some of the stuff worked out. Some of the stuff not as good. Oh yeah, Dell. Dell was the other one. Dell from the pre-market action, very, very choppy in the after hours as well, and as well as the pre-market. Guess what? Quadunk off of the open, nice little flush into pre-market lows. Failure to follow through pre-market lows, nice, that comes in pretty well. 128 hold, and now a reversion back to the highs with a very strong market that's doing very much the same. So lots of opportunity here. Let me know what you guys are trading so we can take a look at some of those names as well. But that's all I really have going on right now.
That's all right, man. 2 for 2 is good. We'll take that all day.
That's what I like, right? So you see me normally, I don't take many positions, but the positions that I do take, I am very focused on.
Yeah, and rightfully so, man. I think that's a really key point.
Quality over quantity, that's my biggest thing.
Oh, all day, man. That's my style as well, too. Boom, Assassino, we got a fill right there at 49.60s on IBIT, guys. Still sitting on approximately 75% of 85, of this position. I'm not as heavy as I was in the earlier positions, approximately only 30% of what I put on in the first 5 entries, which is okay. And then sure enough, it's kind of funny how that works, right? The one where you put on the least amount of size tends to work the best. But anyways, aside from that, man, we're not going to complain whatsoever. And there it is, another cooking up here in IBIT. So one thing that I did see is someone in the chat said, man, I have a big time issue with letting my losers go. Well, you know what? I don't know where you stand in your journey, but it was something that I ran into. I don't actually, you know what? Never had a major issue, full disclosure, I never had a major issue with that. Obviously, you run into a couple of scenarios where you do hold on to something that you're not supposed to, but at the end of the day, what I actually had, and I don't know what platform you're using, is that I had something called the calculated fixed wrist hotkey. So what it does essentially is that wherever you are on your chart, what you do is you double click it. Not every platform has this feature, but what you do is you double click where you want your stop and how much you're going to actually risk on the trade. So what happens is, so say I wanted my stop here at 49.27, I'm willing to risk 20 bucks. It's going to calculate from my stop to where the current price is, how many shares I'm going to have. But it implements your stop loss for you, so you don't have to put it in yourself. You just double click on the chart and it puts it in for you, calculates the amount of shares, and you can modify your risk to reward. So it'll have your profit taker out there as well, whether it be you want it at a 3-to-1 or a 2-to-1. And for years and years and years, I used this tool, and that helped me get out of positions when I was supposed to and when I don't necessarily use hard stops all the time. But I built that mental catalyst of getting out when I was supposed to from an intraday standpoint. Now you will have your slip-ups here and there. There's no questioning that. But the more systematic you can stay, the better off you are. And there goes Bitcoin continuing to climb higher, guys. This is a positive sign. But that hotkey is literally a maker of a make or break, in my opinion, in the earlier stages of trading. And there goes Bitcoin, guys. It's just continuing to climb higher and higher. So if your platform allows you to set up a hotkey like that, use it 13,000%. There's no questioning it. Use it. Take advantage of the kind of the tools that are provided for you. So it's a calculated it's called the calculated fixed wrist hotkey, and it's personally used on, I don't know if any traders use this platform. It's Dash Trader Pro. So if you have that, you can DM me on the side on X. I have the scripts and everything still, and I'll more than happily give that to you. And it's literally a changer of worlds. But aside from that, IBIT, chefing up on the lows, 4 entries at the exact same price, and just being patient, allowing those to start to work for us. Tesla.
I like that, man.
Pardon me?
I like that. That's one out of Jose's playbook, because where he likes a certain price, he's just like boom, boom,
keep hammering.
Time somewhat, time irrelevant, but definitely on the right side. I like that. I like that method of entry is what I'm saying here. 126 is pulling back here on Hood right now, so maybe some supply. This was some supply in the morning session. Maybe more of the same as of right now. But guess what? I saw you in the chat. I forget who it was specifically because it's gone way too far, but Palantir was pointed out. So that came in all the way, almost about a 50%, well, over a 50% reversion here, almost 60, 70% roughly. But 167 it's trading at right now. I don't have VWAP on here because I have that same EMA from last time. But yeah. Good watch, maybe coming into some of these levels. Let's see if we can sustain this. Okay, we got a super chat. All right, thank you very much. Obi in the house, yes, welcome, thank you. A huge shout out to my guy Joe. Go get some lunch on me, fam. Hood short here, or do we keep pumping to the high side? Yeah, on Hood, yeah, maybe, I don't know, fam. Let's take a quick look at Hood. Yeah, so the idea is like, yeah, maybe if you're looking for more of the same, I think it's valid to potentially get involved here, but something right here to note is this kind of a trend that's somewhat dominant right now. It's holding it pretty well. Multiple tests of this. So if we can crack below this, I like it. Sure, if you're getting involved just in and around here, risking there, keeping it tight, I like that as well. But yeah, potentially, maybe. But the thing is, we're grinding all the way back up. Nice, slow, steady grind, while the market is also attempting to push its highs. So maybe it's an okay idea. It definitely would cross my mind, but would I be taking it as of right now? I don't know. I think I need this market to show me a little bit more.
Dude, look at Bitcoin. Look at Bitcoin go, man.
What is Bitcoin doing?
Oh man, we're almost heading into 50. Assassino, there it is. Where's the Katina man when you need him? At the end of the day, no, it's just like, hey man, a nice move to the top. Money. Yeah, thank you for that there, Obi. But I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 entries, and we didn't take a loser on it. It doesn't always work like that. But at the end of the day, there it is, a massive breakout in which we're experiencing here in Bitcoin. Well, I mean, I shouldn't call it a breakout considering we're just back towards the high of the day. What's a long, my brother? What a trade? Oh, what a long. Yeah, thanks, Daniel. Being much appreciated. I mean, a couple attempts. It's just unfortunate. This is what I was looking for. I wanted to hit 80s on my initial entries when I had full size, and I mentioned that I only had about 30% of the total value, shares in which I was putting on within each one of these positions. But it is what it is. We'll take it this time, and hopefully it continues to grind a little bit higher. A nice recovery in Bitcoin would be absolutely phenomenal. We're not going to complain about that. Sorry to interrupt you there, Obi, but there goes Bitcoin. The volume on the 1 minute time frame isn't picking up how I would like to see. And worst case scenario is if this 5 minute candle closes as an inverted hammer, that could be a potential peak. But if we do by any chance break through that high and head in towards 50, I like our chances. And right when we get back from Obi, we're going to take a look at some of the things on options chains, and then we'll obviously take a look at some of the best and worst performing sectors of the day. What do you got your eyes on, though? Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. Yeah, Mr. B. Davis, we were talking about that. You were talking about Robinhood. Yeah. I'm forever long Robinhood. There's no questioning that. What do you think about it, brother?
No, I like it. Bigger picture, I think it's pretty solid. Pretty good news today. They're partnering with MyAxe. Love that gate. Yeah. Great rebates. But yeah, interesting stuff. Decent relative volume on the day, and then higher time frame as well, man. You can see here kind of inside this chop zone, bigger picture. But let's see what we do coming into some of these I guess balance areas or reversion to the mean. Kind of the consolidation core is what I'm looking at here on Hood. What's going on in Dara?
Thing I just want to mention here with Hood that I think is certainly worth knowing and being aware of is it's not just Robinhood with this 90% stake in MyAxe. They are partnering with Susquehanna to take a combined 90% stake between Robinhood and Susquehanna now. Why is this interesting? Because as I mentioned this morning, Susquehanna is actually an analyst. They do ratings. So I find it very interesting that they're getting involved in a deal that involves not one, but 2 publicly traded companies. So just some news, food for thought there, I guess ahead of Thanksgiving, food for thought on that Robinhood deal quickly.
Yeah, beautiful. Any form of movement. If we head back up to 150 here in Robinhood, I might just have to, before 150, I might have to add a little bit more. Tesla, Robinhood's been good, guys. I told you guys, I think it was on Friday or Monday, I bought Meta and I bought some more Robinhood. And I did put in a little bit more size on IBIT in the long-term account, that is, because I told you guys I cut that in half, let it sell off aggressively, and then I bought a little bit more. But I'm still sitting on about half of the total position value in which I had at the start of it. It was just like a year and a half of gains gone, and it was just not a good time. But anyways, aside from that, guys, let's take a look at the options chain and see what IBIT is up here, because I was looking to write a couple more calls, but I don't think that's going to happen today. So considering we're starting to climb a little bit higher, okay, yeah. So I'm thinking worst case scenario. No, okay, on the 1 minute, that's not too bad. We just don't want the 5 minute to close as this. I don't know if it's actually trading like that, but anyways, what I'm I'm getting at here, guys, is at that $50 level, you can see there's a little bit of a supply zone. So if someone wants to absorb this, I think we can take an additional leg higher. And what's that next level going to be potentially be? 51. So 51 might be in the works by the end of the week, which would be phenomenal for Bitcoin and company and for all the IBIT holders as it's continuing to grind a little bit higher. And then here it is, $53 is potential as well, too. I talked about the activity, so there it is, on these December 19th expiration cycle, and we're seeing it across the board now on multiple names, whether it be Google. We were talking about some of the corporate yields as well, too, this morning, and some other names that are just having a lot of activity December 19th, so a lot of levels can come into play with that one, but IBIT looking pretty good. What has Tesla been up to? Man, oh man, I love what... I typed in IBIT. I love what Meta's doing as well. What was I going to say? META, and then we'll take a look at Tesla momentarily. Head over to this cycle over here to see, and there it is, right? Like, so you can see November 28th, activity relatively cool, and then we go 23 days out, and sure enough, you're going to see a substantial more amount of open interest, which I think is extremely important. Now, as for Tesla, guys, keep an eye out on TSLA as we head right back to that 420 level. No supply there, so we could surpass this. If all these contracts are starting to be closed at 420, then sure enough, you want to look for that next supply zone, and I'm not seeing anything until 430. I'm not saying that that's going to be in the works for today, but hey, who knows, by the end of the week, you may get that Magna effect head up into 425, 429, and a little bit of a recovery in the overall market. But yeah, a nice trade on IBIT. It's unfortunate that we didn't take a second stab on TSLL, considering that would have been nice as well. Right here, head back right at the same entry, and the chances of breaking through the volume-weighted average price right here is pretty high at this point, in my opinion. But to note also, data starts collecting here around, I think it's 6 a.m. This data starts collecting at 4 a.m. So there's a slight difference in the volume-weighted average price. But aside from that, man, what is everybody else, Okay, anyways, aside from that, what else is everyone trading? Go Robinhood, go. Typically, when I see some bullish price action in the pre-market, I don't love that, but what it did is it hovered before the open right close to VWAP, and then sure enough, we're starting to head towards that 126 high, which is a pretty good sign. This is what I was looking at. I was like, ooh, and Danielle B and I were like, oh no, we don't like this pre-market pump, and sure enough, you get the open dump momentarily, but steady uptrend, forming these higher lows, which is a positive sign, and anything can happen with the NVDA. This name can go parabolic at any given moment. Nice indecision print off of the lows as well, too. But RGTI on the dip says drop systems. Let's take a look at RGTI. I was trading this, I believe it was on Monday, just from this potential setup right here, and sure enough, we were fortunate enough to be in the trade, and that worked for us relatively well. So maybe you're going to see a little bit of a recovery here in the quantum names, still down 55%. So if you think that's a discount, then by all means, start slow and build into it. But guys, it's honestly, we see it time and time again, just some of these, the hyperscalers, these mega cap names, the $1 trillion boys over here, like you're down at its lowest peak here from peak to trough, 26% in Meta. And we get it, like they had that hefty tax fee, yeah. But that was one-off at the end of the day. Yeah. So if you're down 26%, in my opinion, get your toes wet, right? Just dabble in a little bit, dip your toes in the water and get a little bit of a feel. I will never say, hey, go in full position at once. You obviously want to break things up a little bit. But yeah, that's how I'm looking at Meta. I want to add some more size, still sitting on a bit of cash. So just a couple names that I want to pick up being JPM and some more Meta guys.
Yeah, I think that it comes back to kind of like effective DCAing, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
Exactly.
How I like to do mine, and I know was it Brankles was talking about this as well last year, a year and a half ago. But DCAing on a high VIX, like getting more aggressive with DCA when the VIX is above like 20, 30, right? You just be like, okay, you know, maybe you buy every month maybe, but when the VIX is above 20 or 30, maybe you buy a little bit more frequently, right?
Yeah, exactly. But
I think it's a good kind of idea. It kind of makes sense here, but the VIX kind of got crushed. We got that reversion back down.
Yeah, Yeah.
I think last I checked, it was not trading. It was below 15s, if I remember correctly.
Already?
Let's just take a quick look. Yeah, man, VIX got pretty crushed there. But I don't know. I could be wrong. Let me just check, make sure. Right here.
Oh wow.
17. Sorry.
Wow.
17,
Yeah, but I mean,
15,
but look
17.
at that. Look at that move.
teens,
What was the high
sure.
there? What was that previous high?
So the previous high was 28.99. This current high is 28.27. So pretty much coming into that same kind of area, and then pulling right back in. Who is calling me at this time?
Who's calling my
from
phone?
Toronto.
Who's calling my phone?
Okay, so yeah, I don't know. It's definitely not Stacy, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see what this market is up to here. Still continuing to push past that. So yesterday we reverted all the way to 25,000.
Yeah.
Today we're getting that continuation back up through that 25,000, maybe some extension away from it to the upside here as well. And yeah, rightfully so. VIX getting absolutely crushed. It seems nice little reversion. It seems like 320 is holding here on Google as well, Joe. So that those sellers that came in off of the open and were pretty dominant going into the later half of the morning session, maybe potentially continuing to step down here. 320s are going to be interesting. 317s and some change was prior day's lows here on Google, and that came in and clipped it for a nice little bounce. But yesterday we saw it was stuck in about a $2 range, 322s to 318s, roughly just knocking around. And right now, technically, we're still trading in that range. So just waiting, watching. This market is absolute strength. I'm being patient to see where the next reversion is, potentially, if these sellers step in. So we'll wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, if we go back in the past couple of sessions here, Obi, and I think it's really important to note, and I think we've talked about it quite a couple of times. So let's head over to the NAS here. And I mean, on yesterday, that aggressive selling didn't come in until, what time is that? No, it's like 1:35 before it headed towards that low. And I mean, it's the same thing like yesterday was Tuesday. So on Monday, you didn't even get that pullback. But once again, you get a pullback later in the day, and then the aggressive one doesn't happen until 2:30. So on strong days, I think it's, regardless, you obviously want to listen to price because price is king at the end of the day. But when you have those grinding bids, you have to wait until later on in the session, I think, to try to find those shorts from what I've observed over time. So yeah, I mean, I could totally be wrong, and the market is ever so changing as well too. But yeah, guys, this isn't a good sign here on IBIT. It is what it is. Here it is, a nice inverted hammer candle. No volume supporting that. So it's like, what do we do? What do we do? So be patient, sit on your hands. There's multiple reasons. Let's break this down and head into a lower time frame. They don't make it easy on a vampire, says, yeah, I don't think so, my friend. They don't make it easy. That's a vampire, right? So yeah, anyways, let's get right back into it. And what led me to kind of just holding on to a couple of positions here on IBIT, just looking at the volume profile. So I had an entry right here. And then sure enough, we do get stopped out right here. But the reason why I didn't take more profit off is because look at the volume start to stair step down on the 1 minute time frame. So it's kind of diverging from price. And I'm going to be looking at these as kind of anomalies and not genuine moves, because look at the width of this candle and kind of just the price it puts in. That's approximately a 10-cent candle, but look at the volume on that. So there's not much effort, and that's when we fall into the effort and result kind of territory. For those who aren't familiar with that, I'm going to try to look for a solid example here. Okay, so that's all right. But anyways, what I mean by effort and result is the effort within the volume. So if there's a substantial amount of volume, the result within the price action candle should be equal to that. All right, if not more. And then if you see like a really strong candle but lower volume, that can be classified as an anomaly in the VPA world. Does it always work all the time? Absolutely not. That's not the case. But if you can kind of correlate it and build a system, more often than not, it's going to be looking pretty good for you. Now we're starting to head towards some key support levels here. We have a shelf formed at 49.70 with a high right there of around 49.77. So where's our next support level that we can come back into and then maybe get a bounce off it? But if this is going to be a grinding type day, then we want to see this bought back up relatively quickly, all right? So there's Tesla starting to come back in, rejecting the volume weighted average price once again, but we're positioned relatively well here in IBIT to just continue to hold on to it. And that's going to be the narrative. I have no reason to get out unless the volume drastically starts to pick up, or it comes back into my break even, which is approximately 35 cents from here. So we have a little bit of breathing room. A VWAP test, indecision prints around those specific zones, there might be an add opportunity for an additional leg. But those signals of strength in which we've experienced so far today, and there it goes. This is a positive sign in IBIT. But the signals of strength here today say, we might be able to continue. And also, one thing to note, we were just talking about the VIX. But the VIX cooling down, what does that mean? Well, in my opinion, is that there's not that much fear in the market right now, which is good. And when there's no fear, what happens? Stock typically go up, all right? So that's just how I'm looking at some things. Volatility increase, market go down. Volatility decrease, market go up, all right? Damn, Netflix falling. If there's anything specific that you guys want to look at, please let me know. Put it in the chat. There's a lot of things that we can go over. Slimy Jace puts Randy in the chat, which is cool. If an investor had bought Nvidia at March 2020 bottom and DCA $2,000, at the end of the month until today, they would be up 1.7 million. That's the power of compounding. Yeah, absolutely. That's some beautiful stuff. And you know what? Again, those numbers are fantastic, but that's all what-if history, and we don't do what-if history around here. We just want to go with the flow, find the good names, find some good quality, and park your money in that, because I have friends, as of recently, I've been printing up an absolute storm, and I was talking about this stock for quite some time, and it's been trading relatively well. And it's going to mint him a millionaire in a matter of probably within the next year and a half or so. And this is a close buddy of mine. It was actually a friend that I was in Chicago with recently. Okay. Yeah. So he's doing really, really well printing up there. I mean, today he's told me he's already made like 40K or something along those lines. Just some ridiculous numbers. So find the good stocks, put it in there. You got to put your money where your mouth is at the end of the day. Adara, what do you have?
So for crypto, what I'm going to do here is talk a little bit more about that Robinhood story, which I know we've discussed before, and I know is not necessarily directly related to crypto, but I do think it's worth noting in case you guys missed it. So basically, Robinhood, and it's interesting the way here that Miami International, or MIAX, the Miami Exchange, the way they're wording this story is very much focused on Robinhood, though again, Robinhood is purchasing this stake in the MIAX DX with Susquehanna. Long story short, Miami International announcing the sale of their Miami Derivatives Exchange, or MIAX DX, which is, I guess, their wholly owned subsidiary. They're going to sell 90% of that to Robinhood, which is working in tandem there with Susquehanna. MIAX will maintain a 10% stake of that derivatives exchange. Now, the reason this kind of works is because then all parties, specifically MIAX and Robinhood, are going to be getting access here to the predictions market. Now, the predictions market, we know, is a space that Robinhood reportedly was set to enter going back to at least a couple weeks ago. So this makes sense. It's in tandem with their strategy. And also Robinhood kind of saying that they believe this is going to allow them, or I guess give them access to these prediction markets, of course, but also give their institutional and retail investors access to that prediction space. We're going to have to see here. We know the events contract trading has become pretty hot. Can Robinhood cash in too? Let's wait and find out. And I think another stock to watch here with this story in mind is DraftKings. We know DraftKings has been viewed as very behind in the prediction market space. But again, like a lot of these names kind of in that space, either exchanges or prediction market related names, we're on watch today as well, because Webull also had quite the run, at least pre-market, and no news that I could find. Let's talk about Bitcoin, which is not having a run, but certainly kind of coming into a pretty key area here, that key area being 89,000. That was the low on Wednesday, which we broke through pretty sharply last Thursday. When I say Wednesday, I mean last Wednesday before Thursday's big drop. And it was also with some resistance coming back to Monday. So can we break above this level? Only time will tell, but 89K, absolutely on watch in Bitcoin. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, make sure to tune in for Joby.
Tune in for Joby, that is correct. Yeah, just before we send it back over to Obi, guys, don't forget, we start at 8 a.m. From here on out. So make sure you guys join us bright and early in the morning. And you know what it is, guys. You know how the saying goes. The early bird gets the worm. Now, SRN...
but did you know the early worm also gets eaten?
But we're the early worm gets eaten, but we're the bird, so we're doing the eating.
Fair.
Right?
Who says we're the birds?
I'm saying that.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
I'm just saying, I feel like this can get really philosophical
No,
really
it's
fast.
not really, but I just said the early bird gets the worm. We're the bird out
I'm
there
just teasing
getting
you.
the
Every
worm.
time someone says that, that's my rebuttal. I'm like, all right, if we're going to go for early or late, because it's irrelevant whether you're a bird or you're a worm. Right?
Well, I don't want to get eaten.
The point is being early for the opportunity.
Yeah,
Sometimes if you're too early, you get eaten.
But Obi, we show up.
Me being someone who likes reversions, that really plays a part. Because if I get in too early, guess what? I'm getting eaten up.
Dude, I'm getting up early to eat. I'm not getting up early to get eaten. So therefore, I am the bird, the apex predator in this scenario.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yeah, that's
I know Darren wants to say something along those lines. But yeah, both get eaten, say some people. What's up?
Neil has something to say.
Everyone out here knows my favorite TV show of all time is The Wire.
Yeah.
So, look, it does matter. You have to consider yourself a predator if you're trading. So that's the analogy you got to go with. I'm going to be Team Joe on this one because as Chris and Snoop always said, you don't want to be the last person to the dance. You got to go out to the spot and you got to scope it out. And if you watch the show, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Before things go down, Chris and Snoop there an hour and a half, 2 hours earlier. That's how Michael learned. That's how Michael, I don't want to spoil anything for you, but Michael works out all right for him because he listened to those lessons. In trading, you are considering yourself to be a predator. So you got to look at it. I think the analogy works in both ways. But when you're on the offensive, to make a trade, you've got to take an action. So therefore, you want to scope it out soon. It doesn't mean you jump into the trade before it sets up, but it does mean that before it gets to your level, before you have to make a decision, you are all over it and ready to pounce. And the market is pouncing higher. Peace.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of worms, I'm going to worm a little bit out here. Actually, I'm not on IBIT. Yeah, well, I can get a little bit out, right? So I'm eating, so I'm just feeding the birds right now. Yeah, we had a super chat. We had a.
So wait, we're going back to. Okay, never mind.
What's going on?
If you're feeding the birds, then you are the worm.
Bring it, Derek. Oh my God, go, Derek. Talk to us.
Yeah, I was going to say, holy mixed metaphor, Batman.
Oh, okay. Anyways, here it is, man. This is essentially bird feeder at this point right now, Obi. Just piecing it out here on IBIT. So no bird watching or worm watching around these neck of the woods. Just 49.90s on IBIT. Well, I was going to say something. Okay, yeah, someone put in a super chat, but they didn't put any ticker behind it. And I seen them say, Joe, please, but I don't see anything in what you said. So once again, thank you for that super chat. Obi, if you see SRNAQI9824, I know that's probably going to be a little difficult to remember. If they put a ticker in SNR is pretty much all you need to remember. I don't see what you said here. You just gave us $1 super chat, $1 Canadian, so 1 snow peso right there. Thank you very much for that one. So yeah, that's what we got going on. I need an espresso, so I'm gonna send this off to you there.
Of course, man. Thank you. I'm watching this hood. I know we called it out a little bit earlier here for a potential reversion. I don't know. I'm watching this. This is slowing down right here on top of this 125. It is a little choppy, so definitely have to be a little wary of this. Holding higher highs and higher lows, but kind of breaking that bit of a trend line that we did draw in a bit earlier. Where is VWAP? I'm thinking VWAP somewhere around here. I'm going to get rid of this moving average. I guess it's coming into the 21 MA as well. So still kind of within trend, but I like to look at VWAP a little bit more. So I'm just going to be like, all right, VWAP. Where is the default VWAP? There it is. We do not need any of these Bollingers. No, thank you. Okay, so VWAP sitting all the way at 123.81 as of right now here on Robinhood. Let's see. Previous area of supply. Let's see if that comes in potentially once again here on Robinhood. But this market is absolutely strong. So maybe being a little bit patient for the market turn in order to get involved, perhaps. But again, Robinhood has its own catalyst today, so it might be doing its own thing. Let's see what Adair has to say. What's up?
What I have to say here is we actually just got the 7-year note auction. Now, obviously, it usually comes out at 1, but it came out, I guess, today a little bit earlier. Looks like around 11:30. Before the auction, 3.775% high yield for that 7-year note. After the auction, that high yield came out here at 3.781%. So slightly higher yield after that auction than before for the 7-year note. Back to Obi.
Right. So yeah, I did get involved here, just with a bit of a feeler. Let's see how this kind of works out. 125. If that holds well, then yeah, I definitely don't want to stick around here for very long. But if that breaks down, I like that. Market, again, going against the grain here in terms of market tailwind for sure. So let's see if we can kind of keep it a little tight here. Let me know what you guys are trading as of right now. I know we talked about the strong market. Are you guys long anything? Is there any sort of long thesis that is working out well for you, other than the market itself, of course? So that's kind of what I have on watch. 320s could be an interesting area here on Google as it tries to hold prior day's lows here. We did kind of violate them by 50 pennies, broke 317s, and then nice rebid back into VWAP. But guess what? VWAP is where sellers have been in the pre-market, off of the open, and then going into the end of the opening session as well. So I'm going to be a little patient and wait for it to potentially come back into here to show me some more, I guess, information. But if this 125 halves holds on hood, then I'm more than willing to kind of get out here as well. Long Tesla, Slimy J saying in the chat. So let's take a quick look at TSLA here. Okay, a little bit of a chop. I'm seeing nothing too crazy in terms of an up move just yet, but it seems like another one of these stocks that seem like VWAP sellers have been pretty heavy, even though now we're kind of sneaking up into it and getting really kind of tight underneath that VWAP, which is now currently happening to confluence with that 420 level as well. Netflix to 109 saying the real Gary. Let's take a quick look at Flakes here, NFLX. Yeah, I keep forgetting that this thing had a split and is very, very tradable now in terms of what I like to look for. It seems like the pre-market high and the prior day consolidation high breakout was nice. It came in right off of the open, 105 holds, but sideways chop consolidation as of right now. Underneath prior day's opening prices are in and around some of these underneath some of these consolidation levels here on Netflix. So wait and watch for that one here. It seems like this market's continuing to catch a bit of a bid here, and this Robinhood is trading back above. I'm going to give it a couple more minutes here. Let's see if we can hold the half with any sort of distinction, and then I'm more than willing to kind of piece off of this one and move on to the next one. 320s now on Google. 321, just shy of 321s is that VWAP. With this market being this aggressive, the question I'm asking is Google kind of winding up for a bit of a breakout? When is that pressure going to be released? If not, then are we just holding relatively weak? Yesterday, it was also relatively weak with respect to, with reference to the market here. So, all right, thank you for the super chat. Grizilla Studios bought the dip. Thank you very much. And another one from Alex B. How young were you when you guys did your first trade? That's an interesting question. You want to start off with that?
Does a trade classify as an investment?
Yeah, I think just like when you participated in the stock market. 23,
24, I think. Maybe 22. Anywhere around that. It's a lifetime ago. It feels like literally a decade ago. Yeah, so somewhere around that neck of the woods. How about you?
I think for me it was yeah, I think around 20. It was in yeah, I'd say about 25, 26 ish. When I first kind of started dabbling in the markets, but it's been an absolute blur. But I think it was going into COVID. Going into COVID around when I
is when you made your first
like after COVID is when I really started to kind of
when did you make your first investment, let's say?
Investment? Well, yeah. I talk about let's see, when was marijuana legalized in Canada?
Yeah.
That
so
was the
exactly,
so just a couple months before that, I think.
Before before it was legalized, or the talks of legalization?
Before it was actually confirmed legal.
Legal. Okay, yeah. So around the same time as me. Then we're the same age, so probably in the early 20s or something. Yeah, 2017. So yeah, we were in our early 20s at that point. And then when I really started trading, first intraday trades started in 22. 21, 22 is 20. Yeah, I wish that would be nice. Joe is turning 25 next year. You don't buy stocks to exactly. Why would I ever do that? But no, yeah, I mean, that'd be nice to be able to turn back the clock. I think that's one of the greatest questions. Oh, someone asked this for this, and I'm more than willing to do this on multiple occasions. We can't abuse it though. Don't forget, right? We don't want to abuse it too much, but. Someone asked for a little Stone Cold music leading in towards the holidays. So let's get that one going. We'll hit the ha-ha on that one as well too. So shout out to that. Individual, SNR, you asked me about, you said Joe please, and then you just never put in a ticker after that. Joe is 23. That would, man, again, don't age me too much. November 2017. Okay, Jody, let's see what you got going on. November 2017, I put $5 on BTC and have been hooked ever since. That's all it takes, man. That's all it takes is that one win. And then sure enough, I mean, $5, it's better than no dollars, that's for sure. But that's all it takes is one,
last I checked,
one trade. You know what they say, Obi?
What do they say?
The worst thing that can happen to you is winning big the first time you ever go to the casino.
Okay.
Yeah. So
kind of like heroin, not even once.
All right. Well, that took a dramatic turn. Yeah. I mean, you don't really want to go down that well. But yeah. I mean.
Well, I use that reference because you know what the addiction rates for that is.
Probably.
Like you use it once, it has an above 90% percent probability that you are addicted. Like severely
just
addicted.
Once, eh?
Just once.
Like, are we talking about street heroin?
I don't know. This is like a stat I learned in
right,
school. I was just like, I don't know how real it is, but it is very high. But like that, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. You get that first hit of euphoria, and you're just like, this is the best thing ever.
And then it's just pure dragon chase.
Yeah, exactly. You're just chasing the dragon after that.
You know what's a sick movie? I don't know if you've seen this, Train Spotting.
Train Spotting?
Yeah.
No.
Neil might have seen them. Yeah, awesome movie says Assassino, Train Spotting. Let's go, Adara.
What about Requiem for a Dream?
Requiem for a Dream is another one. Yeah, very, very good stuff there. I mean, this guy, Train Spotting was wild. Yeah, I remember I was legit when I first seen that one. But aside from that, guys, man, we're cooking up. You're Obi,
yes, sir.
How dare you short one of the strongest names right now? Like, it has multiple catalysts going forward. We're breaking out.
Yeah.
And you're looking for that move back towards the volume-weighted average price.
Perhaps.
Crazy. All right. I mean, Tesla.
Some may call me crazy.
Call him crazy. Call him crazy.
I
have yet to take a sip.
I was looking. I was kind of watching this old trader interview that was I think it was almost 11 years ago. It was an Investors Underground interview. Shout out to those guys putting out great content all the time. But especially educational content. But a video from like 11 years ago, and he was just talking about how he kind of came into the market, and he was pretty much he never really learned from anyone. He kind of did his own kind of research and studied technicals. And kind of made it from there. Kind of doing his own thing against the crowd, maybe sometimes, more often than not. But I kind of sometimes I'm just like, okay, well, when I was listening to that, I was like, okay, that kind of reminds me of me sometimes, where I'm just like, sometimes I short some of the strongest stocks in the market. Sure, I'm trying to get better at nuanced ways of getting involved.
I hope it works.
But I mean, you know what? I don't know. I think that at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Yeah. I think a great quote by I know I'm going to butcher this, but by Soros is that it doesn't matter whether you're right or wrong. You know, what matters is how much do you win when you're right and how much do you lose when you're wrong. That's all that matters. At the end of the day, it's all probability.
Totally acceptable, for sure.
At the end of the day, sure, I understand that. I understand theoretically what I'm doing is kind of, counterintuitive, but maybe that's what I like.
Maybe
that's what I like.
Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Okay, well, I mean, some names are starting to come back in there, so hopefully it breaks down and heads back towards 123 for you. It looks like it's going to be honest with you, Obi.
We'll see. This 125 hold has been pretty interesting. That's what I said. As long as it can distinctly hold above the halves.
What are the higher time frames telling us?
Higher time frames. The next level is right at 126 halves. We're about $1 right under that prior high. So I am kind of watching that.
I think there's
126 area. But the thing is, supply already came in here pretty aggressively on that chop in the morning. We're slowly grinding back up. And another thing is like the market's starting to slow down a little bit here, but still 10 minutes left in this 15-minute candle to finish printing. So that could still be a lot of time for probabilities to change.
Yeah.
Still a lot of time for probabilities.
Time after time. I think you're there. There's so many. It's a song. Time after time, and I will find you. Time after time.
I do not know this.
I think that's
time after time. I get into reversions a little too early.
That's in, I believe, in Napoleon Dynamite as well too. So for those who know where that is from, all right, guys. We got to think of a poll. I need a poll to put up here. We're getting the Friday feels. I hope everyone's having a fantastic day.
Yeah, tomorrow's off.
Tomorrow is off, man. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of like,
markets are open.
I'm like Dennis Rodman in a sense. Like, hold on here. Let me finish. All right. That, you know, when he just needs to check out, and then sure enough he comes back and puts up some numbers. I'm like that. All right, so yeah, let me finish. That's why I said let me finish. You just need to check out a little bit.
I'm gonna let you finish.
Yeah, and go and do what you got to do on the side, and then you come back fully checked in. I mean, relax. I'm just referring to him in that Michael Jordan documentary when he's like, where did Dennis go? The guy was partying in Vegas for a couple of nights, hops back on the flight, and gives you 20 rebounds when he gets back, all right? So I'm not giving you 20 rebounds or anything along those lines. I'm just talking from a mental standpoint. That's just how I am. As an individual, but Obi,
yes, sir.
Your Robinhood starting to work for you.
It's starting to work right now, but again, still hasn't really shown me any sort of, I guess, how would you say, confirmation, I think is what people call it. But yeah, let's see if we can get that confirmation, that continuation back down through that 125. 124 is that VWAP right there. There's some aggressive sellers. Let's see if they continue. The market is pulling in a little bit more here. 125s are now trading below. Do we hold this consolidation lower as of right now? We'll see. Again, at the end of the day, the goal, man, is just trying to get better at listening to what the chart and price action is telling me. Now, again, I'm going to be wrong a lot of the times. And in that case, that's where the risk management kind of comes in, right? We'll be right back from Adara.
Kind of a wild story here with Intel and TSM. So as you can see here, INTC dropping a little bit. All I saw was this headline where the company said there's no reason to believe there's any merit to the TSMC allegations. So I looked into this basically as of yesterday. Taiwan Semiconductor, or TSM is the ticker, TSMC is the company's name. Basically, they sued a former executive of theirs saying that he took trade secrets over to Intel. Again, Intel saying, hey, there's no reason to believe this actually happened. And they also said that they have policies against the use of third-party intellectual property. So Intel denying these TSMC claims. Intel stock on watch. Back to you.
All right. So yeah, I mean, there it is, guys. Let's find something else. I mean, Super Chat, Jusu, what's up? Put for crowd opportunity will send down because of Pan W. I personally like CrowdStrike a little bit more than Pan Dubs, but let's take a look at Crowd. Do you really want to be, I know Cyber hasn't been performing that well, but do you really want to be buying puts on CrowdStrike? We're going to answer that momentarily. I don't know, man. I don't know. You could be totally right, and for your sake, I truly hope that you are. But we got to do our just most basic trend line analysis here, and we have multiple attempts. So, and also take note, guys. I think it's really important. We were talking about this not too long ago. Is that when the VIX is heading lower, what does that mean? Less fear. Let me sit up straight here. Make sure I sit up straight, hey, brother.
Yeah, you gotta watch that posture.
Yeah, watch it
later. Like my upper back has been.
Oh, you don't even understand.
Just like up here, especially like on the subway home. I'm reading like for like 20, 30 minutes, just standing like this. It's just it all adds up. It's so crazy. And then bad posture all day.
Bro.
I think that's a good point. I think it would definitely do us all a little bit better if we kind of watched each other's posture and be like, hey,
man, stop slouching.
Watch the slouch. I don't know. It's so easy, especially when I'm in the zone.
You're like this.
Especially, you know what? Like, come on, gamers out there. When you're tilting a little forward by about 45 degrees, it's plus 10 concentration, plus 15 charisma. You know what I mean? So sometimes when that's happening, you got to kind of lean back, chillax, relax, and just take a deep breath. Stretch out those shoulders and those upper back as well. What do you got going on there?
It's the same thing.
Crowd strike?
No, yeah. Sorry, we get sidetracked really easy. It doesn't even matter.
Back, I'm like,
it just shows the ADHD in my brain is because you guys notice that I'll jump from one thing to another because it's going at a million miles a minute. Sometimes it's like, this. Oh, nice butterfly or something like that. You know what I mean? But anyway, squirrel.
like the dog from Up, Doug. Doug the dog, right?
Yeah.
So I always quote in the famous words of Doug. Squirrel.
Yeah, boom, just pure immediately distracted, squirrel. But no, in all seriousness, guys, CrowdStrike, I like this. Will I be buying puts on it? I'm gonna be honest with you, no. If you're looking for any form of bearishness or whatever, I think bull put spreads could be a pretty good strategy right now. We talked about the condors. You're not going to be collecting that much premium. And what I was leading at is with the VIX once again, so there's less fear in the market. So what typically happens after that, things tend to go up, and I think that's a pretty good gauge. And that's what led me to not write any more calls currently right now on my IBIT position, just due to how drastically the VIX has came back in. So that's what we have going on. We're sitting in this IBIT trade. It keeps getting bought up. These are beautiful signs of strength. So maybe we can get a reload opportunity here. And just add more shares, because you can see that we're holding this 49.65 level and heading right back towards the low of the day. The high of the day, guys. So that's not a bad look whatsoever. If there's anything in particular that you want to see or look at, please feel free to put it in the chat. The individual SNR, you didn't tell me what ticker you wanted to look at. You gave us the snow peso, which we're very much grateful for, but you never gave me anything behind that, and we want to talk about what you want us to talk about. So please do that as soon as you hear me on this spiel. Now, as for MSTR, Obi, we're seeing a couple individuals finally say MSTR. Look what Bitcoin's doing, and look what MSTR is doing. I don't know, man. I don't know what I would like if I ever met Michael Saylor face to face. I don't know what I would say to him. Truly, I don't know. No, I don't think I would say. I don't even know. It'd be like I would just probably look him in the eye, shake his hand, and then probably just leave it at that and just go non-verbal or something like that. I just don't know what to say to
I would just say thank you for what you've done for the crypto community, because I think that's
the thing?
He definitely deserves a little bit of that.
That's fair enough.
For sure. You know, whether you like the guy or not, he's definitely brought good attention to the space. He's definitely brought awareness to the space, and I think for long-term crypto holders, before Michael Saylor was ever really around, I think that's definitely a very very good thing for the whole space, for sure.
All right.
I would say thank you.
All right, that's fair, man. I'd say what Pippin said to him. What did he say? 1 piece, 2 piece. All right. I mean, hey, man, let's go. That reload would have been nice. Lunch is now officially served for those who haven't heard the bell. Adara, Neil gave the spice a 2. I'm going to give the spice a flat. There's relatively none.
You tried it?
I tried it.
Okay.
Yeah. And trust me, I would never deceive you whatsoever.
Well, what about those bean rice things on October 9th that you said weren't spicy at all, and then it was incredibly spicy?
It had negative spice.
Dates.
It had
what about on November?
It had negative spice. Even Brendo was like, no, there's no spice in it whatsoever. Trust me, I would never lie to you. I would never, ever.
I'm not saying it's on purpose. I'm just saying that it's occurred. Okay. That's all I'm saying.
Oh man, that's crazy. You call me a habitual line stepper at this point, man. But no, in all seriousness, Obi, how's the good? Oh, you're down to 125 there.
Yeah, it's kind of coming in, looking a little bit.
All right. Oh, you're short 125.10s.
Yeah. Not the best prices, but the idea is there, right? I think.
All right. Jody loves spice.
Gotta wait and watch.
All right.
Yeah, I definitely love the spice there. For sure. It's funny, undergrad, we used to go to all the wing spots that were like nearby the campus and in and around the city, just to go try out what their spiciest flavors were, and we would just rate them, be like, all right, well, these guys say they have spicy. Let's really kind of tackle that and make a decision for ourselves whether or not that's spicy or not. Now, of course, being from an Indian background, I grew up on a lot of spice. And the lore goes that one of my great-grandfathers used to say, if you are not sweating while you're eating, are you really eating? So that's kind of where I come from.
If I have to be like, it's not enjoyable at that time.
Yeah.
For me personally.
I remember the funny time. There was one. It was a Duff's Armageddon wings. When I tried them with one of my best friends, I ordered them. We ordered just 1 pound. Before the wing even touched my lips, I could feel the heat. And after one bite, I was just like, we looked at each other. We're like, we know we have to finish this, but then we also ordered a glass of milk. So you know what I mean. You
know what they say about one bite, though, right, Obi?
What do they say?
Everybody knows the rules, baby.
Just one bite?
At one bite, everybody knows the rules. All right, guys, it's already 12 o'clock. Oh my days.
Wow.
We might piece a little bit more out here, warm a little bit more out on IBIT, but we are going to send you off to Adara with happening now in the Neil with his LOD. LOTD?
Yeah, LOTD.
Yeah, what a day here for this market. This is the S&P 500 just continuing to push to the upside ahead of this Turkey Day tomorrow. And again, happy early Thanksgiving to all of those who celebrate. Really nice Thanksgiving gift here for this market, that's for sure. Let's talk about Robinhood, which has done really well today. Basically, the reason for this hood move to the upside is that the company, in conjunction with Susquehanna, is now taking a 90% stake in the Miami exchange here, MIAX derivatives exchange, the MIXDX. Got a 90% stake, and they're going to use it for prediction market or events contracts. So that should be an interesting look. Also interesting here, so many earnings on watch today, guys. I have earnings recaps already on X at TTV Research for Dell, Deere, and Zscaler, HPQ, and ADSK on the way. But the point is, tons of earnings on watch here. Dell actually has been and is still pretty strong near day's highs on earnings day one. And if you guys want any of this earnings content or market content in general, please remember, X at TTV Research is here for you. But what else is here for you is an ad read. We'll take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics, because each year 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S. But there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Origenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. So learn more. Schedule a meeting today and schedule your ears to listen to Neil's lesson right here. Neil, give the people said lesson.
Let's do it, and it's a pretty easy one because actually, spoiler alert, I was talking about this in the chat, so a couple of people might have already noticed this. But it's just about, like, sometimes you get a bit of chop fest and you're waiting for a little bit of confirmation of something. And I had said I was looking for 420 as a key level on Tesla. And what patience can mean sometimes, I think a lot of the time, is look at the level of 420 on the higher time frame. It's not as if you obviously have some semblance of support or resistance, like yesterday underneath it for sure, and there previously had been some support. But you know what just happened for the first time in a higher time frame? It closed above twice on the 15-minute. So it didn't want to get faked out. There's your downward trend. Every time it tries to break 420, if you're locked in on 420, there's it testing 420 and rejecting on the 15-minute. There's it testing 420 and rejecting on the 15-minute. At this point, the early shorts have won, and the short 420 is winning in the overall trend. However, when you zoom in, and apologies for the executions, which kind of muddle this up, there's your test to close above 420 for the first time, but barely by a couple of cents. And there's a bottoming tail candle on the 15-minute, which then sets up multiple closes above 420, where you have a clear sense that the buyers are now engaged. Once that's confirmed in the next 15, enter the long position, go right to the first spot of possible resistance 2 days ago. And if it breaks through 22, I see every reason why you shoot 24, 25. So it's easy enough to always say patience, but I find, and I'm trying to do this a little bit more, explaining what patience actually means. Like, what is it that you're looking for off of that level? Just buy at 420? Is that good? I don't think so. I mean, maybe, I don't know, hold it $4 against you, and maybe we get to 424 and then that works out. Or you could have gone for some trend reversions down there, but then that has nothing to do with 420. So if I'm looking at that level, I want to see buyers take advantage of the stock above. So it does require patience, I find a lot of times. But the other thing you should have, if you're going to be patient, fighting a sneeze here, is the ability to say that even if I've waited all day for something, it doesn't mean that you have to get married to the idea. So patience is one side of the coin. But if you're waiting forever for a clean setup, just because it happens and you take the trade doesn't mean you have to go down with that ship. If the whole guts go down with the ship, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard, man. Like, first of all, I ain't no ship captain. I'm not even that big of a fan of boats. Like, I'll get on one, it's just not my cup of tea. But like, let's just imagine a scenario in which I was. Why am I going down with the ship? Everybody else is off. It doesn't make any sense. It literally makes no sense. One of the stupidest things I've ever heard of. What, because of some sense of honor, you should just go down with the ship for no reason? So just because you waited forever, like, watch, how long did you see me, after getting out of the long, wait for a chance to revert AMD? It's like, wait, nope, didn't do it here. Didn't close under there. Okay, no, not really confirming. There's your red candle. There's your second smash. Okay, let's go. But did I marry the trade? Nope. When it didn't follow through to VWAP, I was able to get out, still take a win on it, and thankfully be up on AMD, even though I was kind of fighting it early, reversed into what ended up being a good long. But I waited for that short. Just because you take it doesn't mean you have to go down with that ship. So patience only takes you so far. You can wait forever for that Tesla setup, but I mean, come on, son. Well, I mean, not come on, son, but yeah, come on, son. If this thing closes underneath 420 on the 15-minute, I'm getting the you-know-what out of Dodge, because that's not what I'm looking for. I'm sitting in that first dollar because that's where the resistance was 2 days ago. So we'll see. We just took it there. But at the next look, even if I get this 424, or maybe it reverses trend in here, and I'm thinking reload at 420, this sucker closes the 15-minute under 420 again, I'm jumping out of the trade. It's not what I was expecting. So that's what it's all about. Patience only takes you so far. Patience means knowing what you are looking for to happen and taking the trade. And if you do wait like that, then you're kind of chilled out. Like, you're not freaking out. Am I going to get washed in or out of the trade? Am I going to get chopped up? You don't care, because you've waited all day for something to happen, and I know what I need to look for it to be wrong. But the other side of the coin, of course, means even if you have that conviction or confidence in the trade, it doesn't mean you have to go down with the ship. Leave that to back in the Titanic days, which, it makes no sense. I never liked that analogy. And here's what I will also tell you, just in regards to this. A lot of traders, and I've seen this time and time again, and it's not that it shouldn't be true, because to a certain extent, the trades that you like the best or are the most convicted on ultimately are the ones that end up hurting you the most. And in a trading game, it's the size of your losses relative to your wins that are going to end up mattering. So here's what I'll tell you. You are going to risk the most on the trades you like the most. That's fair. Whether you take more shares, have a wider stop, it's effectively the same thing. What you have to understand then in that situation is, if you're going to give it a little bit more room, well, then can I be shotgunning out of this in the first dollar? Or am I shooting for a bigger move here? Right? How much, forget about if I had gotten chopped up in Tesla and was making a bunch of other style trades in Tesla, whether I was up or down, it wouldn't matter, because I got to judge this trade on this trade. So if it's a higher time frame trade, which I'm trying to give it some room, am I actually trying to win 3-4 times what I would lose if this trade doesn't work? That's what ends up being important. Ultimately, it's how much that trade costs you if you take a win, You know, if I'm looking to average, let's say I'm looking to average, and it's about $2.50 on this trade, I can't lose more than $2.50 on the trade. And if I'm trying to risk $1 to $1.50 on the trade, then if I'm getting out 80% of it underneath $1 to $1.50, how does that make any sense? It's not going to overall work. So when you have that conviction, you don't want to go down with the ship, but you also sometimes means holding it for the greater part of said move. So patience matters. It is a virtue. Understand what it is you're looking for, and then strike. But just because you waited forever and have high conviction doesn't mean you go down with the ship on that trade. You don't just start like leveraging in when it's showing you signs that it's not working. And I have to keep in mind too, like the futures are actually coming back in here a bit. And Joe, I know you're watching Bitcoin in that 88,000 level. That's still a big deal. And I'm still looking for that 88,000 reversion. And I'll probably take BM&R tomorrow if and when it does happen. So there's your lesson of the day. I'm going to go back to eating some jerk chicken, which is not all that spicy. And maybe Tesla rallies. Certainly, I think we get a test at 88,000, and then I'll wait for some BM&R or Mara trades.
Yeah, I'll tell you this for free. I ain't going down with no ship at this point. I'm telling you, these stocks. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Assassino. Yeah, there's zero chance I'm going down with any ship. That's. I'll tell you that. I'll get out of board and pull my life jacket out here and try to survive and fight another day. And I'll gladly, in the stock market, I'll gladly jump ship. But as for a team, I try to stick with the same team. But if you want to go down with it, man, that is not a good time, because at the other end of the trade, someone's on the yacht with your money, and that's not the case that we want to be in whatsoever. But we have 3 super chats that we have not gone over, and we're going to start off with our boy T. Brucker. What's up, T. Brucker? Let's talk about AMD. Where will it close on Friday? Let's figure that out. You can see we're posted up at 91s here on IBIT. So any strong momentum push, we're going to catch that fill right there, guys. Let's pull up advanced money duplication right here and see what we got going on from a daily perspective. And I mean, the bounce is there, guys. So lots of buying pressure stepping in to a lot of these names. Let's get these lines out of here so we can see a little bit clearly now that the rain is gone. We are so back, baby. We are so back. Obviously being sarcastic. But yeah, in all seriousness, you might get a bounce. You have filled this gap, but I'm just thinking in the back of my head that, I don't know, the street will find something to kind of send this market a little bit lower. You just have to be patient enough and wait for it. Is that going to be the case here in AMD? I don't know. You can see you have an island gap essentially. So here's the island boy. I'm so glad Charleston White beat that one little brothers up. He quit too.
Oh, I didn't even know they fight.
But they don't fight. I wouldn't really call it fighting. You got beat up. There's got to be 2 parties to fight there. But no, and as in AMD, guys.
These guys are tiny too. Right?
Yeah, they're really tiny and they're really tough. But I mean, there it is. Let's see if we can catch that fill. Boom! There goes Bitcoin to a new high. Catch that little fill right there. Thank you, Assassino, for that. Back to AMD. Yeah, I mean, where will it close on Friday? That's 2 days from now. Maybe you get a retest of 223. That's a key neckline. I think that's going to be a solid level. And then I would be looking for rejections or breakthrough, whether the momentum and the volume steps in or it doesn't. So that is my 2 cents on AMD. What do you think about AMD before we get to Alex B's super chat?
Sure, yeah. I can take a look at AMD here and see what is going on with the advanced money. Let's see. We'll see what that last letter stands for today. Is it destruction or is it duplication? And it seems like a little bit of duplication today there, Joe, we had some strength coming into the pre-market session. We held about 50% of that pullback of that pre-market leg. A nice little hold of prior day's levels as well, I guess. Sure, it doesn't quite get to those lows, but it kind of comes into some of these interesting levels from yesterday. And nice little bid back up. breaking this downtrend as well. But it seems like as of right now, this right here, just taking it from the day low to where this bid kind of came in. Oh, look at that. Would you look at that? Nice prior support and resistance levels. I love when those kind of show up, and I don't mean them to, but it seems like it is rejecting off of a prior level here. Break of trend as well. Decent confluence happening here. And look at where VWAP's sitting. That's maybe another level of interest as well. So nice little reversion happening here on AMD alongside the rest of the market. You can see here, look at that. Back-to-back jacks on the 15-minute green candles, and these are the first two red candles that are being printed, and we only have 1 minute left, about 55 seconds, 50 seconds for this 15-minute candle to finish printing. So the question becomes, are we going to get some more continuation? Do we get a 50% pullback of this leg? I like that. Even on the ES, that 50% pullback would bring us into these opening range highs as well. So I like that as a bit of a balance. Let's see if that comes into fruition, right? Talking about it is nice. Being like this is within the range of possibilities or plausibilities is nice, but can it actually come in, and do we see that follow through happening? And ideally, how I like to look at it is like, yeah, like I said before, I like going against the grain. Sometimes I like to call it going against the perceivable grain, right? So it's just like, all right, what's being marketed? This is a market. What kind of action is being marketed on the chart, and what might be actually going on in the underneath it as well? There comes my first cover there on Robinhood as we crack below that 125, 124.60s. I don't know if I was a worm or a bird here, but it seems like the bird is definitely the word on Hood as it comes back right into VWAP 124s. Let's see if we can balance it out here. Reversion to the mean can be pretty mean, but you know, sometimes you just got to last there for the trip. And here it comes in. Where is VWAP, you may ask? On this chart here, it's coming into 124s. On this other chart here, specifically speaking, it's coming in at 123.89. So about 50 pennies lower here. We'll wait, we'll watch, we'll see. I'm just gonna, like I said before, I'm trying to do my best to just listen to what the action is telling me. Of course, it is a work in progress. I am not good as some of the players as I aspire to be like, but it's a work in progress, right? It's definitely a work in progress. What I love about trading, and it reminds me of certain types of games, Rocket League is one of them. The skill ceiling is like so high, right? The skill ceiling is so high, and there's players that definitely exist out there that are much bigger and better, and that always keeps me driven. That always keeps me motivated. And yeah, it's just, the thing is, I know for a fact, like, you know, the best gamers, maybe you only see them on the leaderboards, or the best traders, maybe you only see them on public leaderboards, but most of those guys are just you know, undercover. They don't really kind of make themselves known, which is very, very respectable as well. Now, of course, this market's coming back with a little bit of a bid. Now, the question I'm asking is, can we hold below this 125 on Hood? I already covered a little bit, not everything. VWAP is where I'm looking for a majority of this, but the thing is, it doesn't even have to get there, right? I don't know if it's going to get there, but the probability stack is definitely working in our favor now as Hood breaks back below this 125. The market looking like it's catching a little bit of a breather here as well. We had those two first red candles after multiple greens, and let's see if this third one is going to continue to give us more of the same, or if it gives us a little bit of pain to the downside, I guess, for the longs. But that would definitely work for me, as I am sitting in a bit of a short here on Hood, which did go down to 124 halves, but now reclaimed. So it held the half. It's trying to print the next quarter, which is 75s here, but I'm still waiting and watching because, again, bigger picture, we attempted to push that 126. Supply was shown on the initial push. That nice chop, I liked it. I participated in the flow that happened back down through that 125. Guess what? We grinding slow bid. The market turns. I like that. kind of observing that those potential sellers start to step in a little bit, maybe not as aggressively as before, but definitely a distinctly different action than that of the grind back up to the upside here. But we'll see. Those buyers can step in at any point. I've said this before, I'll say it again. The probabilities are definitely ever changing with every tick, with every candle, with every minute that passes, and we have to be as nimble as possible for that to potentially come in. Let's see if we can break below the halves and print the quarters. What do you got going on, Joe?
All right, guys. And now for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Biotech Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leveraged ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P and the TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3xdaily to learn more. And that's what you want to do. Got to trade to pay taxes out here. Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. They don't mess around, man. But where were they when all of you guys were grinding here in the market trenches and working hard and scratching your head? Where do they deserve a piece of that pie?
Who is it?
The old tax man, Uncle Sam, man. Uncle Sam.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the game is a little bit pay to play, and that's kind of where taxes come in sometimes. Exactly, like I like Texas, I like a few other places for
Puerto Rico is out there.
I've heard Bali is nice, so
UAE, Bali is
Dubai is great as well. But at the end of the day, man, it's like
take the talents to Dubai. No tax?
Maybe, perhaps, but this is definitely where home is for me. So I might pay a little, it's definitely worth.
Home is where you make it, Obi. Don't forget that.
100%.
Okay, so let's do this, guys. I'm still trying to think of a Thanksgiving poll. If we have any good ideas on the Thanksgiving poll, get that up. Bali is awesome. All right, so the tax. Okay, we're gonna go with 3 tax-friendly regions. We're gonna go with Puerto Rico, Dubai, and Texas. If you had to pick out of any of those 3, which one would it be, Obi?
Puerto Rico, Dubai, or Texas? I'll go straight with Texas.
Texas. All right, baby. Let's go to Texas. All right.
All my exes live in Texas.
Oh, so you're going back there?
No.
All right. So you're gonna switch that one up there.
I like Texas, but here's a couple of reasons why. I can ride my motorcycle all year round. Beautiful. Anywhere that will give me that option, I'm definitely that's a factor of confluence for me. Sure, it might get a little hot, but it is what it is.
Did we go over all the super chats?
On that one there? Did we? I don't know. We can check in a second here right now.
So I have a couple.
We got 3, but before that, guys, I just found something crazy. I'm digging into exchanges and stumbled across BTCC top 30 globally, but here's the wild part. BTCC has never been hacked. While major exchanges keep getting wrecked, BTCC stays untouched. 0 KYC if you're in the US, Canada, or Europe. Through Trader TV, you get 100 USDT coupons for registering, plus 15% bonus thing that covers losses up to 15K USDT. Seriously, what am I missing here? Scan the QR code for more information. All right, so what am I missing here? It seems like I missed a little bit of the bid here on Hood as we come right back up into that 25 level. I think I did post out a little bit earlier. Why is it saying rejected order here? I just got to check. What do you got going on? Why are you rejecting my order? Okay, it's definitely, I was like, wait, BP reject? I'm like, no, there's no way. Yeah, no, it seems like I just have too many orders out right now. But that's okay. 125 is coming in here. Google couldn't really hold that 320 as of right now. I mentioned before. That was also opening range lows, and a little bit of support turned into resistance here at that 320 is giving you that $2 chop that I was talking about yesterday. It was just consolidating 322s to 318s, chop, chop, chop both ways. Today, holding that 320 both with the opening range lows and this consolidation, midday consolidation low here as well. I got to check where some of these orders are sitting. All right, cool. So it didn't really get that low. So I got to cancel some of these and maybe take some off here. As you know, if we're gonna reclaim 125s after attempting to push into 124 halves, you know, I don't really like that. We talk about probability stacking, and the stack is definitely not in the favor there if it's going to do that. But still, well within range, I'd say 125s. I just want to lighten up so that I can get some maybe better inventory at higher prices there potentially. So I'll cancel all of those. 125s, there it is, 120, 125.10. So that right there, back through, gives us a nice little pop. So that's why I want to get rid of some of these earlier ones, because I did re-engage or add underneath this 125 half, and a nice little double tap there as we held the halves pretty well. Like I said before, do we hold that 125 with any sort of distinction? We didn't. I got involved once again in the market tailwind. Definitely helped us out for a pullback into VWAP. Like I said before, not always do we get right down to VWAP. The path to VWAP can be very, very choppy and not clean at times, but sometimes you just got to go with the flow and kind of move with the movements. What do you got going on?
Going to move with the movements right now. And that movement currently, Obi, is Trade the Pool, which is transforming how stock traders access the markets. With this limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. And right now, with Trade the Pool's Black Friday deal, you get 15% on all evaluation accounts automatically at checkout. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get the discount. All right, we got a lot of super chats. As IBIT is continuing to climb a little bit higher here, guys, we're gonna wait for 50s or 97s to get involved with that. $30 by DJ Marshall. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've been able to watch the channel. Happy to see the show. It's growing and the studio changes look great. Ears on me. Happy Thanksgiving. No, thank you for that.
Trader.
We're gonna get to the next one here momentarily, but first and foremost, we've got to take a little bit out here. Whew. That was close. Bang! Catch that fill on IBIT, so not too bad of a look. Now we are going to move on to Alex B, 1730, 1738. Okay, I see what you did there. All right. Shout out to Fetty Wap. Also, the captain of the ship is the equivalent of the CEO or board of directors. Traders are more like pirates looking for the loot. Give me the loot. Give me the loot. Absolutely. That is exactly what we're looking for. Alex B, thank you very much for that. I couldn't agree more with you, my friend. And then Hangry Wife, a member for 3 months. God bless Obi, Neil, Sean, Joe, Sharif, Adara, Brendo, Ram, Assassino, and Fabian. The show is tremendous value. Thank you very much for that, Hangry Wife, member of 3 months. Now on to Spy Trader once again. DJ Marshall here. What's going on, my friend? Sending the extra beer money. So that's $50. Oh, Jeez Louise, that's 50 Canadian. That's like almost $80 Canadian right there, my boy. But also what's climbing higher is IBIT up to 1550. And we're going to take a little bit more off, just going with the flow. But Spy Trader 80, thank you very much for those super chats. Oh, that's a whole lot of beer, and there's not that much alcohol consumption on this floor. And actually, speaking for myself, Sharif doesn't really drink. Not anymore. Not anymore. Maybe, who knows? Who knows? But thank you very much.
Fridays get pretty lit.
Pardon me?
I mean, Fridays get pretty lit.
Fridays get pretty lit.
We're still keeping the traditions going. That's for sure.
You know what it is, though, my friend? Like, for me, I don't, I play hockey on Fridays, but I also don't like having any beverages before the game, so I can go in there, whoop some bum, and then after is when there's nothing more refreshing. I'll tell you one thing, man. I don't know if you've after playing like an intensive sport or a nice workout, especially after hockey, I don't know what it is, but when you crack a beer after hockey, it just hits different, man.
Oh, yeah.
It hits different. It's just like you're thirsty, you're parched, and you're like, all right, let's get some of this.
What's your go-to drink of choice?
5%? My go-to drink of choice would be tequila.
Tequila?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I mean, but
that's not a beer, though. That's not a beer.
Beer. If we're going beer,
yeah, that's what I mean.
I'm probably gonna have to go with either Red Stripe or Modelo.
Okay, Red Stripe. I see you. I like that. Okay, all right. Man of culture. I like that. Nice.
Roots and challenge. Oh my days! Look at Bitcoin go here.
Whoa, here we go. Yeah,
starting
the
to
bid
climb.
is coming in,
This thing is performing significantly stronger than the market. The volume is coming in, guys. Look at this volume here on IBIT as we're starting to climb a little bit higher. Phenomenal stuff. I'm loving this. Okay, survey. Prefer turkey with pineapple or pizza with pineapple? They're good. I'm still taking offers though. We got an hour and a half. We got an hour and a half left. I got to think of something pretty good. I mean, what's our average price at? Oh, $1 is that on IBIT there? Obi, I got nothing left, brother. 10% now, 5% of the remaining position. We're gonna post up right there to see if we can catch a fill. But the volume supporting this move in Bitcoin. Don't Canadians like Sol? Sol isn't bad either. Wow, IBIT says Gorev. Wow is right, I think, at this point. So Modelo is up there, man. Don Julio is the best mainstream tequila. Yeah, I like Don Julio and Patron. It's all right. I like Don Julio more. Casamigos just took the tequila world by storm, in my opinion.
Casamigos?
Yeah. I like Reposado as well, too. Joseph. Okay, Dark Trader, top 10 beer of all time is the locker room airport beer, the first beer. Yeah, exactly. There you go. I like how you said that. That airport beer.
The airport beer
hits different. There's no questioning that. Yeah, wow, IBIT. Modelo Especial, yeah, very good. The dark one is very good as well, too. MF Dangerous. It's all marketing for Patron. Yeah, I mean, aside from that, there it is, guys. Let's take a little bit off here on IBIT. I only have one out after this, so we'll take it up there. But we've been riding this trend, and this is what we were looking for earlier in the day. It just needed to absorb a little bit more, liquidity, and sure enough, we're now off to the races, up 1.5%. But we got the super chats flowing in today. I hope everyone has a fantastic Thanksgiving, and take it easy. You got to go see the family tomorrow, so don't get too carried away. Mike Peter Ryder. All right. Survey turkey and pineapple on pizza. No, we're still thinking. I need some good quality ideas, some Thanksgiving related. That's a pretty good one, but we're still taking some offers there. Let's see what our other super chat is saying there. Assassino portfolio up 16% the last 2 days, swinging NVDA calls and holding INTC stock and calls. Y'all have helped me learn to secure gains versus being greedy. I mean, both sides of the party can make a little bit money, but I think as the saying goes, hogs get slaughtered. Is that how it goes? Or pigs get slaughtered, something like that?
Pigs get
slaughtered. Pigs get slaughtered. I mean, so hey.
Yeah, there's a lot of quirky sayings in the market. Yeah, all of them kind of stand in different scenarios. But yeah, that is what it is. 125. So we got back above. I punched out of that last piece right there, above 125 halves. Did re-engage when we kind of looked like we just had like just a momentary push and then kind of stalled, and then just kept it really tight, because I was just like, if this goes back below halves, I want to be a part of it. But if it reclaims, I definitely don't want to be a part of it, because again, we did go down to VWAP, we did hold, so a quick little scalp there for, I guess, about $1, 50 pennies roughly. Let's say on average, we'll be a little conservative. We'll say about 50 pennies if I'm averaging those entries and averaging some of these exits here as well. Where is the next trade is what I'm asking. So let's see what you guys are talking about here in the chat. Coin. All right. So Gorav Sanchdev, okay, in the chat saying, I took coin long at VWAP. All right, Gaurav, let's take a look at Coinbase here. And that's probably running as well a little bit with Bitcoin. Okay, not as strong as some of those IBIT moves, but definitely VWAP was a good place to get to engage, because, again, off of the open, VWAP buyers. We attempt to reclaim VWAP buyers, pull back in off of a false break of high of day. VWAP buyers, pull back in, higher low, VWAP buyers. So I like that. Again, we talk about seeing more of the same and then participating in that move when we see more of the same, right? And I like that idea for sure. Just trying to keep it simple, right? People kind of. I'm doing my best to try to keep it as simple as possible, because at the end of the day, the entries and the exits, you kind of have to. You kind of have to. If you boil it down to as simple as possible, that's, I find, the most effective way to operate real time, because you're not doing a lot of the thinking. You're not thinking about the meta too much, being like, all right, well, buyers were here, sellers were here, so I need to do this, I need to do that. That's already kind of like, you're already watching that. But then the entry is just like, all right, well, if I think that, you know, VWAP is bid today and buyers are at VWAP and I like the long, the executions in and around VWAP make a lot of sense, right? So good stuff on that. Adam James saying, happy USA Day of Thanks to our 51st state brothers. Thank you to you as well.
Bro lives in Canada. I don't know why. I don't know.
Oh, so you know this person.
It's crazy. Bruh. Nice. Yeah, that's Adam. That's my guy, AJ, man.
Nice,
Adam James,
nice.
Man.
Yeah, good stuff.
That's my guy.
Shout out to you. Thank you for the super chat. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone. That's it's tomorrow. Market's going to be closed. We're not going to be here. But if you're interested in trading, there are CSE is open, TSX is open. Markets around the world are still open. So how
about that?
Bitcoin's also open, doesn't really close. So, yeah. I don't know if I guess options market's also closed tomorrow.
Yeah,
right?
hella closed, man.
Okay, cool.
Am I allowed to say that? Probably not.
I might look at some Canadian stocks intraday tomorrow. Maybe we'll see what's doing volume. See what's doing some stuff.
Gotta scratch the itch, baby. Gotta scratch.
I mean, it's not gotta scratch the itch. It's just I like trading, but maybe you can see it that way. You can see it as gotta scratch all these itches. Sometimes, sometimes there's so much itch, so you feel like you have eczema. So,
That's crazy.
Amazon pulling back into VWAP right now.
What's that? You remember that one meme? It was like, you got eczema?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Is that how they said that? Yeah. It was crazy. Yeah, Joseph, the market is closed tomorrow, Coach UV. Thank you, but the CSE is not. TSX, I don't believe is not. But yeah, I mean, there it is, 50-50 in Bitcoin. Hey, let's go.
Nice. I think it keeps on going up.
Yeah, we're still staying. I don't got much left here, guys. Who said it? My boy in here, the Jameson. That's crazy. Someone said nice trade. I'm just trying to remember who it was. It wasn't the Trav man. It was the next one of somebody else that said that. But yeah, aside from that, guys, Rookie Trader, I appreciate you, my friend. But there it is, man, just riding this wave since approximately 11 o'clock this morning. And then now, sure enough, we're still at the peak. So just holding on to it with these Deontay Wilder type mitts. But at the end of the day, huge up in BMNR. All right, let's take a look at BMNR and a couple of the crypto names as we're starting to get a little bit of a rebound here, guys. Yeah, I mean, a nice pop. You're still stuck within this range, though, right? So you want to break through some of these key levels. What's ETA? There it goes, man. I had a strong feeling that I should have added a little bit at that volume increase on IBIT, but that's okay. Yeah, there goes ETHA, volume supporting this move. So some good stuff there in the crypto world, a much anticipated bounce. But I mean, on the grand scheme of things, we're still down, I think like 25% on Bitcoin there or something along those lines. Let's get some exact metrics and see what we're looking at here, Obi. Just from a Bitcoin standpoint, is there anything that you specifically are looking at right now, or have anything that's starting to pop up on your radar? Or
me?
Yeah.
I like Apple.
Apple? What's Apple doing?
Right here. So we come into this opening range high. We attempt to break it. We're underneath that 280. We're in some supply zones from yesterday. Take a look at that. Absolutely beautiful hold of that 180 right off of the open. Nice little reversion coming into the end of the day. We see more of the same happening today. But again, this is what I keep reiterating this. Recent areas of supply and demand. Do those players show up again? That's all I'm kind of looking for. And then, of course, confluencing it with tape, with price action, with what I'm seeing on the charts as well. I kind of I think ideally I should be in here a little bit earlier, but I am watching this. This consolidation hold is interesting. I guess if we break this shelf, I definitely want to get involved here, but I think getting involved a little bit earlier and watching this 279.5 kind of come in, I like that. And shout out to Joe for his IBIT because that continues to blast off, man. What is Bitcoin actually doing right now? Let's take a quick look here at Coinbase or the Coinbase exchange right here. So okay, so a 90K pop. So all right, we were breaking out of or attempting to break out of this consolidation. We already broke out of this consolidation. We're getting up into those 89,225s as of right now, and those are the highs, I guess, from the beginning of the week. All right, cool. So weekly highs about to be broken here on Bitcoin. Let's just go right to the weekly chart. Let's take off some of these indicators here. We don't need a VWAP on the weekly. Interesting. Okay, all right. So yeah, a little bit of a break of trend there, pulling back into a prior level and catching some bid exactly in and around the same area where last time we caught an aggressive bid. So more of the same on top of 80 as of right now. Now that could change as well, but I like that $80, nice 80K bounce on Bitcoin there after multiple weeks of selling, some aggressive selling, maybe a failure to follow through of the quarter above 100, right? 125. Cannot, like I said this before, in terms of price action, when it comes to price action and the fractal nature of price action, there's one question that I just keep it simple that I like to ask. Can you, if you're breaking above a hole, which was the 100K mark, can you hold the quarter and print the half? We false broke the quarter here, 125 false break. And then sure, you could have, until then, this did look very bullish. This did look like it was going, but then we start to see some weakness as it pulls back into this 110s, 100K as well, this consolidation from before, and it's taking bus stops all the way down to this structure now, which is about 80K. I really, really think this 70K is gonna be pretty interesting as well. And again, the reason why, strong buyers last time we were there, let's see, and then strong buyers off the 80K, which stepped up from 70 to 80. The question becomes, are they gonna step up now? I don't know. 80 is being bid as of right now, and that's the limited information so far that we have on the chart. But I'm sure there's other rhyme and reasons for people to position into this asset in however way that they want to, and that's something I want to be thinking about and tracking as well. As like, all right, what are some of the bigger players and the institutions kind of doing and positioning, or how are they positioning into some of these assets? And that might give me an inkling of direction and a confluence as well. 126 is potentially coming back in here on Robinhood. So yeah, buyers at VWAP seems like they showed up once again on top of 124 halves. A quick recovery back through 125s and now going too high of days as the futures just consolidate within their upper quartile here as well. Google looking distinctly different from the rest of these megs as, again, that relative weakness is really showing up here on Google. So let's take a quick look at Google and see what is going on here. Wow, that's a lot of lines, which are probably irrelevant as of right now, but nice little gap up. Okay, interesting. Gap up on the weekly here, bit of a top wick as well. Let's go straight to the daily. I'm curious to know what we were doing here. All right, cool. So 1, 2, what was the percent push on this? That's interesting. All right, cool. All right, something I want to keep in mind, about a 13, 15% push off of this consolidation break within the span of a few days. Interesting stuff to say the least, but strong trend here on Google. Like I said, one of the strongest stocks in the market. We looked at some of the strongest ones with the scan yesterday, and it was Lilly and Google, which were the strongest stocks in on that specific scan. So LLY, let's take a quick look at how that's doing today. Couldn't quite get past prior day's highs as of right now on Eli Lilly. A little bit of a relief day today as sideways chop. So I'm asking, are we getting that leg consolidation on the day today and looking for a potential leg coming in on the next trading day, which is going to be a half day on Friday? Maybe. We'll see. Half days are always interesting, man. But we'll see what opportunities we have going on for us there. There's Amazon coming right back up into VWAP as well. So beautiful reversion happening here on Amazon, coming into an area that showed sellers in the morning session and then, or coming into the open and then showing us some sellers here once again. Maybe off of this trend break that you can kind of, you know what I mean, kind of just arbitrarily draw in there. I forget who it was in the chat that one time, but shout out to Arbitrary Chart Art is what I like to do. For sure. Softy taking a bit of a trend break here as well, rejecting its opening range highs or these pre-market range highs as well. So more of the same. Wow, there's 126s on hood. There's a breakout incoming. So maybe some opportunity, some fresh highs on the hood.
Hooded one.
Nice.
Yeah. I mean,
Continuation.
I'm
Market's
forever
strong.
long. I'm forever long Robinhood, man. Yeah, let's go, man. Let's go. Let's go. Who did that?
What?
Who hit the fail?
I don't know.
That's right.
What?
You better hide. Honestly. Obviously joking.
Oh, man.
I hit a fail. You can stop the fail on that one. I probably shouldn't say that. But no, in all seriousness, Robinhood. Hi, man.
All right.
Yeah, these guys, man. These guys are just trying to. I don't know, man. I don't know what's in them sometimes. They're troublemakers. But no, in all seriousness, IBIT continuing to grind out. Yeah, we don't know, man. They're hiding over there. So whoever's hiding back there, oh, it's Fabian.
Fabian. All right, 126 is pushing, man. We got an intraday breakout.
Yeah. Do we ever have an intraday breakout? Look at the intraday breakout here on IBIT, up now 2.25, guys. Wow. The George
straight line.
You know what? Playbook agency. I was never a Seinfeld guy, so I don't know if that's a compliment or a jab, which. I tend to defend the jabs, so we'll keep a look at that. But no, in all seriousness, Robinhood up to 126.22. We got Palantir heading towards the high of the day as well, too, guys. Tesla not quite breaking out just yet. For the individual in the chat who asked me, what do I think about this? I mean, you can see the market is continuing to climb higher. Tesla not participating just yet. Just keep an eye out on this downtrend potentially breaking. I mean, I have one out left here on IBIT. Not much more I can really ask for at this point here. We're in at 49.32, and then sure enough, we get that move all the way up to here. So I have no issues with just getting out of the position whatsoever. So yeah, this is what I've been doing. I've had this on the side for quite some time. As soon as I get the green light to go, we'll head over to Adara. But the tech sector leading the way up 1.5%, materials 1 1/3, and then energy 1 1/4. And then we have consumer discretionary up still about 3/4 there of a percent. Communication services you're at about 1/5, and then the healthcare had to put a little bit of a rain on the parade today and not hold on to its green. You're down less than 1/10% right there. But there goes
Robinhood.
There goes
Robinhood, Tesla, Palantir. Take a look at that.
Palantir, would you look at that?
I'm looking at your screen over there. I don't even have Palantir up right
Palantir,
now.
yeah, you've got those things, man. There's a lot rocking and rolling right now. This is a big time recovery in Bitcoin. We're thankful for that. Adara, what do you got to us?
Yeah, take a look here at this YCBD, this one moving higher here after these reports started circulating on X, suggesting that Medicare is going to test making CBD treatments available for seniors. So CBD to the upside. Keep an eye on AAPL here as well, guys. Apple, AAPL, according to a court filing, warning that India that their antitrust penalty law could make the company face fines of up to $3 billion. So again, Apple filing here in court saying that, hey, India, your antitrust penalty laws could make us face up to $3 billion in fines. Back to you.
For that, I mean, there's a lot breaking out right now. This is a rock and roll, and people trying to pay for their turkey dinners, and this is what we want to see on Wall Street, just pumping the market. Now you're up 2.5% on IBIT, which is phenomenal. Joe, what's your short-term target on IBIT? Asked Atto. I have none, really. I have one. I literally have 5% left of my original position, so I'm just letting this ride. Nice. I can take it out at any given minute, and I could care less about it, but the volume is supporting this move higher and higher, so I'm going to rock and roll. I can't complain whatsoever. I mean, all the way from IBIT on multiple occasions. It's just unfortunate that this was the smallest, from a share standpoint, the smallest size that I put on compared to the rest of them. Should I do it? I mean, then I'll have to snipe for another trade because I want to keep some things on for you. But IBIT, yeah, this is a turkey dinner winner. For sure. We're putting the chicken aside. I was going to ask, Obi, so for turkey Thanksgiving, do you like, what is your favorite kind of part of the turkey? You like the dark meat? You like the white meat? I think that could be a pretty good poll question there.
I like the dark meat. Definitely got to get some cran sauce in there as well.
Cranberry sauce on that one.
Yes, for sure, man.
I like I'm a chicken breast guy. I like chicken breast and turkey breast. Obviously for me, I think, okay, it says hangry wife. Yeah, well, see, that's the thing. That's what I was getting at there, right? I didn't know if that was going to be a legit poll there. Yeah, see, there you go. Options, dark, white, beyond. That's a great one, Kapow. I think that might be the poll, but I don't know. Yeah, okay, Clip Monarch. Yeah, whatever. There goes Coinbase, though. nice work on that one there, Gorev. So put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. What is your favorite? What are you going after? You're with your family. You know your cousins are going to try to take what you want. What are you taking from your cousins at the end of the day, or your aunts or your uncles, or that one uncle that's always giving you a hard time, trying to beat you up, but then come 5 or 6 o'clock, he's passed out on the couch like this while everyone else is still running around. Everybody has that uncle who's just sleeping at the family function. I'm that uncle, says MF Dangerous. All right, you fall into the old food coma. There's nothing wrong with that. Duck and wild rice. Okay, we like that one. Yes, Wes. I'm gonna put mine in the chat. Maybe we shouldn't do that. But anyways, a coin continuing to climb. Hood continuing to climb up to 127. Oh, yeah. Bitcoin moving higher. Ethereum on the warpath as well too, but coin moving up with some vigor here, guys. And you can see on the daily, where are we at? Base shout out to Base God. For those who know who Little B is, which he's an absolutely horrendous rapper, but it's what we listened to back in school. 232, and then now you're climbing up to around 263. So a nice one. Yeah, the mashed potatoes, you got to go extra gravy and everything like that. Little B says, yeah, I mean, this guy's horrible. All right, thanks the others. Thank you for pointing that out. Greek lemon chicken. Nana, this is Greek lemon chicken. This is Thanksgiving. I don't know if that's coming with mention of a little bit. Yeah, sorry, anyways. I meant anybody. But no, in all seriousness, guys, we're up almost 3% here on IBIT. A phenomenal move. And I'm just rocking and rolling here, Obi. I wish I had significantly more shares, but that doesn't seem to be the case. As we head up into $51, I'm going to have to hit this one more time on the day. Texas Roadhouse mini rolls, says Alexandra. Okay, cornbread stuffing. Second on the deviled eggs. Okay. All right. It's a lot of hot takes in there. Just trying to set the mood, you know what I mean? Okay, Trader TV Live, thanks for tuning in on that one. Much appreciated. Bitcoin printing for you. Yeah, it's working really good. We're up at 51 now. I think there's a little bit more room to climb here as we head up into 51.05. But you know what? I was just talking about it, so I have to put my money where my mouth is. We're out at 51 here on IBIT. A beautiful move to the top side. So there it is, a nice move. Bang is right. We'll hit the Stone Cold one more time there for everyone.
Yes, sir. There it is.
That stuff gets me going, man.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, what you got? You in something now?
Yeah, I'm in a little bit of a hood short here. It did slap up 126s to 127s right away, and I saw that and I like it. I'm like, okay, the long was definitely there. I like it, but in my books that might be a little too far too fast. And I like the little tape read there as well, coming in. There we go, covering most of it in the halves, just looking for that quick 50-penny scalp just on the tape, giving a runner. Let's see if we can revert back to the mean, whatever that means. But 126 breakout, absolutely clean, but the market is pulling back in here as well. So a quick little 50-penny scalp. Where is the next trade? I don't know. I'm waiting for this. Can we break below this half 126s? I don't know, but this is kind of that opening range structure as well. What was that high specifically? Let's get specific. 126.26s on that one. So I do want to kind of piece off of this one as it tries to bid right back above. Again, very, very strong breakout on that 126, but a little too far too fast. And in terms of price action, but then again, that can be very subjective, right? That's very subjective. The only thing maybe that kind of helped me out or gave me confluence for the trade was I watched it break out from 126s and I sat on my hands, didn't chase the breakout, didn't push for the move, and then when it started to stall 127s and that aggression that we had, oh wow, take a look at that, slamming into the bid, nice. Right back down.
Nice print there, Obi. A nice short signal there, baby.
Here we go. Where's your short? What's a short signal?
Right here, brother. Look. So we have an inverted hammer candle.
Okay, nice,
right?
nice.
With an outstanding volume print right here, 1245. That's going to be the
when
largest.
When did that candle close?
At 1245.
1245.
About 45.
Okay, about 6 minutes ago.
Yeah. So you got the isolated volume right here. Probably going to be one of the largest prints, but an inverted close, completely full. So that is a beautiful short signal, my friend. Way to stick to your guns, brother. Continue.
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, I'm not necessarily getting in on the hammer, but I did see the hammer after it was formed. Again, just a tape turn, just a quick tape turn, because I saw the tape ripping up into the 127s, right? I'm like, buyers, 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 buyers. They just kept wiping the book, and then no more wipes after 127. So I'm like, all right, that is a distinct change in behavior, and I love kind of getting involved with things that are distinctly different over time. So we'll see if we're holding the halves right now. That's kind of all I was looking for. Maybe a 50% pullback of that crazy rush, that dollar rush that we had from 126s to 127s here, only holding on to a breadcrumb now, waiting and watching to see if we can actually get back to 126s. But this is, like you said before, uptrend, holding strong on VWAP, up, it has a catalyst, it's up on the day, a lot of eyes on, definitely doing relative volume here as well. How much relative volume, you may ask? I got here, let's see, we got about, we've been averaging around 1.4, 1.4-ish for the past hour or so, but some decent increasing volume on that breakout candle through 126s. You can see some of those volume bars towering over that of the others there. IBIT, that 51, have it up on watch as well. Okay, so you did make a decision up there at that 51.
I think I have to take that 51.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think there are decent reasons to sell that are potentially coming in on IBIT as well. I'm watching, again, I just had it up and I'm like, okay, well, that looks a little distinct there. The first red candle gives us the second red candle as well, so a bit of continuation happening there on a very aggressively strong move, straight through 50, all the way to 51. Shout out to Joe for holding on, and you had that entry way below, man. Great trade there, solid stuff, getting involved. 49 halves there. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm waiting for. That was a quick 50 penny scalp. Thank you, come again. Where is the next trade? Let's take a look. Alphabet still relatively weak. Let's just go through all the megs here. Google looking relatively weak with respect to the market. You can see here the market is trading within its upper quartile of that leg, but Google distinctly different, trading within the lower quartile of its down leg today and showing us that distinct weakness that it showed us yesterday as well. Aggressive selling on the news that happened over, overnight, bit of a gap up, push, almost 5% in the morning session in the pre-market, but kind of balances itself out pretty decently coming in into the open. 320 shows up as a bit of an interesting level of involvement, and that's showing up once again today, not only off of the open as a strong bid, but a nice reversion back into that 320s, and now that support or that opening range low holding as resistance in the intraday, in the middle of the day, trading a little bit lower, 318s. I kind of looked at this chart this morning and I was just like, hey, pod, I think Google wants prior day low. And guess what? We came in and clipped that prior day low all the way from VWAP here as well. 320s was in and around that area, VWAP right there. So beautiful continuation. I think that was a decent probability for sure. I would say, again, real time, I'm just like, all right, what's the probability? Is it over under 50 or maybe more significant than that? And that kind of helps me out real time being like, all right, is this worth taking? And it gives me a quick estimate of potential expected value of the trade. Now, again, that's a very, I'm trying to do that as best as possible. And it is I would say, very, very difficult skill for me. But definitely going to overcome that over time. But I think that's where one of my room for improvements definitely lie, and it's a work in progress here for sure. What is Robinhood doing? Holding the half, kind of ish right now, holding the half pretty decently on Robinhood. So we'll let that one come into fruition. Market tailwind definitely helped us out here on that move as well, where we attempt to push those day highs on the market, and then we pull right back into this consolidation. So a nice little chop, flagging, as some of you might know it, here on the NASDAQ and the ES. Where will we go from the flag? I got no idea. We could go up, we could go down, we could go all around town, but we'll have to wait and watch and see where the opportunities or the next ones lie here. Broadcom was one of the names I was watching as well. Broadcom coming in with some aggressive strength as well. So AVGO, let's see what you're up to here. Wow, would you take a look at that? 400 on the horizon on 400. Broadcom. We basically reclaimed all of yesterday's action. Pretty decent close here where we revert about over 50% of the move. We come in and we find some interesting VWAP chop and hold here coming in off of the open as well for a reclaim of some pre-market levels and some pre-market highs as well. Decent continuation for a pushback up into 400. All right, so if Robinhood is going to come back into this 27 mark, I definitely want to get involved with this and make a little bit of decisions here. So yeah, we'll wait and see. Okay, cool. All right, done with that one there. Right. So that potentially came in. 120. If 127 is going to come back in and hold, I don't necessarily want to continue being part of that. What do you got going on?
Oh man, this thing. I got nothing, man. I'm just big cooling right now. Yeah. This is how I'm feeling today. To be honest with you.
Nice, good stuff, man. You gotta be in those good feels, especially when your stock is like pushing up in a straight line.
Oh, there's so many reasons.
Oh yeah.
From the intraday standpoint, I could care less, but in my swing account is what really matters, and this is what we wanted to see. Nice. So yeah, I mean, other than that, guys, I hope. Hey, Joe, what's the option saying about SPY close today? Joey 316. I like that one. Your Huckleberry. Yeah, let's take a look at the old chain and see what we got going on that front. I just can't wait to go and hit the gym. Oh, okay. I got the poll, Assassino. Are you ready for this?
Are you ready for this?
Will you? It's not necessarily Thanksgiving related, but we're gonna put it up there. Will you be watching season 5 of Stranger Things? Will you be watching season 5 of Stranger Things? I think that's the poll there. And is that kind of correlated with, I watched another killer documentary last night, just working on some things, some cool things coming for you guys. Maybe by next week we'll get that. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Ramin. Ramin will be saying yes, if Ramin said yes. I'm going to put in yes as well, too. No, never heard of it, says MF Dangerous. But yeah, let's get over to the question in the market, right? I mean, we're just having a fun day. I'm glad Katina Man's back because I wanted to give him Katina Man. Yeah, check this out, brother. We're off the lows. IBIT. You know what I mean? Come on, man. Get out of here. Get that garbage out of here. I already hit it at least 5 or 6 times today. I was told, listen, he's still on Tesla. Listen, I was told I have a limit on how many times I can hit the Stone Cold per day, and I've already surpassed that. So, I mean, if you're going to do something, you may as well do it to the fullest, and I'm just going to continuously hit it. No, I'm obviously being sarcastic. There's no limit on how many times I can hit the Stone Cold per day. But what is the options market telling us today with the SPY? Where are some potential levels? I mean, there's nothing from a resistance zone here, guys. Lots of volume and concentration through 680 to 683, so that can be noted. But, I mean, there's a lot of room to just continuously roam higher and higher. So, hey, it is what it is. There's no levels that say this is going to be our ceiling or this is going to be our floor or anything right now. So just continuously grinding higher and higher. It gets so high. So high, whatever song that is. 130, that's on Robinhood, so this could be in the works. I like our chances as we're trading around 127. That's going to be coming at the Friday expiration cycle, so there it is. 1965 kid says boring market. I don't know if you're a kid still, if you were born in 1965, but hey, we'll give that one to you. But to each their own, man. It's all about the mentality. You can stay as young as you would like, forever young. I want to be. Wow. Okay.
I love that song.
You like that song? You like that song?
Yeah.
That'd be pretty cool. Would I take a look at IREN? For sure. Absolutely. Without any question. Without further ado, I bring to you IREN to see what we got going on. A nice V-shaped reversal off of the lows as well, too, guys. So, I mean, we can have fun with it. Joe does what Joey needs to do. Exactly, Jay Keone. That's all I try to do, man. Just the guy just out here trying to make it. Yeah, I'm $1 million baby. You know that song?
Maybe. I don't know. It's not coming to mind. But
yeah, he was like a one-hit wonder there. Shout out to I think it's Tommy Richmond or whatever his name is. But as for IREN, off of these lows, 46.06, nice bounce up to $48, continuing to climb higher. Let's see what we got on the daily. Nice bounce, man. There's a lot of these prints across the board here. So yeah, okay, let's read this before I read it out loud, because it does seem that it's not appropriate for the chat. Let's see it. Keep telling yourself you're young. That is mental. That's still young. Anyone who wants to work out so happily is young, probably. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm going to have to hide that. You did kind of bleed some things out, so I'll leave that up to the Trader TV crew to leave that in there. I don't know if anybody else can read that, but aside from that, guys, I got nothing going on. Robinhood's still climbing higher up to 127.30. Bitcoin still putting in a new high of the day at 51.05. Palantir as well. What do you got your eyes? You got Palantir. What do you got your eyes on, Obi?
I mean, Hood, man. Hood is continuing to blast to the upside here. And I think great reasons to buy here underneath that 125. And when that bid came in aggressively, I mean, if you guys were hearing me talk under my breath, I was just like, oh, no, don't do that. Don't do that. As I was attempting to kind of get back into the short. But when I'm saying that, I'm just like, okay, well, I know that the probabilities are starting to stack significantly against me on that kind of price action when we reclaim the 25 halves. Again, great reason to sell when we can't hold that half, but if we reclaim it with that kind of aggression, then, you know, definitely great reasons to buy, and that's what I did with the short position I was in, but that gives you 125 halves all the way to 127s, and now 127 halves on Hood, giving us a nice continuation. VWAP holds as well on the day, so the long is definitely not wrong, but I did effectively get involved with the counter trades on the way up. So you can see here, getting involved with whenever the sellers do actually distinctly show up, and being as nimble as possible on the way out as well. So let me know what you guys are trading. Apple, same trend as yesterday, saying Rogue Outlaw. Okay, cool. Let's take a quick look at Apple. Is that going to sell off a little bit? What do you mean by same thing as yesterday? Let's take a quick look at what yesterday's action was. Yeah, maybe the same thing as yesterday, but you can see some consolidation and holding some closing prices of yesterday as well. So yeah, sideways chop, no real kind of direction other than this strong push off of 277s all the way to the day's highs there at 279.53s. But since then, we've been kind of chopping around sideways there on Apple. Let's see what else you guys are talking about. Tesla end of day 429s, maybe. Yeah, that would be great. I was actually looking for a Tesla 430 break right off of the open, and that didn't really come in. Sellers step right in off of the open, and I was like, all right, cool. Where's the next trade? That's not what I'm looking for here on the day today. And beautiful sellers on VWAP dominant until they're not anymore. And we've started to get a little bit of a curl here going into the later half of the midday session. Dixie, okay, all right. Let's take a look at the DXY here and see what that's up to. I'm just going to go straight up to a higher time frame, and we'll go to check it on a weekly here. So okay, so that's looking interesting. A little bit of a red week coming in here on the Dixie, just kind of still around this 100 mark on the DXY. This was a little bit of an interesting move there. We're sustaining below some of these levels as of right now. So interesting stuff on the Dixie. Duolingo. Okay, see what this is doing here. Okay, I don't want to look at the weekly, but interestingly enough, this week pretty strong first green week after multiples of red here on Duolingo. Let's see if that strength is showing up here on the intraday today. Okay, all right, so we definitely is absolute strength, 180 all the way to 190s for almost above a 6% push here on the day on Duolingo. That's definitely speaking the language of longs on a day like today. So market tailwinds definitely on your side, and this consolidation at range highs here as well, holding that 188, pretty distinct. So good stuff on Duolingo. 1965 kid asking, has CoreWeave finally found a bottom? Maybe. I mean, the swing short on this, I'm telling you guys, it's been absolutely solid. This one in circle, let's see. Okay, cool. Has it made a bottom? The question I asked is, when is the swing short actually over, right? It's like that's going to be a big indicator for me. But I think just like Circle, I like this back to open. Don't know if it's going to get there because we're holding some of these. This is a weekly. This is the second week's range high. Some strong volume on the second week of trading as well on CoreWeave, and that kind of gave us that liquidity trap that pushed us past that 64 for a rip up into 187s on a multi-day. So definitely people positioning in short on the second week, and then a breakout a few weeks later, and absolute acceleration with increasing volume. But when that capitulates and kind of starts to turn, this is definitely a backside of the move. Have we found a temporary bottom? I don't know. We're holding this kind of a range high here is what I'm seeing as of right now. But still, with 2 days left in the trading week, these candles have started to slow down a little bit. You can see 2 strong weeks of selling. A little bit of a muted week last week, and this week as well, maybe a little mute as well. So the question becomes, are we going to be bouncing? That's one iteration. Are we going to be consolidation leg through the lows? That's also another iteration. Or do we just kind of chop around in here? I have no idea. But I don't know too much about a CoreWeave bottom. It's very much in this downtrend after making a top at 187 all-time highs, currently trading at 74s. And if you want to kind of reference the space here, Circle was another IPO that now beautifully kind of coming right back into opening prices. So still holding up as of right now, but in the coming weeks, I'll definitely be watching to potentially take some inventory into the underwriter prices, which is around $30. So looking for those underwriters to potentially defend and be more interested in those prices rather than this 69 open on Circle. So that's kind of what I'm watching here. Mara needs to push. Palantir saying, hangry wife. Okay, let's take a quick look. On PLTR on the intraday. Okay, some strength pushing high of days here, 186s, but it took forever, man. It took forever. 164 holds and a nice slow grind up through the high of day and holding. Look at that, nice little pullback. That resistance turned into support right here, and then a nice continuation off of 167s to 168s. I see that your IBIT is continuing to push higher.
Yeah, it's going higher there, Obi, like 5120. I mean, for those, so Robo, I think Robo in the chat, someone mentioned, Joe, he's like, yeah, Roboro. Oh, something coming into the market. Something coming into the market here, guys. Big volatility spike to the downside. Obi gets up, gets it, and then sure enough, there is something. Gonna wait for Adara to bring us that news. Whatever it is, rookie trader, you said you hoped and prayed that Donald Trump didn't open his mouth today, but something just came in right here. 614 volume starting to step in. We haven't heard anything from Adara. So if you want to rate on today's parade, sure enough,
they're waiting for me to get up, bro.
Yeah, they literally waited.
I literally got up. I was like, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, and then boom, I had to sit right back down. No time for that.
You're gonna have to hold it. All right, let's go over to Adara. We're going to hear something on what has happened to the market here. Big time volatility spike.
This is actually a stock-specific story, guys, and the stock is Alibaba. BABA dropping sharply on reports that the Pentagon said that Alibaba should be on the list of companies with Chinese military ties. So BABA dropping sharply here again. Pentagon saying that Alibaba should be on the list for Chinese military ties, as per a report. Back to you.
Pentagon, someone had to rain on the parade, so there it is. Come on, son. So yeah, I mean, hey, listen, we're going to recover. I think we could recover off this. It's not regarding some of the other names. I think that's really important to note. SMH, I know, rookie trader. Hey, man, we were talking about it. I'm like, yeah, there it goes. Thanks the market. So something came in. We just didn't know what it was. But yeah, we can't complain. We'll talk a little bit more about that Roboro and whoever and someone else mentioned. I mean, we've just been churning shares throughout the day. Entry number 1 on IBIT. We take a small bit off. We do get stopped out the majority right here at the break even. We hop right back in, piece some more out, comes back to our break even. So I'm just like, all right, let's try to stay cool and see if we're going to find a move here. Try it again, comes back against me. Try it again. But this is, I didn't take a single loss on this trade. You can see I'm slightly ahead of myself. Boom, boom. And then I'm like, all right, let's see. This could be the move. Lots of indecision prints and buying pressure. We take some more off. Get stopped out, break even for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th time And I'm surprised that I didn't get extremely frustrated. That wasn't the case. But you know what they say, the 6th time's a charm. I don't know if they say that at all. I think it's the 3rd time. At the end of the day, I'm obviously just being slightly sarcastic, but that one ended up working pretty well for us. But that volatility spike in the market, the momentum can be clearly to the downside as Bitcoin is going oppo. IBIT did not care, so the buy program is most definitely in on this today. Tesla's starting to come back in. How did this affect Nvidia as it wasn't really participating on the upticks in the market? And here it is. This is what we got on the board here, guys. The trusty board. Excuse me. I'm still kind of sipping on this espresso. So yeah, Q's going higher, climbing higher up to 616, coming in on that volatility spike. SPY coming into the volume weighted average price on that volatility spike. Bitcoin says what volatility spike and what news coming out of the Pentagon. We're going this way. You guys can go that way. And then Tesla again starting to come in a little bit here, guys. But the crypto names, Robinhood's just like, I don't even really know what you guys are talking about at this point. So we're just going to do our own thing over here in La La Land and continue to grind higher. And I have no complaints about that, so we'll hit the bang a couple times there. Options activity, I bet you there's going to be a little spike, so we'll head over and take a look at the Qs here and see how that activity's been looking for today, and it can tell us a lot. So loading, and 0 DTE, guys, they're going to be expiring today. Volume high, open interest relatively low. So you can see the concentration between 615 and 617. You got the 129,000 contracts open and close, 223, 290,000. So a lot of activity going on. We'll head back over to the SPY and see what we got cooking on that front. See if there's anything that has came in the last couple of minutes. 12,500 at 681. Let's see how we react around those specific levels. And what's the high of the day? I don't even know if it's going to be worth writing those. 681 is the high of the day. So you will collect. You want to go a couple strikes higher, but you can see that your premium that you're going to be collecting is cut in half, going $1 higher, which is never too good. Any good suggestions for hood call options? I don't know. I think if you're looking to go that route, let's pull it up here. You want to go leaps at this point. Again, I have a good cost basis, so I'm comfortable with averaging up here. I don't know if it's a good idea to buy, but if you really want to get involved with the name, it's CSPs at specific levels. So you can collect a little bit of cash on the side, waiting for price to come into your level. But let's set up the leap right now, and that's going to be expiring approximately a year from now. They only give us they don't give us November. So let's go to December 18, 2026. And let's look at some CSPs to see what you can potentially collect in the meantime. So if you want Robinhood down here at $100, you get to collect $1,700. If it doesn't come down there within a year, obviously that's quite a ways away to collect $1,700. But you can collect the premium just sitting on your hands, waiting and waiting. But here it is. The market's starting to recover, Obi. Not too bad whatsoever. Hood high of the day, IBIT high of the day, Palantir high of the day.
Yeah, I'm kind of waiting and watching here. I did get it involved with the short, but we are reverting this move pretty decently. And again, 155s, 156s. 155 was that what do you call range low from the earnings reaction. So I'm keeping it light here. I know I got to give it some room with the way it's moving around. Sometimes wiping 50 pennies to $1 here on BABA. Let's see what we do in and around these this 55 level. VWAP coming in at 157.70. So yeah, that's a little bit of a ways away. Just $1, I guess $1 away. Is that 157.70? $1.70 away right now on BABA as we catch a little bit of a reversion. Hood kind of pushing up as well as of right now. So it seems like this market is just kind of absorbing this news on BABA, and we're getting a reversion back towards VWAP. But I'm looking for a potential continuation for sellers to step back in as this news gets digested around the world. But you know, that could also not be the case as well. I'm looking for that market continuation as well here, and just giving it a wider range and letting it kind of potentially work for me. That 155 interesting for me as well. If you kind of look back at earnings, which was not many days ago, that earnings reaction low is right on that 55 mark. So maybe some interesting levels here. I'm curious to know whether or not that support on earnings day turns into a little bit of resistance, or is this news absolutely nothing and we just revert right back to where we were trading at by the end of the day? No idea, but a little bit of a wrench thrown into the works here once again on BABA. What do you guys want?
Yeah. Good look there, man. Wow, look at this. Look at Bitcoin go now, up 3.5%. IBIT, that is, so maybe a little bit more in BTC. This thing is rocking and rolling. You can't complain whatsoever. We're out at 51. You're now about 30 cents higher than where we took our last out. I didn't think I was going to catch the top, but yeah, man, what a phenomenal move that we're experiencing. And I mean, if we break it down, it was aggressive selling, and I understand that people get fearful. Everybody was like, oh no, what's going on, including myself. I'm like, I need to reduce a little bit of exposure in this and rotate into some other things. Whoa, we can't show you what we got going on here on BTC. It's our algo right there. It's the algo, Obi. So there, obviously joking, but there it is, guys, a big time recovery. I think there's a couple of trend lines that we're going to have to breach. And this is what I was talking about. I believe it was on Monday morning when Michael Noss was on with us. He's like, yeah, there might be a bottom and a couple other solid points. But what I was looking at here was just the volume profile to see, obviously not volume by price, this is volume by time. And essentially what we got going on is I'm like, hey, this is the largest volume print at an extreme low, or in general, since which we experienced, it was literally a year to date. So November 20th, 2024, and this is November 20th, 2025. Or no, it might have been the 21st. So within a day, you have two of the largest spikes on BTC within volume in a year span. And I'm like, this needs to be noted. Like, if we're looking at volume and using it as a gauge, well, we have to listen to some of the whispers it's telling us. And I don't even know if this is a whisper. This might be just like throwing something in your face and being like, hey, pay attention to what I'm doing, considering that at that from peak to trough there, we're down 36%, right? Like that's not fun. That's not a good time to sit through that. And I get it. You're only 12% off of those lows, but it's better than nothing and continuing to bleed. November 21st was the largest volume print that IBIT put in since inception. So, I mean, like, there it is. There's nothing that's even relatively close from a volume standpoint aside from this level right here. From November 21st, 2025, it's the largest print it's ever seen. And I'm like, hey, what's going on? What do? I have short calls on it. I buy those back, collect whatever premium, and then now I'm just allowing my long calls to just roam freely. Now, is that a risk? Absolutely. I think every time you step into the market, you have to be willing and understanding that you may be wrong. But sure enough, I'm like, I like from a probability standpoint of just putting everything in my favor and just going ahead and listening to what price action is telling me. Because I think at the end of the day, price is king, Obi.
Oh yeah, price action is definitely king. That's why I kind of talk about that all the time. And yeah, a lot of my trading is just I would say is based off of price action mechanics, right? It's just like, all right, cool. How is structure building? How is structure breaking? And it seems like structure might be reverting here on BABA as we kind of find some maybe potential acceptance here above 155. So 156s, 157s coming in. VWAPs at 157.60s. I definitely might be a little bit early on this one here, but we're just reverting the move now on BABA. Those sellers not really stepping back in, but yeah, maybe that was a little too hard, too fast in retrospect. And when I'm running back to the desk, maybe not the best mental as well, kind of rushing into something that I wasn't necessarily sitting here for. Here's 157s coming in as of right now. Wow, those buyers are coming in a real aggressive as of right now. That IBIT is still pushing, or what? I think this market is pulling back in.
Yeah, it's
a little distinctly different now. So the shorts potentially here working on, okay, I guess Amazon had a nice little dump into or through VWAP there on that. Nvidia still holding its VWAP, surprisingly enough. Didn't really have a strong reaction on that. Interesting. But yeah, let me know in the chat, what are you guys trading? Did you guys get involved with anything there on the flush off of that news there? More than willing to kind of check out some of these names. And yeah, we'll see. 156, 50s. a little bit of selling coming in, but being patient, waiting and watching, right? We came all the way up into VWAP. We're getting spikes into VWAP and some strong selling as well. So price acceptance is what I'm seeing here. 55, 155 is going to be interesting for me. And why is that, you may ask? Here, let me just pull up the chart and show you guys here on BABA. So right here, nice little strong wiki action there on the news, breaking below prior day's lows and earnings reaction low here as well. Today is earnings day 2 on BABA, and we are seeing, I guess, more of the same. Strong sellers yesterday, and then through those lows, strong sellers coming in once again. Sure, a little catalyst driven, but I feel like sometimes, you know, volume and it's just looking for something to, like volume to get in. Participants are looking for volume to get into positions as well. So it seems like more of the same on that volume spike with strong sellers stepping right into the book on BABA. Market recovered pretty well off of that.
Yeah, it did, man. I mean, like, what's BABA up to? Let's see if we pull up my chart. I don't even know why it doesn't want to load it now. Thanks, good stuff on that one. Oh, there it is. All right, yeah, I mean, you had the volume spike down. Obi was just talking about this. You come back and retest the intraday lows around 157.07, and then now you're starting to reject that a little bit right now too. So not too bad of a look. Are you seeing the reaction on SoFi? They have the same bank and founders, I guess. Yeah, let's take a look at SoFi and see what we got going on. I mean, it's not really doing too much right now. I shouldn't say that. Look how it's just continuously grinding higher here. So not too bad of a look on SoFi. How's the daily looking? I think that's really important too, so we can just correlate multiple things together. Yeah, I mean, whew. All right, so 24 up to 29 off of this, right below a key neckline, indecision print, off to the races. So yeah, some beautiful stuff on that front. Yeah, other than that, I was thinking, like, do I take a small short? Like, just because, right? I have a little bit of risk to play with. This could be a potential signal here on, what do you got? You're still in Tesla, Katina, man?
Okay.
Let's see it, brother. Head over, actually, I don't know, I'll wait for that one. If we want, he'll let me know. He'll let me know. So yeah, shout out to Diamond Hand, Katina Man. But yeah, Robinhood, phenomenal stuff, up to 130. We talked about 130 being potentially in the works. And sure enough, we're only a couple points away from that at this point. So yeah, a solid look across the board. It's a nice grinding, but Friday is going to be a totally different picture, guys. You have to keep that in mind. I'm still going to look for signals of strength. Hopefully Bitcoin leading into the Asian markets can continue its trajectory. And then also Friday morning, it feels like a Friday today, but Friday morning, that'd be nice if we can participate and go on a nice little 3% run once again. So yay, give us a dip, says Roger. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. If there's anything that you guys want to, I know Obi and I are going to save our 30-second trade review for a little bit later. I've traded 2 names on today, 1,400 total shares. I mean, not too bad whatsoever. But there it is. Oh, Robinhood starting to come in. So off of that inverted hammer candle right at the highs, someone said introverted hammer candle, which that kind of made me giggle a little bit. But 127.84 gives you $1 as quick as you would like, Obi, at that extreme high. So not too bad of a look whatsoever. How's your BABA going?
I mean, it's going. I'm kind of like, I'm trying to work with it here. It pretty much got to VWAP. We're holding here. 155s potentially coming back in here, but I'm watching it pretty closely. Let's see if we can kind of come back into those 155s, right? A little bit of level of interest. We basically covered those prices really, really quickly, I guess in a very illiquid way, and we've balanced that action over a 50% pullback there. So shout out to anybody who took that reversion. I'm looking at it and I'm like, yeah, my arrows should be the opposite color here, but you know, it is what it is. I'm looking for that continuation. News is, like I said, news takes time to disseminate around the world, and I do want to kind of participate in a potential continuation there, but I don't know. I don't know whether it's going to come in. We're holding VWAP right now. I did throw up an anchored VWAP to the event, and I guess we kind of held that as well. That's coming that's coming in at 154.80, so about $1 lower here as of right now. So I guess my average is sitting just in and around that anchored VWAP for now. So we'll wait and see if there's continuation. Pretty negative news, I would say, when it comes to something like a BABA, but you know. I don't think. Here's the thing. There's fears of that. There can be. There was fears of ADR delistings as well, a few years ago. Right. Nothing ever really come out of that. Yeah. Not that long ago either. But something that again, you know, just got digested and eaten up. Let's see if this is going to be more of the same. But on the intraday, let's see if sellers stay dominant. That's pretty decent news in terms of a graded catalyst. But we'll see if the price action is going to follow through here at the same time. 155 halves. Can you break the half and print the quarter? Then maybe we can go down to the whole at 155s. This market, though, is attempting to push right back up as well. Don't forget, earnings day 2 on BABA and a bit of continuation off of that catalyst there. Question now I'm asking is that all the selling? Was that too far too fast in terms of the daily? I don't know. Catalyst definitely changes up some things. Like I said, throwing a wrench in the works on earnings day 2 on something like BABA. Very, very interesting.
Yeah. I mean, we were just looking at BABA right there. What's it up to now? I'm going to take my eyes on it. Oh, there it is. Starting to come back in there. OB, so not too bad of a look for you. The momentum starting to cool off to the top side, coming back in. Tesla. I wonder who's in Tesla. I don't know anybody who's in Tesla right now, that's for sure. No, not Katina, man. 5, 5, 6. Yeah, so, 6. Oh, okay, I get it. 6, 7. But no, there it is, guys. A new high of the day on IBIT, up 3.5% now. A phenomenal look there, guys. All right, yeah. Guys, we never did this yet. Yesterday, I got you guys on a little bit of a trickery saying, hey, what stock would you like to see rally leading into the Thanksgiving and into the Christmas rally? And you all voted. Enough of the tomfoolery and see what you guys want to talk about on the afternoon rundown. I already know what I vote this every time, and it very rarely makes the board back there. It almost never. I've seen it on there once, which I'm extremely surprised. My positions tell us long Tesla 1403. I'm listening. Is there more, Katina Man? There's more. We're waiting for it. Much anticipated. Long Tesla 1403. Long Apple 278.30. Is there more, my friend?
Tesla's headed for opening range high.
Is there more? End. Okay, end. That's Z end.
The end.
But no, in all seriousness, guys, this is a solid rally here today. This might have been enough liquidity to be absorbed for the Qs in the SPY to put in a new high of the day. You have that flush to the downside, and then now you have that steady grind higher. Ethereum up there as well, but Bitcoin definitely the stronger one, in my opinion, I guess. We can take a look at it from a percentage metric to see what we're up on ETH. It's a little bit lesser valued, so maybe it's higher, but we got 3.5 on IBIT. What do we got on ETHA? Okay. 3.8. All right, so from a percentage metric, doing a little bit better, so not too bad. BM&R, says the Jameson, anything for you, my boy, and see what we got going on. 3102, so that's a good look. As soon as we get the green light, we're going to get some news from Madeira. Talk to us.
Yeah, keep an eye on Baidu, because I didn't realize this until just now, but it looks like Baidu is also on said Pentagon list. I'm just seeing this again. Pentagon apparently concluding that Alibaba, Baidu, and BYD should be added to a list of companies that aid the Chinese military. This is just on X. I haven't seen any attribution for this, so it's unclear who said it or when exactly it was said. But either way here, Pentagon apparently adding or deciding that Alibaba and Baidu and BYD should be added to this list. So BIDU also on watch now. Back to you.
Okay, some confluence moves in the whole space, so I like that. Yeah, definitely some other ADRs might be a place to look for some potential opportunity, and some potential opportunity continuing here on Hood. 128s now, man. So we reclaimed 127s, we pushed up into 128s, now we're holding 128s. So yeah, the market's taken this MIAX news really, really well here on Robinhood. Don't know what the short float is right off the top of but you know, I'm just going to be you know what? Let's just look. I think it's above 10% here. Let me just check what the short float here is on Hood. If you can have me a Hood. What is your current short float? What I hate about short floats, man, is they're always like 2 or 3 weeks delayed. So then you got to use a little bit of discretion to figure out whether or not that float is over or under relative to recent price action and volume that's been done. But whatever. Short float, 6%. All right, cool, interesting. 6% short float on a float of 760 mil, almost 760 mil. So yeah, a little bit of a grinding bid on a good news day like today. Good stuff. I like that bit of a push on that confluence with that short float. Sure, it's not 10, 15, 20%, but an okay chunk. To say the least, but yeah, Baba, let's see if we can come back in here. Mag 7, yeah, Tesla, man, great stock selection on Tesla. That's the only one here that is showing absolute relative strength, attempting to push back up into its opening range highs on Tesla. So yeah, are you guys trading this Baba? I'm curious, did anyone take any sort of fills on Baba or any sort of ADRs, nice. ADRs on the day today. Let me know. BYND saying Mint Cornetto. Okay, BYND. Let's take a quick look at that one here before I pass it back to Joe. BYND. That's a beyond me here. Okay, some strength here. Wow, dollar push on BYND. Wow, I can't believe I missed this. A dollar test, and look at that beautiful reversion here of a back through the dollar. You can risk about 3 pennies and it gives you over 9. So yeah, definitely something worth watching. Was it doing relative volume? Absolutely. We're doing about over 2 times relative volume as of right now on BYND. So great look there, guys. What do you got going on?
Yeah, I just figured I'd take a little bit of a short here on NVDA. It pains me sometimes to take it, but there it goes, a nice little move to the downside. Why am I going short NVDA, you may ask? Let's see what we can cook up, man. There's a neckline here, a key support level that we're heading towards. We head higher, failed to establish a new high right here. So if we can crack that neckline, I think there's going to be a little bit more downward momentum on the day, considering it hasn't really been participating throughout this whole rally. So I'm not going to complain. There it goes, a nice little pop there. Obi, we're not going to complain about that whatsoever. So go NVDA, go. To the old downski. There it is, man. I don't have much size on this whatsoever, so I'm happy to just kind of slowly scalp it out as we head towards some key support levels. 180 would be ideal, so that might be in the works for today. And there it is. So the momentum really starting to pick up there, guys, as we flush. I shouldn't say flush. I think that's a little bit of a strong term considering. But the thing is, I find it. I don't know how you feel, Obi. But like it really is mentally taxing sometimes shorting NVDA. That's why I try to avoid it sometimes, just because it's so strong and everything just gets bid back up. Like you crack through, you head right towards that support level, and then it just gets bought right back up after multiple occasions. But Adair, what do you have?
I have some more details on the Alibaba Baidu story. So as I mentioned earlier, I wasn't really sure where this was coming from. Well, now we know. Bloomberg reported this, citing an October 7th letter here. Pentagon telling the Congress back on October 7th, it sounds like that, in their opinion, they believe that Alibaba, Baidu, and then a whole bunch of other companies as well should be added to the 1268 list of Chinese military companies. There's over 130 names on that list already, and this is supposed to be viewed as a red flag for U.S. investors. So again, this is going back to over a month ago, as reported by Bloomberg. The Pentagon says to Congress, hey, we'd like to add these names to the list. Back to you.
Much. I mean, there it is, guys. We just slowly piece them out there on NVDA as it's continuing to bleed its own blood, guys. 180.11, a nice little move to the downside there. Let's see if we can crack it. Bounces right back up. I have no issues with getting out break even whatsoever on this name, but a nice move on the support level. Let's see if it can snap. We'll hold a little bit on here until otherwise. This is the thing, my risk to reward ratio is horrible. You have to give it $1 or it's a VWAP. I feel like this name can just wick you out, but there goes NVIDIA, vertical blocking, vertical limit, for those who know that movie, Vertical Limit.
Oh yeah, you know, why does that sound so familiar? I think I've seen it.
Yeah, it's classic. Vertical Limit.
Yeah, it rings a bell. You know what? If I see the cover, if I see the cover,
Vertical Limit, man. Shout out to that climbing. Baba is a good buy.
Yeah, this is really old.
Yeah, mad old. Yeah, it's not too bad. We'll take that one there. One of my favorite movies says Nazir.
Nice.
Oh, we got an ad read. Absolutely, Assassino. Only if we hit 180.10s here in NVDA. No, I'm only joking. Talk to us.
All right, traders, listen up. First month is free. That's right. We are waiving fees so you can trade smarter and not harder. So upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Right, guys. This market's taking a little bit of a pullback. So yeah, we had that first red candle. This seems like forever ago, but that happened around 11:45. That candle, first red candle, that signaled the dissipation of the bid, and now we're getting confirmation, continuation, whatever you want to call it. This is what I mean. I was like, this is a flag, right? And when a lot of people look at flags, they might be thinking continuation. But that's not always the case, right? We talk about chart patterns being absolutely random, even though the pattern itself shows up in multiple scenarios. So you really got to ask, what do those patterns actually mean? What kind of participation is happening in them? And what happens if that structure or that pattern breaks one way or another? That's kind of what I like to ask. So 128 didn't really come in. Trend breaking here on the hood. So you know what? I definitely want to get involved with a little bit of this here for now. You know what? I'll just set it and forget it on this one. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for here. I tried to scroll through prices, and it started scrolling through my sizing, and I'm like, nope, that's not what I'm looking for here on that. Let's see if this 155 can potentially break down here. We did get back down to 155s. Once again, to reiterate, 155 is a bit of an interesting level. That was the ping of price action, the little test on that earnings reaction just yesterday. Did it happen in the pre-market or after hours? Let's take a quick look and check to see that piece of information. What are we trading again? Oh yeah, BABA. Nice. Haha, that's why I don't care about the ticker. It's all about the price action. 155 still holding right here. Boom. This is what I mean. That low is 155, and that right there is more significant to me than a few other pieces of information, but a little bit of a balance here, pulling right back into that area of what I think is interest. 50% pullback of the 50% pullback. So the reversion of the reversion, we're just consolidating 155s right now. So we'll see. I'll wait and watch to see if there's any sort of distinct action off of this 155. We could bounce, we could hold, we could chop, we can churn. We can also sell off as well. But it seems like that reversion off of 150, look at how beautiful that was. 150 clean bounce all the way up to 157s on BABA. So shout out to anybody who was sitting there with a bid on 150s, because that came in real fast.
On BABA there. On BABA. Is it moving lower here now, Obi?
I mean, it's holding the anchored for now. Okay. Anchored is now confluencing with 155, surprisingly enough. But we'll see if it can trade a little bit lower or whatever it does. We'll see. We'll wait and see. This hood is pulling back in. This 127, I guess, break was nice. 128 break was a little lackluster, so a little back through some of these levels. I like this 127 short earlier as well. So where sellers step in. Let's see if we can kind of get that confluenced push back down with the break of this trend. VWAPs just in and around 125s, and again, 125s. I like that. Let's see if we can revert.
Oh, wow. What a downtick on NVDA there, Obi. I don't know what's going on here as the momentum is most definitely, wow.
Most def.
Oh, wow. Okay. That was quick. A big time move. And I was just saying, this thing is tough it's tough to short, but a nice volume spike to the downside in NVDA. So let's see if this move can be sustained here, guys. Catch a fill, says MF dangerous. I mean, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get some more votes on the poll here. I mean, it wasn't the best Thanksgiving poll. Unfortunately, I couldn't really come up with anything other than which part of the turkey you're going for. But we don't know how acceptable is white meat or the dark meat. But
what are you most thankful for? And then we can have.
That's the thing. But that's
right?
okay.
So,
Yeah.
There's so many options.
That's very much true.
Say
right.
Family,
very much true.
Life.
Family,
opportunity,
resources,
life,
more life,
more life,
more life, more. Shut up, more life. Yeah, no, I mean, family probably going to be at the top of the list. Friends. Oh, yeah. Not everybody has them. Whoa. I mean, hey, it is what it is. As you get older, you lose you don't really have as many friends. I think that's true. That's it, right? You know what I mean?
Fair,
health,
like, you know.
Health is the most important one, because without that, everything else is irrelevant. As our friend, or our good friend, our old friend, Steve Jobs said, he said, I have all this money, but I can't do anything with it because I am terminally ill, which is, again, we don't want to get too that dark, but yeah, health is wealth, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. It is absolutely everything. And I told you guys, man, when I was going through like extreme headaches, I'm like, the quality of life is garbage. So I'm glad that it's not as bad as it used to be. But there it goes on NVDA, a nice crack through some key support levels. Let's see if this move can be sustained. SMR green, yeah, what's that up to? Yesterday we were trading that. I'm like, you know what? I know this. Oh, okay. I seen that it had some aggressive flushes not too long after the open, and I was glad that I wasn't trading it necessarily. So there it goes, new scale power starting to climb a little bit higher, which isn't horrible whatsoever. But now I want to take it because we have that Alibaba news. I know Obi's in it as well too. I want to see where we're going. Bloody thing buys right back up, eh? So there it is, a hammer candle off of those lows right at 155. And then now going oppo, so a little bit of buying pressure within that one there. But I mean, hey, we're not going to complain. We got 18 minutes left. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, all you guys are my friends. Everyone are friends, man. I'm not that sad, Majid.
Yeah, people taking offense.
Majid, yeah, no, don't take any offense. Why would you take offense of that? Hey, man, you got to think about it. Some of the most apex predators are solitary. You know what I mean? Like a tiger. Tigers are pretty solitary. Jaguars, right? If you want to be a jaguar, you could be solitary there. I'm pretty sure bears, right? Grizzly bears, relatively solitary animals. So hey, you want to be that dog. You're gonna have to do it on your own, man. Sometimes.
Except for dogs, though. Dogs travel in packs.
Yeah, exactly. Dogs are pack animals. Yep, absolutely.
I've always wanted a wolf, but I don't know if that's such a great idea.
You always want to be a wolf?
No, I said I've always wanted a wolf.
Well, you could do, what is the word?
You can try to domesticate them.
Yeah, domesticate it.
At the end of the day, it is a pure wild animal.
Lone wolf.
So, yeah, you just...
Dude, have you seen,
there's some dudes that actually roll with the packs, because they basically are the alpha,
They grew up with them, yeah. So
or they respect the alpha.
Yeah. I knew this guy who had half wolf, half husky. The thing was so big. I'm like, holy cow!
Yeah, dude.
How big it was. It was monstrous. So shout out to the dire wolf, to all the Game of Thrones fans. There it is on NVDA, guys, continuing to move a little bit lower. So what were we in at there? 180.33s. We get down to 179 80s roughly. So not too bad of a look. To the downside, just playing the break of support levels. So yeah, sports and stocks. You're in trouble, man. You're in trouble. Jojo, you got one right. Thank you. Short. Tesla, one. My friend. It's all right. I'm not going to take any offense to that. But no, in all seriousness, there it is to the downside. NVDA moving a little bit lower, and some of the markets starting to come back in as well too, as the Qs in the Qs in the SPY head towards the volume-weighted average price. We're now 40 cents off of the highs on IBIT, a little bit more than that, a couple points. 128.22 down to 127. You're short 127.30, so you got 30 cents right there on Robinhood. There, Obi, why don't you talk about it a little bit?
Yeah, I mean it's coming in a little bit here. The market tailwind definitely on our side as we break the structure. We talk about that bid dissipating and sellers starting to step in. It seems like this is a bit of a follow through here of that. Sure, we had a little bit of a catalyst there, but follow through nonetheless. So again, that's why I always go price action is king. And tinfoil suit, tinfoil hat. Sometimes I feel like there are participants just waiting for volume to come in for entry or exit liquidity as well, right? It's a market. Things need to be marketed and positions need to be positioned. So it's always an interesting way to see how price action pans out. 127's coming back here on hood. Like I said before, VWAP's all the way down at 125s. Don't know if we're going to get all the way down there. 155s did do a little bit of a bounce here on BABA, but we're still kind of chopping around 156s, 155s right now, so we're going to keep an eye on it. Market may be looking for a little bit of a bid. We got 13 and a half minutes roughly left on this 15-minute candle, so still a lot of action to finish, kind of printing that there as well. Let's see. What does that mean? Price action is king. Means no sense to me. I don't know, saying Martinez.
Who said that? Who said that?
Cool. Martinez in the chat. All right, so price action. What is price action? Price action is kind of like the action of price. What the story that's being told. What have we done? We kind of consolidate here. For example, we can go through the price action here on hood. Off of the open, strong opening drive, so buyers are definitely there. And then you can see the price action starts to slow down, the buyers start to dissipate, and then we crack this structure, which is a little bit lower. So these are all kind of facets, in my opinion, of price action. I know I'm kind of butchering it, not really doing it justice in terms of defining it. But if you want to know more about price action trading, I would suggest you take a look at Al Brooks. We know Jose talks about Al Brooks a lot, but he has some absolutely solid textbooks, literally textbooks on trading price action, and he definitely delves into the nitty-gritty of price action trading and what that actually means. But at the end of the day, all it means is I'm following the order flow, following the buyers and sellers, following kind of prior levels as well, where we're sellers, where we're buyers, how did we build structure on the day, how are we kind of dealing with that action as well. So hopefully I did some sort of justice there. I know I'm butchering it a little bit there, but that's kind of my definition of what it means in terms of price action. Yeah. So
I don't know. He said, no, I want to know what the meaning is. Price action king.
Okay, price action is king. So it's like you can. So what I mean by that is like you can trade off of fundamentals. You can trade off of catalysts. You can trade off of this, that, and the other. At the end of the day, the price action and it's the action of price and maybe the volume as well speaks for itself.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Because participants. They portray their intention by participating in the market. You can see that intention in the price action.
Yeah.
Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And then use that as a reference to kind of be like, all right, let's make some decisions. This is how the probabilities stack based off of this price action. So,
for sure. Yeah. I mean, like you got to think about what every single indicator that you're probably using on your chart is derived from.
Yes.
Right. So what we mean by price action is king is when price shows you something, you best believe it, regardless of what your indicator is telling you, because the most of them are lagging, right? Yeah. They're not.
Okay, I can read off of a definition here. If you want the actual definition, just an AI overview here on Google. I just searched price action is king, and here's the definition. The phrase price action is king means that a trader's primary focus should be on the movements of a security's price, as it is the ultimate determinant of profit and loss. Price action traders believe price is the purest indicator, yes, that's me, and that all other information like news, indicators, is secondary to the actual price on the chart. This approach is adaptable across all markets and focuses on analyzing chart patterns and structure to make trading decisions. So that's what that means.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I definitely butchered the definition, but that was much better. So thank you, I guess Google AI for that there. Okay. So Joe, I think we got a super chat for you.
We do. Oh, do we? For me?
Yeah,
wow.
yeah.
Oh, wow. How nice. No, I'm on 50. Like, thank you, Joe. I jumped in on iBit with you. What a ride. Great call. Thank you. Unfortunately, it doesn't always work like that. We tell you guys, once again, it goes without saying, very much appreciated on the super chat. But mirror trading doesn't always work. I'm not always going to be right. And you don't know necessarily what I'm doing, what you can't see here, right? And we're always consistently fidgeting with their screens and our charts on the side, so you don't know. So just be cautious. I'm glad that you had a great time. That goes without saying. But I'm not always right. So, and I don't want you to have the inverse and get mad at me when you're like, Joe, you said this and that. But once again,
Yeah, you got to trade your own trade at the end of the day.
You got to trade your own book at the end of the day. But we're going to hit this for you. So Cap Mama, we love that. We're also going to hit this for you. I told you guys I've hit my limit on hitting the Stone Cold, but if you're going to do something, my grandma told me you may as well try to do it at your best, and I'm going to hit it one more time right here. So there it is, man. So now you can walk in leading into your Thanksgiving women, Cap Mama, your Thanksgiving weekend, and just have an absolute blast knowing that you put on the proper trades. And that's what we want to do from a day-to-day standpoint. But as for NVDA, 184 was our entry. We're now out of that as it's coming back north of the volume-weighted average price, cutting that last little bit out at break-even. We're not going to complain whatsoever about that move that we got at the crack of that neckline. There's no limit on Stone Cold, says Jay Rusty. Yeah, but see, that's not how it works out there. Joe is always long IBIT. I wouldn't say that. I short it sometimes, and I'm not always trading it. But it doesn't matter what I'm always trading, right? Like, I look at things because I know what I'm specifically looking for. So at the end of the day, even though we're all relayed the same information, we don't interpret it the same way.
Yes.
And I think that's important to know. And it's really, really just important to kind of write your own book at the end of the day. If that correlates for what we're looking at, I mean, we try to teach you guys ways of trading, whether it be Neil with his lesson of the day, Sharif, or Sean, myself, and Obi. But what you have to do is, I don't know how the saying goes, and I'll butcher it, but the smartest people takes bits of information from every single one and just kind of keep an open mind, which is important. And that's what we hope we can do for you guys, most importantly, right, is that we talk about it all the time. We all have very different trading styles, but if you take a piece from Neil, you take a piece from Sean, you take a piece from Sharif, you take a piece from Obi, and then you make your own playbook off of that, you can build wonders, right? And it's just the experiences that are going to help you refine. And everything is always so changing. So also keep that in mind as well too. So Neil price action off Alibaba was crazy today. Neil always tends to overshoot. The 78-cent break was the liquidity sleep. Neo, $6 puts. All right, let's pull up NIO. Excuse me. All right, so $6 puts. You're already ITM on those, so nice work, unless you just bought them ITM. But yeah, this thing's starting to come in drastically, guys, off of those highs. $8, almost to the penny, and then sure enough, you're down a little bit off of that, so around 35% or so, 33.7 to be exact. So that's not too bad whatsoever. 802, 531, breaking through key necklines. We were talking about them before. You do have some whipsaw moves, which is fine. But when you have these bases being formed and you crack through, there might be some more downside momentum. As for AMD, it's the exact same thing. We have that neckline drawn, broke to the downside, and then now we're starting to form a little bit of another one. But if you have to force it, it may not be there, Obi.
Yeah, for sure. Again, forcing the trades is never really a great turnout there. And it seems like, yeah, this Baba is definitely forming a little bit of wedging action, like Neil called out in the chat here. And yeah, a little bit of a wedge on top of the anchored VWAP here, and that's holding pretty well. That anchored VWAP, again, confluenced with this 55 hold. That's that consolidation low here. And we talk about price acceptance, maybe just kind of chopping and churning this 155, 156 area as of right now. It seems like this hood is still holding this 127 as of right now. So you know what, I just kind of want to potentially take a look to get out of this one here as well. If we're just going to consolidate, the market did pull back pretty decently there, but we're holding up as of right now, and only about a couple hours left in the trading day. All right, so not too many 15-minute candles left to print here and give us some of these moves. But yeah, we'll see if that 127 can break back below and then trade a little bit lower into that 125. That 125 was interesting. Again, VWAP almost breaking above that 125. So maybe we find it a little bit more interesting when, I guess, the average participant is sitting in a long position above 125. That could make things a little bit interesting as well, currently trading at 127. So Apple, wow. So Apple, remember I was like Apple potential reversion, and that was like 1145. That thing's been grinding so slowly to the downside, but working pretty well, to say the least. So interesting stuff there on Apple as it gives us a bit of that reversion off of 279.50s in the morning. So interesting stuff there as well. Don't really have much else going on as of right now. Going to be continuing to watch BABA and Hood going into the end of the day. Amazon making a beeline for day lows right now, so it seems like that one, other than Google, is showing some relative weakness here as well. What's going on, Adara?
Rumble on the move here. This one on watch here as we have Financial Times reporting that Tether is now the largest independent holder of gold in the world. Only thing that holds more gold would be central banks. So again, largest independent holder of gold in the world is Tether. Now, why does this matter for Rumble? Because Tether does have a significant stake in RUM. Back to you.
Whenever you're ready there, I assume we'll fire that up, no problem. You know, let's party on, brother. Your heart will beat 100 times today. And every beat is a data point. AIML, innovation, CSE, AIML, OTCQB, AIMLFF turns that data into potential life-saving insight and max yield. An AI engine that filters noise, labels each heartbeat with lab-grade precision, and shrinks ECG analysis from days to minutes. Their mission to revolutionize how heart disease is detected, monitored, and prevented. Learn more at AIML Health and follow at AIML_Innova on X, guys, on X. There goes Amazon to the downside. You were talking about Amazon not too long ago. Gaurav, I didn't love that print there. It's just not in the right place at the right time. And there it is. You're cracking through some necklines. I still think Amazon's a great buy at this point, considering we traded up to 215, came back down to 220, and now you're starting to get a little bit of a bounce. And that's what we were talking about. It's not going to be up and to the right all the time, but we do have a shelf being formed at 211 here. Big time move up into 260. Which is absolutely insane there in AMZN. So not too bad of a look. But we only got 3 minutes left, Obi. Okay. When it's 1:59, you know what we're going to do. We're going to do our three Joe heartbeat 100,000 times, my friend, 100,000. We'll go over our 30-second trade review. How many names did you trade?
Something might be wrong if you're only beating 100 times.
You know what that reminds me of?
What?
Remember the first Saw?
I don't remember watching.
Oh my days!
I think I saw like Saw 3 or something. I don't.
You've never seen the first Saw?
I don't.
That's crazy.
Actually, no. That's the one with the dude on the bicycle, right?
Yeah, I mean,
on the tricycle.
Yeah. I mean,
I have seen the first.
The first one. I mean, I don't think you see him on that one. The first one is crazy because the guy.
It's where they're stuck in the bathroom.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. And the whole time he's just watching what's going on, but he took some whatever to slow his heart rate down, so he looked dead on the floor. And then as soon as the guy cuts his leg off, exactly. And then whatever else happens in that, it's. Anyways, let's get back into the markets. Enough of my gibberish. Bitcoin climbing higher. Market slowly starting to recover back to the top side. There's the short on Nvidia as we break through some key support levels. Looking for that break and hold of the neckline, but I mentioned that Nvidia, you have to be really cautious. If you get some key momentum to the downside in it, start locking in some of that profit because the rebounds are most definitely in vogue with this name. So keep that in mind. We'll head over to the lower time frame and see what's going on. Our only loss of today was on TSLA on the first entry. Other than that, everything's been pretty good so far. This was the only wrong entry right there. Sure enough, we grab it at the base and we continue to climb forward. Katina Man's been holding throughout the whole duration. All right, Obi.
Yes, sir.
It's 1:59.
Okay.
It's time for our 30-second trade review. Talk to us. Go.
All right, so Hood right off of the open, a bit of a reversion back down into VWAP. 125s kind of break down. We pull back into VWAP. That was pretty clean. Some other scalps here off of this slowdown in the same supply area. Some other scalps here off of tape here. Just covered this one here as well. just taking counter trend scalps here on Hood. Where is Google? Let's pull up Google here as well. So Google was the other one I traded this morning. Again, kind of similar, pulling up pretty aggressively, taking the reversion back down into the 320s. Didn't really participate after that. And of course, you guys are seeing me here with my BABA position. Out of the money right now. Don't know if it's going to work well or not, but kind of just waiting for this consolidation to kind of pan out and see what it'll bring us. Maybe more of the same, maybe not. Maybe we get a full-on reversion back to reference prices at 159, or we kind of pull back into this 155 consolidation low. No idea.
Bang, 25 seconds on that one there, Obi. Boom. Good work, guys. So, all right, attempt number 1 on TSLL. Off of those lows, consolidation. Boom, we pop up into view up on TSLL. Nice move there. NVDA. NVDA. You got it. We get the short at the break of the neckline, moving a little bit lower, now starting to recover. And then also, the trade of the day is going to be, for me personally, in IBIT. Yes. Not too bad of a move, just continuously churning shares. But that is going to conclude the midday leading into Thanksgiving weekend. Guys, I hope everyone's had a fantastic week and are going to eat a lot of turkey to the point where you can't breathe and you have uncles falling asleep on their couch. Oh boy. But at the end of the day, I hope everyone has a fantastic one.
Great Thanksgiving.
This is Obi. Are you coming in on
Friday?
No,
I'll be here on Friday.
You're here on Friday?
I'll be here on Friday.
Yeah, Obi's here on Friday, so there's a lot going on. Thank you once again. It's time for us to send it over to Neil and Sean.
Take care, guys.
Thanks, guys. Obi's in for Neil on Friday.
Yeah.
Wow, lucky you. Friday off, huh? Friday off with no plans? I thought I asked you.
Well, we actually had, there was a plan. So my neighbor and I, there's the Raptors, it's a Raptors game where it's like a school event.
Oh, nice.
Where like there's kids that are going from school.
Oh, is it one of those, is it an afternoon game?
Yeah, that was the plan, and we're going to go with my neighbor, but he had to back out, so we're kind of rescheduling for something else. And so I'm still taking that because I've already booked it, so I can just get some ish done. But yeah, we're probably going to try and reschedule going to Raptors game, but they had to pull out. My neighbor, he's a huge basketball fan. Like I like basketball.
Yeah, but
he still plays and he drives from Brampton to Toronto to play in a men's league.
Yeah.
And he's a hardcore Raptors fan. He has season tickets for the 905. He goes to all those games. He's trying to hook us up when he's got tickets for the WNBA when they're coming, and his daughter loves it. We went to Globetrotters together, so. And the Raptors are
best.
Legit.
29th, yeah, we have a game
legit right now. Very, very
legit. Yeah. Raptors are good.
I'm impressed. I am very impressed with the Raptors.
All right, what's up, everybody? Bear down. Yo, what's up, Mr. Englewood and everybody there in the chat? Hey, man. I mean, we're long Apple. We've been hitting this trade over and over. The only time we actually got out was when this happened. Bye-bye, Alibaba. And all I saw was my net vanish a couple $100, but it was okay. We were actually long Alibaba and getting out. We were long at 158, and this tick here is 159 quarter. Look when we were just getting out, we just got back, we were just getting out 159, 159, 159 quarter, and then 2 minutes later, whoosh, we bought 158s again and then got out immediately on a stop order. So we wound up losing basically nothing. We just gave up what we were in the money on already. So when I say a couple $100, it was just unrealized. Bang, well, probably only about $100, into the money, and then out of the money, and then straight down. So Alibaba and a bunch of other Chinese names get added to the list. Adair let us know that there was over 130 names or something already on that list, and Baba got added, and Baidu.
The notable ones of Baidu, and then BYD. BYD was the other notable.
Oh, BYD, but
BYD. They all moved, I looked over. I actually had just sat down. I came back from my desk. I turned and go, what the heck just happened? Yeah. And by the time I had even looked at Alibaba, it had gone 150. I'm pretty sure I was staring down 154.5 when I sat down. So I'm like, okay, well, there isn't a long trade. I was contemplating VWAP short. Obviously, VWAP would have been a good short. And then I was saying in the chat, there was a bit of a wedge pattern forming. So this is what I meant by the wedge. Lower highs in BABA, higher lows. It broke the wedge here, confirmed there. Problem is it's really tight to VWAP. And on news, even if VWAP wasn't morning low Like, look at the confluence of the volume weighted average price. It's right there. So I'm not even thinking you go much further than this 157 and change. But I got the quarter, I'm long in front of the quarters, and just looking to play into VWAP. I did reverse in BMNR and Mara to the long side when IBIT broke 88, but then when IBIT came back through 90, I shorted a break in IBIT. So I was long those other names, but now I'm short into IBIT, looking for the all-day trend as an out, which is a moving target. So yeah, Bitcoin was insane when it took out 88K. Like, this was the candle on Bitcoin when it took out 88K. It was just hot knife butter, basically. But we're back through 90,000, so we'll see what happens. Remember, with tomorrow being a holiday, you are going to see lighter volume, but lighter volume doesn't mean the stocks don't move. It just means, like, if a level breaks, there might be a little bit less liquidity. You might get more slippage.
Here comes Tesla, yeah.
Actually, I think you will get more slippage, in my opinion. Maybe on liquid things, it's not a big deal. But if you happen to be trading something that's not liquid today, or this afternoon, then I'd be very, very careful. To me, BABA doesn't get to 150 if it wasn't a day before a holiday. I'm willing to bet at least a few dollars of that move is attributable to the lower level of liquidity on, it's not a Friday, but like what is kind of like Friday volumes.
We just, let's go. This is going, man, back-to-back jacks. We got the big trade on again here today with Tesla. I mean, buy, bang, buy, boom. Right now, 550. We'll just take a piece out right here on the top end of this trade. I mean, we don't want to let this go back again, all the way back in. So there it is, man. Just absolutely stunning there for Tesla as chicken was
Gosh.
The jerk chicken was a little jerky there today. It was, we both gave it like a 0 on the spice level.
I gave it a 2. That's
2 is close enough. 2 is close enough to 0, my guy.
2 out of 10?
2 out of 10 is basically 0.
It wasn't a 0. Like, there's like a 0 would be.
I mean, who gives something a 2 out of 10? Like, what is that? Just like a little bit of pepper on
it? No, 2 means they tried.
Oh, they tried. Okay, they tried. I'll give
0 would be that there was no effort to remotely make it seasoned. Like that.
I'm just saying the seasoning on it, to me, was a 0.
It was weak. It was weak. But
what's up, Dane Generous over here? What's up, Mike Peter Ryder? Look what's going on with Tesla. We just take another fill there at 325.50 as it just keeps on going back up to the upside. What's up, Martin and everybody else? SMR. Just found out they got Obi with me on Monday. That should be a lot of fun coming through. Shout out to Obi and Joe. Joe, man, I want to say, like, I've been watching your trading, and it's great to see you leveling up and, you know, really making a run at some of those great trades. So congratulations to Joe again for putting up some great trades there for you guys on the midday. You know, and great trading there for Joe. I know you're trading the IBIT over there as well. He was showing me some of those trades. But it looks like Apple right here, like the market may just give it up at the end of the day. And that's kind of what we're doing right now. Underneath here, underneath the 50-period moving average, you can see there's the high, high. We're making lower highs is what I'm getting at right now. And I think we're just like moments away from really trying to snap this and then getting back to here. So our out on Apple is not too far away from here, 277.70s, I think. So I'm just going to show you what that is, because now we're bleeding back down, and this is why you got to take profit when they lie in there, right? I mean, I'm sitting there at 45 and get hit there. Obviously, in hindsight, we look to take them all out if that ever happens again, but here it comes right back in, and this is that sort of drop zone right now. We've already done really well on Apple there. We lost right here when it broke early, and then there again, but then was able to catch this, and we've been making some money here on these trades, but it doesn't look like we're going to hold that profit if we break. So down into here, this is the 60s. So we just want to see if we get sort of underneath where we've been and breaking a little lower from there, and we're going to get stopped out on Apple. I mean, we're long in 24, so getting stopped out at 70 is like a 50-cent hit. So we've made that profit, but we just kept on taking out pieces and not the full thing. So in what is going to be a choppy afternoon, I would say, Neil's already talked about the volume and things like that. I feel like it'd be pretty choppy coming in. I don't know if this is an average daily volume. I don't know. Like Apple at 17 million seems low to me. Nvidia over here, probably what, 60 million? 127 million. So I'm not even close on the guess of Nvidia.
That's
probably more than average.
Like like I'm looking at, this is going to be the wrong spot to check this at because BABA has a volume spike. But if you look at BABA compared to yesterday, Like look at or any other day outside of that volume spike. Like this is way lower. So Baba got to VWAP. I said VWAP, get out. That's prior low, resistance, resistance. So we take that out. But pretty much everywhere. If you look at something, you have to find something that doesn't have a news story. Is the best way to gauge volumes. Like look at here. Let's look at Netflix. There's nothing going on with Netflix today. And look at the volume on Netflix. Right? So you can't, there's no argument for a catalyst. It is way lower volume than any day this week. It looks like Friday afternoon volume in the entirety of the day. So when that's the case, you got to be careful about what you're watching. Ooh, I had flipped long open door, and I think I got out too early. So just a quick notion on open door. We're short it pretty much all morning. It then did this, broke trend here, was long, and then it didn't break VWAP. That's kind of weird. It might have had to stop above VWAP instead of underneath, but it's still holding this trend break for open door. So I might look to jump back into this in the low 7.6. Otherwise, I'm just in that IBIT trade, short off this trend break. If it gets to VWAP, great, but you got to watch out for this 50-80 level right around, it's like 89.9 is where we're chilling right now. If you lose 89.9, I think you find a bid at 88, almost no questions asked, but we are now ready for the afternoon rundown.
I don't like these longs right here.
I don't think the market moves as much as we think it does this afternoon.
Yeah, no, it's not going higher, that's all. It's like I feel like it's trying to push lower, and I'm sitting here in two longs. I mean, the Tesla long, Joe's ready. Yeah, the Tesla long is pumping right now. So we're $6 now, and this is still going. This is an absolute monster. So we'll hold on to that. I mean, my worry spot right here, I can get out for flat right here. Like we're long at 24s, it's at 20s. So I'm actually going to take a little bit of my own advice here, offer some 20s, and just get out at 10%, just now. Take off a little bit of pressure. But you know what the hell's 10%? Who cares? Let's ride, right? I mean, let's see if we can get a little bit higher than that. Let's go to 278, like 40s, okay? And we'll see if we can get some love there for about 15%, and then we'll see about getting a higher bid. Apple. You're nervous about these positions like I mean, you may want to consider taking some off, especially if you're looking for a big move this afternoon. I'm not sure we're going to get it, but we're here and we're ready to go. All right, Joe. Let's go. Let's go.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the segment where you guys get to pick what stocks we talk about. So you make sure you get into the chat, get in there, $ vote for the ticker that you want to see us going over in the Afternoon Rundown. So join Obi and I this week, or Sharif and I, and get those votes in. Also, you get to participate in the chat as well, too, guys. But first and foremost, let's take a look at some of the major averages. We're going to start off here with the Dow Jones on a 15-minute chart. We're up a little bit more than 0.6% here, so not too bad of a look whatsoever. We've been going over the SPY and we've been going over the NASDAQ on multiple occasions, so let's take a look at the broader perspective here, and this is going to be the IWM as well too. So from opening price, guys, we're up a staggering 1.1%. Little facetious, but at the end of the day, not too bad of a look. But let's get over to our first in line, and you guessed it, yes, it is going to be Tesla. With this AI talk, adding over $90 billion to the market cap, so a big time move. And also with the anticipation that Elon Musk robo-taxi fleet in Austin and Texas is going to expand and nearly double in the coming months. That's some big time news. We're waiting on the permits in Nevada. As we know, the likes of Zoox is already in there, in Las Vegas as well too. So we're gonna keep that in mind. The faster he grows, the better off, but we talked about the potential of the exponential growth within Tesla. What do you guys think?
Tesla, Tesla's been on radar for a very many times this week, and a very long time, and a good time as well. Like yesterday, this was our Tesla trading yesterday. We got moked early on this move down, and then finally found a bottom right about 10 o'clock, and then ripped it all the way up to 420 there near the end of the day. And then today, we added it right back on our list here today, 420 long-ish area. But it turns out, well, the 420 area is cash money, but for right now,
We just waited, man, and we didn't even take the 420 on the way down because we've been having so much luck, and this is not true, taking early trades that we decided to wait. And yesterday we waited till about 10 and change. Today the exact same thing, quarter after 10, it based out, and it was like, go. As long as the stories are what they are, positive stories for Tesla, you know, good reaction stock for sure. If the market goes down, we can stay away from it and get out for small hits. Or if it goes up, then we put some numbers on the board. That's what we're here for. We're here to put numbers up. And right there, Tesla, boom. This is a number, right? This is one of those sort of notches on your belt there. And there it goes, 425. You know, I'm waiting for this to get up to 425. We'll take another piece out there, and then we'll have a small piece after that left. But we're still trying to run this back there to the upside. I like the stock. You know, that 418 level has been pretty good there. You know, it was a consolidation a couple days ago. Yesterday didn't really mean anything, but I liked it from a couple days ago. I remember that stock and those levels, and there it goes. So just off 415, you know, that should be a good low, like this 414 to 415 area. I do want to buy more Tesla on weakness. So if we get some sort of an event over the next couple days that's, you know, creates another move down in the market, I think Tesla's here to stay for a while. So let's just keep on getting long on Tesla. I don't want to short this at all until, like, I probably won't even put a short on the board until we get back up to here, like 450, 460. Then I'll be maybe thinking about some shorts. But for now, it's Tesla long, and it is a gorgeous ride, man. Up 650 now on this trade, and just letting it work out here into the afternoon.
And that's sort of the thing. And when you get those big ones, you got to make sure you hold on to the best of your ability. When you say the next couple of days move down, obviously we're not. I don't think we get a major move till next week. You could see some things happen on Friday. I kind of feel like with earnings done, with the Fed, you're now waiting until the middle of the week that, you know, you'll have more gliding than anything else. That's just a gut feel. Who knows? But the 50 period kind of lingers at 33. I suppose that would be like one place to look. So my plan of action was to wait for a setup on the 15. All right, this is usually I don't like taking the executions off, but you literally can't see anything if I don't. So I'm going to show you on the 15-minute, it finally closed above 420 because 420 was the level I was looking at. So there was your close, there was your confirmation. So like this is where I want to be getting long. And then I said in the middle of the day, like I took some out here, and then if this candle was going to get me out, and it wasn't very clean, but there was a clean move through, and now I can put the executions back up. So it's as quick as this. And then you'll see that I did follow my plan of action, which was when it failed on the 15-minute, that 420, I would jump out of it. And, you know, it is what it is. It ends up going to 424 if you hung on to it. But I told you if it closed a candle under 420 on the 15-minute, I was going to jump out of the trade. And I also would not short this. But I think 433 to 435, if it got there, that's a different story. Like you're talking about $8 from here, the 50 period on the daily. I think that makes sense. Diggity Jacobs like this China thing. Do I like this China thing? I mean, do you? Well, no. I own shares of Alibaba in my long term, not as much as I did before. So I don't like this China news whatsoever. I don't think if you own a single Chinese ADR, you're probably not happy with this. And then it certainly doesn't necessarily help some of the chip names, right? Because then you can get this tit for tat, and you know it kind of goes back and forth. So no, I don't.
I mean, here's the FXI.
I don't particularly like the news. I mean, there's not much I can do about it. You just sort of live with it.
I actually like the news as an investor. I'll take the other side of that because it's giving me an opportunity to buy more at better prices. I mean, I like the Chinese names as far as PEs and all that.
Sitting on that bid.
Are concerned, yeah. I mean, to sit on that bid today, 150 on BABA. Here's FXI. I just want everybody to know we do have coming up in just a matter of moments here, about 20 minutes, Paul Duffy, CEO and chairman of AIML Innovations. So we've been talking about them throughout the last little while. You're going to hear from Paul coming through very soon. AIML coming up. Check them on the CSE and on the OTC markets. But okay, guys, there goes Apple. Let's go, man. We're trying to make this move right now. Apple to the long side right now. So let's go. Nice upside move for AAPL. We just took some out at 40, as we had said. So let's go, man. Good thing we didn't take it out at 25s there, but nice move higher here for Apple. Just to see, man, see if we can get this back to Greensville today. Let's go, Apple. You only have 0.5. We'll see if we can get a little higher, looking at like 278.75. Joe, I don't know if Apple's on the board or not, my guy, but let's go. What's the number 2 stock you want us to cover?
It is not Apple, nor is it on the board, my brother. But that's okay. It'll have plenty of time. It can be the king of something else, but not on our watch list today. All right, guys. Robinhood is most definitely up next. The company stating that it introduced a futures and derivatives exchange and clearinghouse, deepening its investment in the predictions market category. But Goldman Sachs analyst also reiterating its price target to a whopping $175 and also giving the rating a strong buy. What do you think about Robinhood, guys?
Well, the bottom already got put in. It didn't want to give you that 200-period moving average, and so many stocks did. This one absolutely did not, and that's sort of the, for everyone, when you sort of look at these pullbacks and like, oh, I like this stock here, or I like that stock there. You're going to hit some because they get to your level, and there's other ones are just not going to get there. And that's exactly what I would say with Robinhood. I like the 200-period, but that's way gone now, and I just feel like this is a name that I'm not ever chasing. Just can't really. And Echelon, we appreciate the questions. We'll definitely get to things like Upwork for sure. I've noted that, and I have a note for it. But we're going to get through the rundown here. Robinhood, you have two things going on. Obviously, the prediction market's a good story, but we know so much of what they're doing volume is related to crypto. Bitcoin got back to 90. It's underneath 90,000 now, but a big rally back in Bitcoin is going to push this higher. So I think when you're watching this afternoon, if we don't hold that 90K. Like right now, I'm not going to reload this again on Bitcoin, by the way, because it's still making some higher lows. So I have my bids out, but no more reloading. I have about a break-even stop or close to a break-even stop. If we end up losing this bid and holding under 90,000, then I would look for Robinhood to give you some kind of a pullback this Friday. But for now, it's just holding trend. Like this is one of those all-day trends that you see on Robinhood. Like it is all day on the 15-minute. Every single time it retests the trend line, it holds the trend line pretty cleanly. So unless that breaks, I think you're probably good to go. And put on the move.
Yeah, I just want to hear on Tesla. So it's not a $6 or a $7 winner, Neil. It's an $8 winner. It's an $8 winner right there. So there we go, my little slapper there as Tesla. Obi, thanks for that attention. He's like, guys, check out Tesla right there making new highs. So there goes Tesla taking out the day's high right there. But look, we've been digging into some exchanges and we did stumble across BTCC. So make sure you do scan that QR code right there. They're top 30 globally and they have never been hacked. Meanwhile, there are other markets that we can't just trust, right? BTCC stays untouched. Zero KYC, of course, if you're in the United States or Canada or Europe, so pretty much all of you. Through Trader TV, you get 100 USDT for registering, plus you get 15% back that covers up your losses for 15 grand. Seriously, if there's nothing that you're missing here, just scan that QR code, check it out for more info. It's btcc.com right there. So go check them out and scan it if you're looking for a wonderful opportunity to trade crypto as I throw my pen everywhere. Crypto be not, but there goes Tesla and there goes Apple right now to the upside. So, all right, Joe, let's just get on with the show here. What is the next one you want us to talk about?
It is going to be Alibaba Group, guys. We're going to try to look at something a little bit different, but we know the Pentagon News stating that Baba should be listed in a category of other names, Chinese ADRs to be specific, that aid the Chinese military. But aside from that, JP Morgan maintains an overweight on Alibaba, but lowering its price target to $230, guys.
Sorry.
What stock was it?
No, I just heard the lowering of the price target for the first time. Alibaba lowering the price target to $230.
For Alibaba?
What was it before? $300?
I don't know.
That'll play.
I like Alibaba.
Yeah, when was the last? You know what? I'm not going to bother trying to go too much further back here. But look, Alibaba. If you look at look at this stock from the time that it held the 200-period moving average, because it took a while to really break out above. I think it was much better here when the 50 and the 200 were getting held. That's when you were good, and it was about those 70s and 80s. So, I know a lot of people. At least I know two people that were long in this area when that finally happened, holding both major moving averages. I'm sure there's plenty of other people technically that would have looked at the same thing. It then dipped and held 80. So this is a double up from there. And like anybody that didn't take profits in this market, you probably did. I've been feeling that a pullback is deeper on this. So like I like the 2 hundo here, under the 50. And maybe this news, again, I don't like the news, but I'm also not a buyer till the 200 period moving average. And I'm not changing that. This news wouldn't have mattered. I felt that way regardless of this news. So this is just going to make me think I have maybe a better chance of getting filled down there. We always talk about valuation being a positive for them. That's 100% true relative to some of their quote unquote peers. Obviously, you've got the China risk, but then that also provides you with upside. So that cuts both ways. I think the 200 period is where I'm waiting on BABA for this afternoon. I don't know if I'd take another shot, but it would have to break VWAP to like this recovery long more because it is a brick wall. 157 was yesterday's close, 157.01. And then 1, 2, twice it's already tested here and cannot seem to break that 157 and the morning low. So if you're not busting out over 157, I think you can't really go long this stock again this afternoon. With about 90 minutes to go, there's a chance it could continue this breakout and recovery. But it's dwindling. Also keep in mind, the Chinese ADRs in the afternoon tend not to do as much volume to begin with, let alone heading into a holiday.
Do I like Alibaba? Oh, hell yeah. We had Alibaba written down here today, big time, on our note here, 158 long, and we were cruising. But we've traded it before this news today, right? Now, the chart's going to be a little off. Oops, that's Tesla. There's Baba. The chart's going to look a little bit off because of this, skewed. But you know, long on the 160 break, and that was good, man. We went to 160, 150. We tried to hold that 160 level. It did not, so we got out. So that was in and out. Basically a flattish trade, maybe a little bit up to start with. Then we went long on this dip down into the pre-market levels of 159 and change. Then when we lost 158, which was the level that we wrote down, we're going long against 158, right, on a pullback in from 161 to 158. I'm there for that. Then that's out, right? Breaks and out. So putting us slightly, probably, I guess slightly red, I would say, on BABA then. Then it just came back up, and you know, we took this at 10:30, so we were live on the air when we took this trade, all right? Then it fell back in, right into the 50 period, then it bang, straight upside, man. We're in the building, baby. And then it just started to go back up to these highs again, and we were getting out. We were like, yeah, we got BABA, man. This is all about BABA time. And then honestly, like, sometimes we're pretty lucky, just 2 minutes before that story hits at 110, whap to the downside. There's my 158 buy, but this is not a manual trade. This is an in and an out, fast. This is an automatic trade. We bought it. We're sitting on the bid at 15s. Once it broke 58s, we're gone. So basically turns a winning trade into a flattish trade. We tried to average it in and back out. But this is the thing. Like, I know a lot of, you know, we're sitting here and, you know, you're looking at the different styles of trading and everything like that. I've only traded 3 names, all right? And you could see here, this is the thing. Up and down, we get out when we're wrong. We get out when we're wrong, when levels are breaking. But when we're right, we're trying to hold, all right? And right there, we got in and out at that 158 break. And for everybody that's like not putting out stops, got to put out stop. You know, we've gone back and forth with this kind of talk numerous times. You know, no stop there. Like, I can't even breathe when this is happening. Like I was look, if you're playing, regardless of the share size, obviously you want to play stops and you want to, you know, adhere to a strategy because eventually you hope to trade more shares, you know, and once you've got it. But the thing is, if you're sitting here confident like I am in trading shares, then you cannot let this happen. You lose your whole week, your whole month, anything like that. If you're confident in a level like I was at 158 and you don't have a stop, it's epic, you know? So like, even if you take a couple hundred shares there, whatever you're taking, like that could go down $6. It's too much of a move, you know, on your full default or whatever you have there. So definitely something to worry about and something to watch out. Always have a stop, and Alibaba right there is a perfect example of why you need one. And obviously sitting down there at 150 would have been quite nice, but the bounce is at 150 flat. So there goes Alibaba. And we're just watching out for Apple and Tesla right now. Tesla's now 850, by the way, in the money on TSLA, taking out new highs right now. This name is not stopping, but all right, we're done. Go.
Guys, and last on the list here, we have BTC putting in a nice session up approximately 2.5%. But Peter Schiff stating that Bitcoin and Ethereum treasury companies have no viable business model. He also states that the companies generate no meaningful earnings, piles on losses, and survives only by issuing new debt or equity to buy more Bitcoin, an asset that essentially yields no cash flow, guys.
Well, it doesn't yield any cash flow. Before we get to that, let's talk about something also important, and that is that each year there are 3.8 million concussions reported in the US. Yet, there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Orogenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Orogenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Scan that QR code you see out in front of you if you are interested. So MSTR and all that kind of stuff aside, like there's a vast difference between this. What do we call it? These treasury plays, pseudo ETFs, whatever term we're using at this point, and actual IBIT. And the other thing which we keep sort of harping on here, we're supposed to be talking about. I'll fix my mic antenna. Hopefully we don't have too bad static there. Like I'm just showing you a chart of Bitcoin, and yes, MSTR made a move up, but it should be kind of obvious that it didn't really have as parabolic of a move relative terms. And if you look at what's been going on, that's clearly faring much worse than Bitcoin. There is a hedge trade that happens, and it flat out is short MSTR, long Bitcoin, and my presumption is that something similar happens with BMNR and ETH. I don't know that for a fact because I've never actually seen it in print, but we know this happens for a fact in MSTR, which does change the litmus for what you're looking for. All of that said, Bitcoin did a very good 88 break. You heard me this morning say 88's the level. If 88 breaks, I think it goes. I was short this morning underneath it, specifically in BMNR, eventually flipped into a long. There you can see I was short underneath. It eventually broke out into a long. I tried to break down short, which is the same one that I'm in for IBIT, but then BMNR showed strength. Very similar on Mara as well, where Mara was breaking down for a short. I reversed into a long there. When 88 broke, got out of it near the top. Well, technically, I put a trailing stop in, then do that thing where you buy more, and then you have a trailing stop up there anyways. Mara also near the high of the day, only up 2.5%. Kind of surprised it's only up 2.5%, but then the miners aren't as good. And then currently, as I mentioned, IBIT, often it's about 90,000 on Bitcoin, where we're holding underneath like 89.7 or so, but it broke the trend. So all green, first pullback was here. And then that started holding. This was actually on the Alibaba news. For whatever reason, it caused a spike down. So then it held the trend line a second time, held it a third time, and then broke it on the fourth. And then I started shorting it there at this level underneath the trend break. But there's an all-day trend right here, which I want to cover in front of. The all-day trend stops at about 50.70. So I think that puts a target and then maybe a new trade underneath there for Bitcoin. So this is what I'm looking at this afternoon. I do still have eyeballs on Mara and all that good stuff, but as far as crypto goes, MSTR, man, I don't know, I just don't get it. So.
Yeah, I'm not a big MSTR guy, but here's a look at some quick little crypto plays here. So Bitcoin 89.8 right now. Bitcoin 89.8 right now. Ethereum breaking back above 3, which is nice. Of course, Binance trying to get to 9 bills. Solana back up to 144 off of 133 lows. Let's go, Apple. Tesla's off, so that's fine. Tesla's perfect right now. Dogecoin's 15.5, Cardano 4.3. So, you're seeing here a little bit of a get up here now in some of these names for crypto. And I didn't trade it today at all, but nice moves up now as the NASDAQ. Can we continue the rest of the afternoon here with an upside push? Is Joe's, we're done now. Okay, so Joe is now off, and we are getting ready for our CEO interview here. With AI/ML innovation. So we're excited for that. All right, there it is, CLSK, 10 times, what is that? Oh, is this breaking news? 10x trade club long idea. New highs could deliver a gain upwards of, what is this? What? Clean Spark? I don't know what's up with that. Who put that up there? Andre put that up? Okay, we can have a look at CLSK. Is it like doing something right now? I don't really know what that means, but right now, maybe CLSK, you know, what is it? What did it say? 10x from here? I don't know. Nice highs for CleanSpark, of course. If we're talking about Bitcoin and mining and everything like that, we could see some love for CleanSpark. And of course, as Bitcoin comes all the way back in, I mean, there's not going to be too much love for many of these names. But yeah, CleanSpark could be a good one. BMNR. I mean, there's a lot.
Look at the moment when. What's the exact moment we broke 88? 1224 on these candles. So CleanSpark. Here's the 1224 on CleanSpark. This is when 88 broke on Bitcoin, like on this trend break. And someone asked me, why wouldn't you trade CleanSpark? I actually just saw in the chat, like, why would you trade Mara instead of CleanSpark? And it's not a sexy reason. It's nothing to do with CleanSpark or anything against them or like somehow Mara is going to be better. It's as simple as this. When Bitcoin broke 88, I was in Mara. I was short Mara on trend as we were trying to break 88 because my first thought was if we don't break 88, I want to be short. So I was short, 88 broke, I got out, I went long. If I'd been looking at CleanSpark in the moment, I probably would have gone long in CleanSpark. If I'd been looking at Riot that moment, I probably would have been long. I bet you Riot, same moment, same trade, maybe a little better. See, like, there's Riot essentially at the same area. So it didn't really make a difference what you were looking at because it was Bitcoin breaking 88 and then you got outsized moves pretty much everywhere. So I think you were pretty good. And then Echelon has been asking me to go over Upwork multiple times and I promised we would after the rundown, so no worries there. There was no story on this as far as I'm concerned. So I don't think I have to deal with any news with regards to Upwork. All right, I'm gonna save the pun for this one breaking out. So here's the thing. Does it look like it's breaking out? Yeah. Do I feel good about the fact it breaking out in the near term? Not really. Now, why don't I feel that good? Because look at what happened the last time it was at an even dollar and tried to break out. Sell at 18, sell, 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 sell. So it held 18, that's November to May, right? And then effectively holds around the same support level. Now it's testing 20 only for the second time. So this seems to be the kind of stock that it's telling you that it's going to hang around before it goes. Like look at all the tests at 15. Like it makes a new high and then rejects it like 5 or 6 times. Makes a new high, rejects it 5 or 6 times. Makes a new high, well, it's only rejected it once. So I think it seems like you got to be a little bit patient with something like an Upwork, but it's in a very nice, gentle climb higher. So there you go. As mentioned by Sean, as you can probably tell just looking behind us, we are ready for our interview this afternoon. Special guest at the desk with Adara.
Good afternoon, guys. We're really excited to have on today with us a special guest. It is the CEO and Chairman of AAPL Innovations, Paul Duffy. How are you doing today, Paul?
I'm great, Adara. Thank you for inviting me. I love your studio. It's super impressive.
Well, thank you so much, and thanks for being on here with us this afternoon. I'm really excited to talk here with you guys. So AAPL is trading around 5 cents right now. What is the market missing about your company and your stock?
Okay, great question. First off, I'll say today what the market's missing is the value of our IP. In about 6 months, I think what they'll see, it'll be fun when they see what we do with that IP as we begin to commercialize. But let me give you a little bit of background on this intellectual property. So for your audience, basically, what we developed was an AI for ECGs, electrocardiograms. Really what this means is we're able to go in and detect a signal from a lead, could be a 1 lead, 3 lead, 12 lead ECG device, interpret that signal to a degree of specificity that has absolutely never been done before. We took that technology, we put a great big patent moat around it, and we began to commercialize it literally about 4 to 6 months ago. So these recent announcements that you've been hearing about AAPL and everywhere from Sick Kids Hospital to the Jamaica regulatory pathway that we're in. We just announced this morning a group with Equimetrics, which is actually, if you could believe it, in the vet industry for horses. All forms of organizations are using this exciting ECG neural network.
Awesome. So it's really interesting to see here the applications of the network. I want to talk a little bit more about what makes max yield and cardio yield different from every other ECG AI. Can you tell us?
So great question. What we did with our technology, which is quite foundational, we went in and most groups, most technologies, and this is an industry that's been around for about 60 years, and we're focused primarily in the context of cardiovascular disease. So it's a $1 trillion global ecosystem, if you would, industrial complex. What we did is we went right into where the entire story for clinical diagnostics begins, and that's with the ECG. We crack open an actual heartbeat And like most systems, we don't use noise filters. We're not looking for patterns. We actually identify the heartbeat in the signal from the lead. What that means is we find the start of the P wave, the onset of the QRS complex, and then the onset and the offset of the T wave. So really all that means is we're able to go in and crack open a heartbeat and create an entire time series data sheet around that. We use that information to go downstream to any of the incumbent systems that are out there or our own system, which is what cardio yield does. So we took cardio yield and we actually designed it from the ground up with a variety of different clinical partners. There hasn't been a significant innovation in clinical diagnostic support tools, software, in probably 20 to 30 years. So we took a clean sheet, put all the modern software development principles in place, and we built a web-based system that can actually take our ECG outputs and allow any clinician to almost 2 to 3x the capacity and throughput at their clinic. So it's been extraordinary for us.
And speaking of these innovations here, can you talk about what would result in a re-rating of the company?
Well, I think the first thing is kind of the following. We have positioned the technology specifically into the US and the Canadian markets in two, I'll call them camps. One is regulated, where we're going through the FDA and Health Canada cycle right now. So these are the clinics, the hospitals, the areas where you're getting a medical diagnostic from our software. The second is in the unregulated or the wearable market. What that means is we can go into any of the longevity, the wellness, the fitness type programs. And then as I just mentioned earlier, we've got the vet industry as well. If any one of those segments kick, on board, start using our tech, we are going to get re-rated because the commercialization and the traction on that's going to be extraordinary.
That's very exciting. I think with that in mind, you mentioned, of course, the vet angle. You talked about sick kids. So what other catalysts should traders be watching out for in the next 60 to 120 days for AIML?
Great question. So there is a lot brewing behind the scenes. So the first is the outputs from these clinical trials that we are currently involved in. So these include a number of clinics here in Toronto. We've got a great clinic we're operating down in Jamaica. We've got a number that will come up in the US. Once they hear the results of those and they see the broader agreements that come out of those deals, I think those are going to be very significant catalysts for us.
So speaking of catalysts here and the trading side of things, can you tell us what the risk reward is for traders with AIML?
Well, my feeling is, and I can tell you as the CEO and the chairman, of course, I'm in it every day. We're in the weeds. We're looking at where we're at. There's no downside at 5 cents right now, to be frank. We've built, and we've patented a foundational piece of technology for ECGs. And its use and its markets are massive. I mean, this is a humanity scale issue that we are able to help solve. So right off the bat, we've got great scale and potential. We just need one of those markets to click as we go through our commercialization. But I think all of them are going to click. They don't come all at once, but once one domino goes, the next one and the next one will hit. Those are the catalysts that I think are going to really drive us up.
Let's zoom out a little bit here, I think, because the name of the company, of course, AIML Innovations. Let's talk about the AI side of things a bit. Of course, a super hot topic in the market. So what makes AIML an asymmetric AI play?
Well, as I mentioned, we've built the technology. So this is not, let's go get some more money and continue to build. This is a scale up. More importantly, when you're a neural network and a software business, you are zero cost for delivery. Our cost to build reports and technologies are pennies compared to the hundreds of dollars that are being charged currently. So from a scale up perspective, not only can we scale fast, but we can scale fast with cash flow.
Awesome. Thank you so much here, Paul Duffy, CEO of AIML Innovations, and also chairman, for being here with us today. And thank you so much for giving your time.
Yeah, great having me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. And I certainly, I have somewhat of an understanding of how diagnosing heart issues and getting prodded with ECGs and over again, and understanding how big of a breakthrough that could be. And if you also have to consider, hey, the population's not getting younger, ultimately. So I think I root for them as always. And thank you so much for coming on here. And I appreciate adhering to the dress code up in here as well.
Yeah, exactly. I like that. Thanks.
We're the
Paul.
comfortable sweater, which is
exactly.
feeling that.
That's what we're doing, man. Thanks, Paul, for coming out. That was good. And I like to talk there. Like, at 5 cents, where's the downside? There isn't any. So I like that. There always is, though, guys. Do your own due diligence. But that was great. Couple great points there. And you never realize it until it's almost too late. Like, everything's got to get discovered. There's a lot of money that goes into R&D and everything like that. So we want to thank Paul and AIML for coming out and explaining, what their business looks like and what the model looks like moving forward. So a great opportunity there. We've been talking about them for a while, so it's great to put a sort of a face to the name there. And it's good to get CEOs out in front of it, right? And I think that's awesome. So we want to really thank Paul for that. And meanwhile, I said to Neil, like, what was that? Oh, it didn't fill out. I don't know what that story. I don't know what's going on with our charts there, but Apple. Like Nvidia ripped up, we got Tesla right there, everything at about, and I don't know if there was a story, I mean, Adara's doing that, but at 241, like Tesla elevated, Tesla was basically went up about 70 or 80 cents there. Apple shot up there. We noticed that Nvidia maybe also.
So you're saying big tech?
Look at this. Right here, Nvidia actually, big tech. Nvidia goes up at 241. So I don't know if somebody was like, was getting their basket in or what was going on there. But let me see if anything happened on Google. Nothing on Google.
Nothing on my blotter at all, like during the whole time that interview was happening, but I'm gonna do some searching for individual.
Nothing on Softy.
Yeah, Microsoft right now is trying to like gap up a little bit, 50 cents right there in 1 minute. So there's a little gap there for Softy. So there is something happening right now, and it could just have been somebody either got marketed out or whatever of their positions.
Well, you know what it could be?
It was Palantir.
Hey, we know it's a holiday tomorrow. We said there's going to be like some liquidity concerns. So you could literally have just had somebody with a basket that went to execute and forgot that it's feeling like Friday afternoon trading before the holiday tomorrow. They did the execution and there was just a bit too many shares.
Yeah, but the thing is on Apple, you'd have to I don't know what that wick was.
The wick on Nvidia retraced instantly. That's the only thing. Like I actually the only stock I had up at the moment was Nvidia.
30,000 shares is that. So yeah, it's not that many shares. That candle is 30,000.
That's what's crazy. It doesn't. What's wrong?
No, it doesn't seem like it's that crazy there either. But I don't know, man. We did well there. I wish our chart filled up because now it just looks like I just painted that there. But yeah, Apple did do that. So we have the fill, and I wish it didn't look like that, but it does. All right, so yeah, you might be right. With only an hour to go, the market may just do this, man. The rest of the day. So you gotta sit around and take fills. I mean, we're gonna always take a fill in front of that 200 period moving average on the 1 minute chart. So that's what we did there, and it worked out for us. So good on us for taking that fill. But we also take advantage of that move up in Tesla because Tesla had come back down, and I actually got to fill on Apple. Then I moved over to Tesla and quickly punched another piece out. All right, because I was like, what? I even said to Neil, what just happened right there? And nothing moved on his side. And I went over to Tesla and I saw the net starting to jump. So I took a piece out, which is why we don't have the top there, but you're starting to see it falling in just a little bit now. I might take even just another opportunity right here at 26, take some more out on Apple, and then see if we can get a runner in to close this off. But what's up, Adara?
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at BetaPro by Global X Canada, because we have some exciting news out of Canada for these sophisticated traders on our stream. BetaPro by Global X Canada, which happens to be Canada's largest provider of leveraged, inverse, and inverse leverage ETFs. They've just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure. The S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, which offers the potential for pure performance and exposure. So if you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca. betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Back to you.
Bedrock Painting. I am not trying to catch falling knives. I'm just sitting and...
Watch your hands. That's. I don't know if there's going to be any falling knives today.
No, I don't think there's going to be any falling knives. I just think we're going to go, even if we go a little bit sideways, like I just took a little bit more. So actually what's interesting is on that spike, The only thing I had up in the moment that Spike Deshawn was talking about, I happen to have Nvidia up. So I saw like AMD kind of moved, IBIT didn't really. Open Door was kind of doing its own thing, so it didn't care. But when that spike happened, I was like, oh, that was kind of weird. Let me just take some more out. There's some support there on IBIT. And the trend keeps going higher and higher because obviously the longer it holds up here, then the trend break gets tighter. So it's now at 50.80, which is a support level anyway. So I'm still bidding in front of that, but I'm just sitting in this trade looking for something else. Like, I don't know what it's going to be necessarily, but I'm just, if we hold this trend line, then I probably cover this all in front of the trend. If we break it, then I look for an entry underneath said trend line. We can answer questions, we can do whatever. I'm just not seeing a heck of a lot that's gonna stand out. I didn't think Alibaba was gonna bust VWAP, but it did and went 25 cents. So BABA finally took the volume weighted average price. It went an extra 25 pennies for you, and now it's going sideways. So I don't know if there was anything more to necessarily grab out of that unless you reloaded it, so I'll probably stay away from BABA, especially given the fact that it's an afternoon and these stocks tend to slow down regardless.
So we might just get the story now to make me get out of everything. 2 military personnel shot at the White House.
I've heard
on ABC News. So you know, obviously, so I just got another piece out there at 27.28 on Apple. I'm sitting here at 31. Obviously, sad. We don't want to hear anything like that happening. Especially as you get close to Thanksgiving and everybody looks to, you know, celebrate it with their families. I mean, the last thing we want is to hear that there's, you know, violence at the Capitol.
This is not brand new. This is from at least 20 minutes ago. I just did a little bit more research on this. It's just being circulated widely now, but the video posted on X is from at least 20 minutes ago.
Okay, so regardless of when the video is posted, I mean, if we're just hearing about it right now, this could start affecting the market, right? So right now, here we go, shot in downtown Washington, 2 military personnel now confirmed, and yeah, not necessarily a good thing for the market, but you know, it's probably, who knows? I'm not going to sit here and guess anything about that. You guys can do your own research, obviously, and we hope for the best for everybody into this holiday season. Yeah, not good news there. All right, so we're just going to get light on everything now heading into the close. Like, it's just a matter of asking us questions if you want anything. I mean, I'm looking here at some of the charts. Here's the trade list, the hot list, sorry, for us today. I'm a little more specific on the trades. I think Neil's traded about 3 times the amount of, I know I looked it up already, 3 times. Neil traded 10 symbols, I've traded 3 today for you guys on the show.
But I guarantee you I make less actual trades.
No, I'm just talking about the names. Oh, guaranteed, man. I make the most trades around
like
here
I'll tend to make like 1 or 2 entries per stock.
Yeah, just say 10 names versus 3 names. And I mean, people on the chat, it was only because someone was talking about, are we going to be looking at any of their names? So I was just like, that's why I called this open right here. And actually, I see Open Door right there, another name that you traded today. So Open Door could be looked at, man. These are the trade rates. So I'm hearing more news in our ears about that shooting. So you guys stay tuned with it.
No.
Obviously, if there's anything that important.
Apparently there was loss of life.
Oh, there might be loss of life for sure. I just hope it's isolated. That's, you know, the one thing. But anyways, there's Tesla moving and Nvidia moving. So Nvidia's back to 180. So that could be a dance right there, right? We're light on Apple. So like what I have on Apple right now is about 20% of my first position. So we're going to wait. Nvidia making the move down. I liked Nvidia up at 182. That was a good one. So we'll see about that. Netflix right there. What is NTNX? NTNX. So this is one.
Nutanix.
Nutanix, of course. How did I not know that? They are down 17%. Just kidding. I have no idea. Down 17% right there. So this could be a name interested to look at as we've appearing closer to VWAP there for NTNX. IREN, just to see if there's anything else moving. BMNR 11%. So holler at BMNR. Great move there. Wow. I mean, the story here, look, the story behind Broadcom is just insanity. Like this name continues to work, man. I don't know what got under them, but definitely a rocket did. And they are just on one right there. Like that Google news, them working with the TPUs with Google, it seems to have really sparked them as opposed to Google over the last little while. They split, of course. And there it goes upside into $400 right now goes Broadcom. I mean, Broadcom ain't playing, man. Broadcom is another $1 trillion name, and they just moved, basically, a $1 trillion name just moved 12%, I mean, it's 12%, it's 4% today, but 12% in a week. right there. So they put on a couple $100 billion in market cap in 1 week. Shout out to Ramin, who I heard the other day was into Broadcom. Nice move, Ramin. Want to manage my money probably. Do better than buying stupid Alibaba. All right, what's up, Dane Generous?
Appreciate it.
Yeah, you will catch us next week. You won't catch Neil on Friday. You'll catch me on Friday. I'll catch you outside, everybody. Over there. Catch me outside. Joe will be filling in for me in about an hour. I'm going to leave about 15 minutes early so I can get to Brampton. We'll be there for a short time, not a long time, and that'll be good. And we play the Brampton, I think they're called Canadettes there. My daughter plays the highest level of junior girls hockey possible. So I'm very, very proud of her. And we play tonight, then we play again Saturday.
I was gonna say, like, how many games in the tournament?
It's not a tournament.
Oh, it's not a tournament.
No. They're in our loop.
Oh, got you. So it's in division.
Brampton's in our division game there, and she's already played like 50-something games this year, and that's just for her team, let alone summer and spring hockey. Absolutely insane.
They don't rest. Canada does not rest.
Yeah, here it is right here. Here's the here's the story. I'll just put it on. I mean, it doesn't matter. We're just giving you this story because it could be a market moving event if more comes of this, but that's what it is right there. So ABC News reported 2 military personnel believed to be shot. National Guardsmen, believed were shot. So. Yeah, hopefully no loss of life as we hope to hear.
There was one report that
I don't know how they would know already, but
I don't know. I saw a couple of people online that were that said there was Wall Street Engine. So we actually have a lot of these stories.
Oh, do they?
Said, potentially one.
Here's a good question.
Which is the worst?
Are we supposed to go to Adara, by the way?
Oh, we are supposed to go to Adara. Before we go back to Adara, I jumped out. It wasn't the break-even stop, but it was a prior low. It's just, look. Until we break the all-day trend, I'd just be sitting in this for consolidation, and it's never, every single out that I've gotten has been a little bit higher, so it's swooping back up, so I jump out. Let's jump on to, before we go to Adara, we'll get the super chat, and then we can go to Adara.
Okay, yeah, so just quickly here. Right, so we work on here just the way that our system works. We work on like first in, first out. So it's kind of just, it's like an accounting method, so it's always like the lowest price it's ever going to show me is right here, 278.09 or whatever that last fill was, 09. So it averages it in when you're in position, but then as you get out, it starts taking out these prices. So like on my net, it'll still give me the right net, but it won't give me the right, like it doesn't say, okay, you're just long at an average price right here. As we keep getting out, it will always revert to the last amount of shares. So right now, because my average price is 278.09, that's my last fill right there. So it shouldn't change after that. That fill's actually 08. So that should be the lowest it goes, is 08, because now we're getting out of all of these positions, and now we're just holding this that's left. So it's a little different how they account for it here, because we're on a prop floor, and it has to do with loss from the top and getting shut down and proper risk management. But it is a great question, and often we have to, like if I punch in right now long, my price will change because I'm buying it up. So this price, average price, will change. I mean, I'll do it. I'll buy a little bit here just to show you guys. So let me see if I don't know why I don't really have to prove this, but oh well, I was just bidding 32s and missed it. Let me just buy 34s. Watch my average price. See? So. There, just averaged up to 11s because I bought some again right here. So it just averaged my price up there. So anyways, I just wanted to show, I don't know why I just sacrificed P&L to show you that, but Friday. It's not, it's Wednesday. What's up, Adara?
What is up right now, guys, is ALTS, Alt Sigma, Alt 5 Sigma. They're actually at day's highs. What happened here is that basically World Liberty Financial announced they did a massive buyback yesterday. Their words saying, calling it a massive buyback. Now that's significant because ALTS actually has a World Liberty Financial Treasury strategy. So again, ALTS has a World Liberty Treasury strategy, and WLFI announced a buyback that they took place in yesterday. So again, this is moving up here on that buyback news. Also an update, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying the White House is in lockdown after the shooting mentioned here, and apparently Trump has been briefed on this event. If there's anything market-related happening here, I'll keep you guys posted. Back to you.
All right. You know, good stories we're looking for. So if you guys want to put anything in the chat,
You're welcome, Christopher Ocean, everything like that, guys. Thank you so much for asking about that question there. All right, just let's go over some of the stops that we maybe should put in right now. So the 200 period break on Tesla. So I don't even have a stop anymore because we have such light shares. I said always trade with a stop, but I had to keep canceling them because we just kept on getting out on the way up. So I'm just going to use that key that gets me out of 100%. So that is 422.75. Let's do that. Actually, it's 66, isn't it? 65? It doesn't matter. It'll adjust. 422.74. All right, so there we go. So we're going to get out of that. All right, Apple. Good. So here we go. Let's get something out here at 51s or 52s. We put an ARCA there. So we get that fill at 51. And now here we go back up to the upside. So, hey, me showing you guys what that accounting was actually turned out to be okay. I wish now I had punched in more shares. Right there. Oh, God. Here's a good question, man. And I actually I didn't get in trouble, but the boss around here, well, not a boss, but asked me last time, he said, why all of a sudden did we see an increase in people using ARCA? And I said, well, maybe that's because of something like this. So on that note, yeah, it would be ARCA, right? And this is ARCA book on here, right here. And it was just so funny. Like, honestly, it was kind of like a random question because we have a lot of traders. I used to train and hire and open up offices before we did this all around. And so I'd always get questions about this kind of stuff. So now this program, of course, is being distributed amongst I don't know how many offices there are right now at Real Trading. We're obviously on a prop floor. But you see in here, if I go to a slower stock, let's just go to AT&T or something right now, and I can show you. So these are all gateways, right? Let's go, Apple. Let's go, Apple. Sorry for my excitement. All right, so this is New York book, IEX, you guys might have heard of them. There's ARCA, there's NASDAQ, there's EdgeX, there's BATS, there's MIAX, we heard news with them in Robinhood. Thanks AT&T for populating the chart here, by the way. 24X, I don't know, this is a new gateway, EdgeA, and then NSX. So there's a bunch, there's even the Amex participating on this New York stock. So you can choose any one of these I used to teach it as their stores, right? So same thing I taught everybody. And you just get to choose. I'd like to get AT&T shares. You could buy them from NASDAQ, ARCA, EdgeX. And what you want to do is look on the time and sales to see which gateways are actually printing. They'll all have their own alpha code. There it is. I don't know why I've never seen that happen before. Where? It took that long. No, AT&T's, the chart just loaded now. But anyways, so you got to see ARCAs or Ps, EdgeAs or Js, BAT-Ys or Ys. New York is C for some reason on NASDAQ stocks. But long story short, just choose one or don't. Choose many. Like when I look at my gateway today, at my list, there's many different gateways that you choose. And for me, because I'm just getting in and out all the time of different shares, it doesn't really make that much of a difference, but there are different fee schedules. So some of them will give you a rebate of like $2 per thousand. Some will give you a rebate of $150 per thousand. But how many shares do you actually even trading that matters? Me, not enough.
It matters in the long run, though. Well, here's what I will say. If you, over the course of like a trading year, it'll matter. If you're trading a stock where, like, what's the example you were using? It doesn't matter. I'll just pull up Apple because you're saying Apple. Like, look at Apple right now. Does it matter what gateway you use? No, because if it's going to blast through the level, it's going to blast through the level, and everybody's going to get a fill. Now, if you're trading NEO, well, it might matter. Might matter what you use. Like if you're trying to look, I just randomly pulled. I did not know there'd be 200,000 on the offer on NYSE. But let's say you were trying to get short at 35 using that as an out. It might matter. I mean, you might care to actually get that fill on a different book and be willing to give up some of that rebate. So at the end of the Neil's having a bad day. So at the end of the day, overall it matters, but gross is what you care mostly about. For the bigger stocks that we look at, most of the time, like on IBIT. Who cares? Just sit on a gateway that's going to pay you because overall it just makes sense to you. I don't have a preference. If I find that one's printing better than others on different stocks, then I might do that. But I tend to use ARCA just as much as I'll use EdgeX to sit on the bid because it's blasting through these levels anyway. It's like everybody's getting filled when it goes through. You're not getting held up. like you used to sometimes on specific gateways. So I'm looking for a trend break, as I said before. I just jumped out of it on that. It was a headline, and I had trailed my stop anyways, but I'm looking for the all-day trend, or almost the all-day trend, on IBIT to break, and then a push into the volume-weighted average price. I do have some eyes on Beyond Meat for everybody that's asked about BYND. It's back over $1, and it's actually holding, but it hasn't really retaken the high. So just held $1 in here, looking for it to try to retake that high of the day, and then maybe go for a long, as it could possibly squeeze. Like Beyond Meat's probably going under, but for now it's looking pretty good.
Up to everybody, hit the subscribe. Let's go get that off there.
All right, man, there's Apple. Let's go. Huge trade, obviously, for Apple. Thanks for asking that question. So I had to average in right there. But nice move up there for Apple. You know, it's going, and this is what we waited for, man. This is this could be a big stock right here again. And like I said, man, follow me on X. Nvidia, Tesla, Apple, Baba. It was funny because Baba obviously hot fire there today. We didn't expect that kind of a move. And Alibaba right to the downside. Everything all right over there? What is that? How big is that ladder over there? 10-footer, eh?
What was that noise? That wasn't a ladder.
I might have to we have to, this weekend, well, this weekend is tree decoration, of course, and then as we go and get our tree tomorrow, it's been a Katina family tradition over the last maybe 5 or 6 years to go out and get our own tree. And, you know, so we've been doing that, and that should be fun. Hopefully our newest member of our family, the cat, does not have any ideas about the tree. But that cat is something else too, man. I don't know.
Because cats don't care. Cats don't give a you know what.
My family is just absolutely in love with the cat and the dog. My animals are just something else. I don't know. Yeah, they've really taken over. But okay, so I got some Kanye going on in my ear. Gold digger, actually, right now. Some Kanye going on right here on a Friday. No, it's Wednesday. All right, so let's go, man.
I might as well.
Trina, Jennifer Lopez. Okay, there goes Apple, 278.85. All right, what else you guys want to look at right here? We're rocking with Kanye. We've got some Microsoft, some Google, some Affirm, some Starbucks. Oh, yeah, let's check out some retail names because like Lululemon, nice move right there. 183 today, high 183.50. Lululemon on what's been a real nice move back on this heat map for retail names. So I'm actually going to call it up right now. We can do a broader look right here on the retail sector. So there it is right here, the retail trade today. Oh, poor Amazon. Come on, Amazon. You're not actually traditional retail, my guy. But Walmart today up 2%. We like Costco. Costco's been a forever hold. I don't even know if I've ever sold any Costco shares. Wish I would have at about $1,000. Over 900 right now? Yeah, we held 9 bills, so that's a good trade there. Home Depot, let's go, man. We like some Home Depot. I should have bought some on that most recent dip down. Yeah, I know. Went right into tariff low there, Home Depot, on their report. Not a great report. Home Depot fell pretty dramatically there and was not expected. And Lowe's, the very next day, put up a good number. So that's 1.94% there for Lowe's. Lulu stuck in here somewhere. And then, Target, man. We're long on some Target right now, and hoping that can make its way back there to the upside. Is waiting for some activism or something there on TGT. I think there's an opportunity there for Target to get going. Look, everything green today, except we just had AIML here, so we want to say thank you for them to show up here today. But the health technology sector, not hot fire today, as Intuitive Surgical down 1% there. J&J just hit all-time highs and is still there, so them being flat is cool. Eli Lilly, same kind of a story. That's an all-time high story there for Eli Lilly. AbbVie, I know you just recently got into there. We really like AbbVie as well. Danaher, I know is a name that you've had as well.
Oh, I've been out of that.
Okay, Danaher's gone. Okay, Zoetis there. This is a pets care company. But anyways, just watching out. That's today's day, man. It's really just the chips are kind of trying to lead the way. MU, AMD, big time upside for both of those names. Oh, this is something that's standing out.
Yeah.
Right? John. What's up, John?
That kind of bugged me.
John Deere down here. Is it still John Deere or is it Deere and Company? How do I click on this? Yeah, okay, yeah. Deere and Company, John, no longer part of this, I don't think.
Why is Lamb in that? Hold on a second. Go
It's not in here. Lam Research. Oh, LRCX. Yeah, producer. Oh, because it's.
I guess.
Yeah, they
'cause
produce
it's
the
managed-
chips. Yeah, the equipment.
No, that does make sense.
Yeah, so
Like
chip
AMAT's,
equipment maker. Yeah, AMAT's right there. Yeah. So, anyways, yeah, I think you could do worse buying some deer
I
here.
ended up not trimming cat. I said I was going to, and I was just like, I don't want to sell it. I don't want to, so I didn't. I said at the end of the morning show that I didn't like what was going on in deer. I was looking at, because Caterpillar is the stock I own in that sector, and obviously it's done really well. So it's held up pretty decently today. I ended up not doing any trimming in that. But IBIT did break the all-day. To call it an all-day trend line is a bit of a misnomer, but just from the low of the day to the breakout is the trend line. So it just tested it and just broke, but it hasn't closed underneath. So I'll have less shares here than I would take there, because that's a close underneath. This is just it trying to break underneath. So very, very different story. And ultimately, could it come back to the top? Maybe. But you know what I'm looking for. Like, I want to see it hold underneath, do something like this where you're scalping, you can reload it, it consolidates, and then breaks into the volume weighted average price. But it's still not really closing that prior bar underneath. So if it's not going to be this, I hate to say it, but Beyond Meat's still above $1. I just don't see what it'd be a lot cooler if there was a story. Took one shot for like a half a cent on this earlier, and I was like, it's not at $1. But it's above $1 now. Like, this could break. It's just what's going to make it actually go and take out these highs. Because I think you've got some room if it was going to take out fives. Like, you've got room to 15, 20. But in an afternoon like this, like you just got to be a little bit careful trying to fight it. Jameson saying TMC, the metals company, maybe today, as a small capper, breaking the highs, not bad, 9%. But yeah, not doing so without really moving much is part of the problem. What is that?
Yeah, so my kids went to a trades thing today. So, the school, they're both in grade 6 and grade 8. Here's Skate, by the way, Skate 4 in the background, an absolutely banger of a game from EA Sports on the PS5 right there. You'd never be able to tell this is my house.
Hackers gear?
Hey, there it is. There's what she said. Oh yeah, here's my cat little tree there, and then there's the dog's bed. They're not making appearances right here. But yeah, the welding. So I talked to them yesterday. I was like, look, man, you guys can learn trades. Do that. Get a trade if there's something you like. So nice little welding job there as the plumber's now in the house. My 13-year-old, he now is gonna have a new job. Get soldering, my guy. Right there. But I grew up in the trades. So my dad is a genius tradesperson, and I spent every summer since I was like 7 years old working with him. So HVAC and everything like that. I very well versed and disciplined in that. But anyways, whatever. I'm not that good. But I do like the trades, and I think that there's a lot of value in there, especially looking at where this world's going with AI and a lot of technology.
Nobody wants to learn
games, technology taking over simple sort of jobs right now. Obviously Optimus is eventually going to be able to weld, but for now, I think that's
anything that requires hands. It can't do jack. It was having trouble soldering, handing out. I forget, it was handing out candy or something for Halloween and struggling doing that.
The fun thing is, from working in trades, that's true. From working in trades to making trades. Yeah, no, my dad was just nuts. He was awake, 4:35 a.m. every day, had his own business, and I'm very, very proud of what he accomplished. This is not the time or place to talk about it, but he is quite the successful individual coming from absolutely nothing. And I hope that that's where I get my work ethic from. So love you, Dad, and thank you for teaching me everything that I now know, which I probably should know a lot more, but I don't. Okay, so let's go back over what's up. Was that a call to Adara, or?
I think so.
All right, let's go.
Big pop here for Mobileye this afternoon. MBLY moving higher here after Amazon endorses the company. AWS just posting on their blog a post entitled Optimizing Mobileye's RAM with AWS Graviton. Back to you.
Oh my goodness, Mobileye's down there? I didn't know. Okay. Apparently this is where Mobileye is now. It's an $11 stock. I like that sound effect. What would be really cool is if we had new sound effects that we had on our board, not just you guys could use. But I didn't know Mobileye was down at this point, but it barely even moved off that story. I think the problem for them is just so many other places to play. Automation has different winners, and one of them is called Alphabet. Like everyone just would rather be, hey, you get a bunch of other stuff that works with Alphabet and a bunch of other things that are upside with Tesla, so why are you messing with Mobileye? I think that's kind of the real story, why Mobileye would be dwindling. I have no idea that it was so bad. And Intel still owns a bunch of them, so good on Intel for actually not falling down as Mobileye's on the lows. They still own a pretty big chunk, I believe. Intel does, I would say. And Intel at the high of the day. So, different story, to each their own. Yikes. I had absolutely no clue. At one point, I was considering owning Mobileye, and I just never really found the spot to pull the trigger. It just never made sense over other plays. Uber, on the other hand, yeah, I'm still stink bidding this one. And remember Uber, that 85 breakout? Step one good. I think this might have made at least a little temporary bottom in here. You take that 200 SMA back, and Uber looks like it's primed finally to make a bit of a bust. Just had to maybe break down a little bit, but that's a good consolidation, great hold of what is like, it's not 80, it's like 81.5. I'm being real about it on the chart. You guys can see it there. And I think Uber has a chance to break out 87. We'll call it next week because on Friday, it almost doesn't count if it happens on Friday. Because Friday will be on a pretty light volume, so you'd want to see follow through on Monday for Uber. And I've been waiting for a chance to buy some more shares of this. Haven't done anything since the S&P. Sold some when it got added to the S&P and have not bought any shares back. That was what, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago?
I don't know, yeah, maybe. I actually just recently bought Uber right here, and I recently bought Oscar. So we just bought, Oscar's a hero trade right now. I might just get out. I'm not gonna get out, but tomorrow, tomorrow we're taking the kids. We're gonna go get that tree, and then we're gonna do everything. But watching a little bit of the games tomorrow, maybe I will look at what exactly my position here on Oscar is and how heavy we are, because we got out of a little bit on the way up, and then we didn't do anything on the way down except for buy it once it got to 1475 right into here. So we don't even I wish I could tell you I got 1275, but no, we don't. So now's the move upside. We're gonna have to watch out right there. 1870 coming into play here. This is a good level for Oscar. So that's 1880 or so. So you might want to look at that. We're getting close there for Oscar, up 9% today. Again, the Affordable Care Act in discussions over the last couple of days, and Oscar now making its way back to the upside there. All right, so just couple more outs, almost like tons of outs now. And these are just all small pieces. This is what we mean about making more trades. I just have a lot of shares, and it's if I can start taking them out there as we sit here, and part of it is me sitting here, right? This is me working out at the gym right now from 11 to 12. I put some orders out, so when we go upside, I get filled. I always have a stop order, but put some orders out as it goes up, and then when do you think I got back from the gym? Around 1 o'clock? As soon as I sit down, then the maniac trading begins again. Out, and then boom. So let's here look on Tesla. Here's me leaving. Here's an offer that I have out at 421. More offers. Oh, when does Sean sit back down? Oh, look, here's 1 o'clock again. So more random, mad outs. So it's I just have to do better. It's just sitting here watching the P&L and watching these plays. Sometimes levels are hit, and I'm just wow, right here. Got to take some out because we're right there. Oh, got to take this out because we're at this level. Some of it is overthinking a little bit, but it's what's worked. So we're still here, and you guys know, man, the percentage of traders that fail is incredible. So we're just going to feel lucky to be here still and continue to work as hard as we can to show some possible trades to each and every one of you. And we do have something that was created by Fabian, and we want to say thanks to Fabian for doing this, but you can see right into here. These are names that you guys want us to cover, and you could vote on them. So I'm in Tesla. We've talked a little bit about that. Nvidia, Neil's talked about Beyond Meat. KSS was sort of a yesterday story, but still up 9% and doing real well. That's, of course, Kohl's. So we'll see what that wants to do here moving forward. Webull, great day for Webull, up 7% today. I don't know if many of us sort of expected that, but it happened. Webull, KTAA, maybe that's a look that we haven't had. Palantir, I'm looking at 175. If we can wind up selling that. All right, Andre, get my mug out of here. I want to see what's over here for everybody. There it is. Okay.
Oh, by the way, yesterday, Broadcom, Apple, and Baba. So all the names I talked about. There was actually something pretty funny yesterday. I don't know how I can find it on here. Maybe if I go on to this and just click here because I shared it. No, that's today. It won't be here. But anyways, there was a funny reel yesterday. Oh, it's right here. So here it is right here. This is me switching yesterday. I don't know if you guys, this is me with there's Andre. Here I am switching buttons. I'm putting Obi on. It's a good little talk there. What's up, Randy? And here I am over here, which was a complete disaster because my mic wasn't working. There's Neil again. But yeah, we switched jobs yesterday. And oh boy, man, what a job they have over there. That's a tough one. So shout out to Andre and everybody. Go follow me at Trader TV Sean. Often imitated and duplicated, but the original is right here. Trader TV Sean. One word, nothing else involved here. This is where you'll find some fun stuff. Here's my kids right here. My lovely daughter, my mini-me right in the middle there, my son. Here's my brother at a Leaf game, by the way, that we went to not too long ago. This is what I'm all about. Right here, I head coach for 5 or 6 years at the all-girls rep team, #1 Little League team, girls in Ontario. So right there, and she's the catcher, and she started pitching this year. Damn it. Oh, there's another trophy. Here's me teaching them all as well. Oh, here's, Neil wasn't here this day, but there's Obi, Adara, myself, Joe, and Fabian. When was this, man? It's 20 weeks ago. We got to do this again.
20 weeks?
Right there. Oh, any guesses where? Oh, Fenway Park. That was fun in Boston this year as well. We had some good fun. Me and the girls, again, one of the greatest things ever. Here's me and my bro, golfing. There, oh, here's Randy and I, the girls again. Anyways, there's my puppy. There she is. There's Belle. What up, Belle? There's Belle. So shout out to Belle. And here's me telling all the girls to buy Palantir in the summer. I don't know if they listened or not. Hopefully they did. But yeah, that's that. So a little bit of a blast on memory lane there. You can go find me at Trader TV Sean. And there's also, the sticky note goes on there every single day. So you guys can go have a quick looky over there.
Looky for sure. Some good memories there. We're trying to think what was 20 weeks ago.
Yeah, it would have been the summertime.
Yeah, it would have been summertime.
That was a great patio right around the corner.
Yeah, summertime is always the busiest time of year. It's
crazy.
Wow. There's always activities, but summer is always a little bit crazier because it's twice a week baseball in addition to other sports. So
twice a week baseball, you're lucky.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I got twice a week baseball now. We have Sunday afternoon. We have winter practice.
Well, that's what it's all about. You got to.
Oh boy.
What I love at this age, though, for like the kids, is like discovering sports, because like right now, like everyone wants to do pretty much everything. We limit it to 2 or 3 at a time, but she's starting to get into basketball. I got to show you guys this because
we were at volleyball yesterday.
If I don't show you guys the locator, it'd be like, why didn't you say anything about this big gigantic number that's here? So what is the name of this company? Interpublic Group of COS, whatever. IPG is a 17 million sell. It is a deletion. It's a deal that is closing today, mostly stock. So it's supposed to be a massive sell. It is in the correct direction. Hanes Brands as well is supposed to be a sell. Is that even? I don't even see it on here. Soxtel, 3.6 million already to the sell side. Don't know what FLO is. And then Kenvue, 2 million to the sell side. CCL, 2 million to buy. So once again, and then Uber, 950,000. So some pretty decently sized numbers there on the locator. That IPG is already at the low of the day, despite that gigantic sell. It being obvious, it's already at the low. So on the off chance this actually pops up a little bit, you might see, this is one that I might try to pop into. If I see that stay, it's 17 million shares. You know what the volume is on the stock today? 13 million. Right now the imbalance is larger than the actual volume on the day, which is pretty significant. So if it comes back into some of that resistance, it is worth a look. It's not often that you see that big of an imbalance. Still nothing crazy happening. Oh, we got a super chat. Still nothing crazy happening in Beyond Meat, so that might not end up being a thing after all. Might have to wait for it to do something after that $1 level is being tested today. Safe. You sent a super chat yesterday, I believe. Or if not yesterday, it was on Monday. Thank you. Are there traders that are consistently profitable? Answer is yes, not many. And what are your thoughts on Reddit in the AI training game? Thanks for all you do.
AI training?
And
AI training.
Rest in peace, Pops. Oh, you're.
Thanks for all you do.
Did your father pass away?
Okay, yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Rest in peace for that. Hopefully you had a fantastic life. That's all you can ask for.
Celebrate.
Yeah, celebrate the life. What was the question?
Reddit.
It caught me off guard.
I really like Reddit, man. I mean, I think, thanks for the super chat. A name that I missed, definitely buying. Like, I should have probably pulled the trigger on Reddit, but down 4% here, maybe it is time to do that. Like, not that it's just another news source, but I do like the scraping of the large language models on Reddit. I'm a little worried, like Randy's not here anymore. He's a big user of Reddit, and we had, when we were out with Intercontinental Exchange a couple weeks ago, we were talking about Reddit and all that kind of stuff, and it's a big like source for opinions and facts and how to do things. It's kind of like, almost like the way people are using YouTube, they're going on Reddit to see if there can be some user-generated content, right? So I like Reddit here, and I think as long as we hold this 200 period moving average, I think it's a buy. So let's just do the Brian Shannon method here and just say like, if it's not in the penalty box, then it's free to run. So yeah, holding this 170 would be awesome. I think a 180 dip buy is another great opportunity to pick something up that is AI related. So you're going to share in the AI boon, but you're also doing something relatively new. Reddit's a relatively new stock, man. I mean, it just came to market right here in March of 24. So it's not like this is an old story. This is a relatively new story, Reddit, and their current valuation right here, as I'm just going to have a quick look and make sure that
short flow, 15% short.
That's what I was going to do. So here's 15% short. I like that. RDDT here. I just want to see what the market cap of this name is.
Ooh, I don't know.
Right here, 41 billion. Not, doesn't seem like that's that high there. Their PE is going to be obviously a little extended here, but 61 and then forward and 100 current. But their quarter is what it is. When's the next time they report?
They only make 600. They only do 600 mil revenue.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They're not there yet. No. They're going to go February, so they've already reported. So they reported there with a beat. 67% on revenue, 57% surprise on that number. So good look there. But it's now Feb 11th. You have to wait now for some Reddit trading. So you can forget it until February 11th. But I like it down there at 180. So yeah, great. Thanks for the super chat there. And I think it's a throw quickly over to Adara. Buy Reddit down 4%. Good spot to maybe start a position.
LISR moving around a little bit here. This company is called Enlight. There's some speculation that they have some entanglement here or partnership with the Department of Defense. So LASR, Department of Defense speculation. Keep an eye on this ticker. Back to you.
Oh, there was one thing I forgot to mention because it's not New York. SanDisk is getting SNDK. They're getting added to the S&P 500. I was convinced it was on Friday, the 28th, but I'm seeing in the note that it's supposed to be about 2.75 million shares to buy. But because it's NASDAQ, there won't be an early look here. Like, you're not going to see, IPG starting to pair off. Well, that kind of sucks. Well, 17 million, now 11. Soxel still there. But you won't see SNDK until we hit 350. So about 20 minutes to go until that happens. Again, it doesn't mean that it's going to go up, automatically has to buy. But if it's a gigantic buy, there might be a quick little scalp trade on SanDisk. So that's the other name that we are expecting. Oh, that's why we got the Upwork question. I'm just looking at the note. Upwork is also an addition to the S&P 600.
Oh, okay.
That makes, okay, that's a little bit more context as to why. Because it was so random. Why did we get a question about Upwork today? That's much bigger than, it's 18 million shares to buy tonight. Expected potential on Upwork. Ooh. But like SNDK, we won't see that imbalance until 350. So now I have to throw that one up as well. So IPG, SNDK, and Upwork are the three big potential imbalance trades today. Grunfeld says CRM is terrible today. Well, CMR has been terrible all year. Like what's been worse this year? What's the worst stock? They're in the, yeah, I mean, if we're thinking about, I don't know, it's not the worst stock. I'm thinking about like widely held symbols maybe, or things that people probably might have in their portfolio. Like not much has been worse than CRM. What was it, 300 change, and now at 230. just made another fresh low. You got to wait for this to do something good. You're still trending down, can't get above the 200 period moving average. They say all the right things and then don't get any results in AI, unfortunately. So that kind of sucks. And Echelon, yes, Upwork joining the S&P 600, that's as of the 28th. So when they say as of the 28th, oftentimes that means the trade is like the prior close, in which case, because tomorrow's a holiday, that's tonight, which would explain also why SNDK is going to have a potential imbalance tonight.
All right, here's cat picks. Right now, I know I got to lock in, but I don't have very many shares here of anything. So this is the most recent addition to the family. This little thing was out in the back in the forest. We back onto a green belt, and my wife searched and searched and searched, even called cat rescues and everything to try to find, the mother or whatever. We've been back to the spots, but now Ali, which is her name, is now part of our, that's her awake. I don't know if you guys are ready for this, but that's her sleeping.
Yeah.
Like on her paws.
Yeah,
like,
that's the one.
Give me a break. So yeah, just an absolutely gorgeous cat. She has like a little Harry Potter thing right here too. So it's just really cute. But anyways, there we go. So trader, family guy, pet guy. Oh boy. All right, never stops. Okay, that's what we're doing. But all right, let's just, I was gonna buy Apple a little bit more down here actually, just to give it a shot. Let's just see what happens with Apple right now. Maybe there's a chance for this. And we'll wait. So we'll just see if it breaks. We're gonna take a long right here at the lows. We'll see if it works. And we'll go from there. So that's what we're doing on Apple. I'm only going to give it about 15 cents worth of room. We're going to buy 90s if it does come in. We're buying 90s on Apple, okay? So if that comes in, that's what we're going to try. Now, I only have 15 more minutes. Thank you to Joe for staying a little late. He's going to cover me as I got to get to Brampton there tonight. And there's actually, I just found out, so I'm even more nervous. There's coaches from surrounding places coming to check out Gia, so you better have a good game. She plays on the rep team as a minor. She's the youngest on the team. So, they're maybe hopefully being recruited into different teams, but it's amazing here in Canada. I know it's in the United States as well. Like we went to Boston, it's such a popular thing out there, but even at 10, she just turned 11 years old. There's even recruiting happening. So it's absolutely wild.
They don't mess around.
They do not mess around with. When you're competitive sports, right there. Okay, what's up, MVP? I will tell her that, and she's an absolutely darling. When I woke up today, it was all over there. But okay, let's go. That's Apple. We're gonna wait for that. Tesla is still $7 in the money. I'm gonna just put a stop right here because I got to get out of here. 424.65. So we already know where my initial stop is. We'll put it right here. 424.65. I'll just put in what I said. If it breaks it back in, we're going to get out as the market's losing a little bit now, but we have to wait for those imbalances. Neil just showed them there. There doesn't seem to be too much other than that one stock that you had mentioned.
IPG for now.
Yeah,
the others are NASDAQ, so we're not going to see anything for 15 minutes. There was a super chat I know we'll get to. Actually, you sent two, Darth Trader, but I think they were exactly the same. So as long as we look at SYM here for you, thank you for sending the super chat and thank you for the kind words. Can you take a look at SYM? You're in at 50 for the long term. Got a little lucky this week. They had a significant beat. Would you buy more, trim more, sell? We can only look at the technicals. I'm not. Wait. Okay, first of all, what are you asking my advice for? You're in at 50? I mean, like, you tell me if you feel like if I am never in a swing trade in which I would not be taking an almost instant 50% gain into the highs. But I'm also one of those, I'm trimming at I trim at all-time highs and 52-week highs to take profits because maybe I want to buy the dip again. And some people will tell you should never sell at an all-time high. So it's up to, you have to have your own risk parameters. So I can't tell you. I just always prefer to take some off the top. And then that way I'm open to being able, do I want to buy the 50 period on the way back in? Do I want to wait for a trend break to sell some more? Like, there's all kinds of things you can do. But that's a rocket ship. Yeah, I mean, usually I'm always trimming something like that. But that's the literal bottom. And in 3 days, you just got 37. So that's actually better than 50%. What I said, that's significantly better than it's like 70% return. Like that absolutely plays. So congratulations. Yeah, for me, usually I would be trimming in that spot. You know, like if MP had done that nonsense, you think I would have taken some out? Obviously. No questions asked. But MP hasn't. MP also bounced off 50, and that went to a whopping $65 and can't even break the 50-period moving average. So, hey, a good one on there, but you know, I can't tell you what to do. But, I mean, looking at that chart, you certainly got a quick little run. It's almost like a free roll when a move. You might be expecting it to retrace that in a few weeks, and it does it in a couple of days. Sometimes I like to ring the register in that spot. That's just me.
So I just decided to get out of Apple. I changed my mind. It broke 278. I was just like, you know what? Like, the more I thought about it, like, I'm not here. I would have got filled at 90s, by the way. That was the best trade. I was at 91. I don't know if I would have got filled, but it goes to 91 and then bounces off there. So we give up, 15 or 20 cents. But, honestly, like, we've been fine, having a decent day, and just don't want that trade to do anything, and we weren't going to take a lot of shares anyways. So I decided to get out there on Apple, capture all that, and now just move away from it because we don't need to worry about it. We do want to say obviously a big happy Thanksgiving to you and yours. I only got 7 or 8 more minutes here, and then I'm gone. So watch out for all these plays into the close. Again, like stocks moving around. Nvidia, we've sort of gone over some of these names. There's nothing happening here this afternoon, so I don't apologize for it. Just apologize that maybe they're. Other than the Tesla trade that just came out right there, the Apple trade, and then looking at Alibaba, just gained crazy strength right back in. So that's really good sign there for Alibaba that it was able to gather some of that strength again. So good on you, Alibaba. And then right there, JP Morgan. We didn't talk enough about this bank today. What a monster. This bank, and just continues to get to the upside there. Just a monster today. I mean, it's obviously fallen back in. The only bank I own there, JPM, and then SoFi in the United States, a small piece in Goldman, and a couple Canadian. And you can, if you did want to diversify and you're like, I'm not sure which bank I want to actually own, XLF is also very, very strong. I mean, you did get some dip downs there, but other than that, XLF near all-time highs, and why not? If you're in stocks, most of them aren't up here, but XLF is. So that's nice to see there for anybody interested in this ETF, continuously going a little higher there, and you just bounced off the 200 period moving average. So boom, right there. Good look for paper trading the XLF.
And you get some, as Rayleigh says, or is that Riley? You get some Berkshire as well.
Yep.
XLF. So you get a lot of exposure for sure. We got to David, of course, you can't go all day long without your trade of the day. Delicious trade of the day.
Yeah.
Buy just one.
Get delicious.
I should have read this first. Buy just one share of Beyond Meat for fun. About to do it and see if I can move the market. You're welcome, PETA. Well, you're probably not going to move the market on Beyond Meat. One share, the dilution that must, whatever. Yeah, I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Buying one share. And then you can say you have it, I suppose.
Hey, look, some people in sim mode or training mode would buy 10 shares or 100 shares or something. I mean, it's still only a dollar name.
It's a dollar stock.
Right, so.
I think there might actually be a dead cat bounce here off the dollar level. I'm just not convinced it's happening today. Like it's above $1, great. But there's no breakaway. So I think there's, like I said, there's room, first step to maybe see 115, 120. That absolutely makes sense. But I don't know if it can really go today. I shorted it once at yesterday's low, because the way I see it, like you transact at prices that matter. And so take a shot when it's trying to break down yesterday's low with a tight stop. But then it never really set up on volume this breakout potential. It's just kind of sitting here and not doing much of anything. But hey, there could be something Friday. If you're one note for people trading on Fridays, I'm not going to be here on Friday, but I will tell you that when smaller names tend to run, sometimes the lack of liquidity makes them run even better. But that does cut in both directions. Right? Like understand that you might get a little extra slippage and you don't want to hold it too far against you because it could fall off. But certainly, and especially at the open, if you can catch a quick runner, Beyond Meat's as good as anything for potential to go. So I'm just going to double check. Ooh, that's really pairing off. That IPG went from 17 million to 10 million to now 8 million shares. So IPG is actually, oh, you can't even see that. My head's in the way. Let me get my head out of the way. You don't need to see me for this. I just want to show, yeah, there we go. IPG now down to 8 million. SockCell still sell at 3.6. CCL still a buy of 2 million shares. Lumen is now there for 1.6 million to sell. Lumen's claim to fame is getting a deal with Palantir. 1.6 sell, that's not nothing. That's a good 20% of the day's volume on Lumen. Maybe worth a watch. That hasn't been able to bounce much at all, but it's holding the 50 period. This might be something next week too. But they kind of go with Palantir goes. If Palantir continues running next week or even on Friday, keep an eye on Lumen. Right, bouncing off the 50 period, look at the trend down, trying to break back up. That's certainly one that could work. And then someone in the chat telling me that Tilray, Jam Loki saying Tilray's working out. Yeah, but that's only going to last for so long. It can only last for so long. It's at $1.05. It's up 7%. That means it moves 7 pennies today. So there's your bounce off the 200 period. The best advice I will ever say for the weed names is have a target. You know what I mean? Like, make sure you take profit on the way up because inevitably, whatever, they always come back. It always comes back in on the weed names. I don't know if there's going to be anything too crazy. Yeah, stay off the weed.
Well, no, don't. I mean, I don't think you should stay off the
Well,
weed.
that's what Stephen A. always says.
Oh, does he? Yeah. I mean, it's so much healthier to smoke than to drink.
Of course
a lot of people are drinking these.
He just has that whole, he had that one rant.
Just be careful.
And it was probably directed at some NBA guy. I don't even know who he was directing at, but it kind of went viral. It was like, stay off
I know.
the
Yeah, I
weed.
remember that guy.
Yeah. Now people are joking saying Stephen A. is going to run for office, which...
I know, he had mentioned that a little bit a couple weeks ago. I know that he had mentioned.
Yeah, the only thing I'm looking at that isn't
his running mate could be The Rock.
If that happens, no. I could.
Who else are Democrats going to run? Let's be perfectly honest. Right here, we're going to see in a couple, I guess it's only, 2 years away. And you're going to have some of that again already. But, okay, happy Thanksgiving. I'm out of here. Joe is about to take it over. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm hoping for good things. Timmy, never want to put too much pressure on the kids. I just hope that she continues to enjoy herself. That's all that we can do. And stay out of the penalty box. Tends to get like a penalty a game, but she's been doing better on that. And just no injuries. But for me, that's the biggest scaring point. Ooh, I saw that big X on the back there. That looked actually pretty good. That looked cool for sure, Fabian. We're setting something up, aren't we, Fabian, for Friday? We're getting ready to go. There it is. What is this? Oh, what should you do? Yeah, all of the above. So this is Family Feud. So we're doing this. Oh, you're not going to be here on Friday. All right, so we're doing a family.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, Neil won't be here, but we're doing Family Feud on Friday. So Obi, myself, hopefully Sharif, Dara, and Joe, we're all going to participate right there. So whatever team I'm on will probably lose, survey says I love Family Feud. So we're going to have a host. I think Fabian's going to host it. Should be a lot of fun. So we're getting ready for that on the big screen. All right, see you, everybody. Joe, hit the music because you're coming in right now. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Where's Joe at? There he is.
Man, get theme music.
This weekend is not Friday, though, but I'm going to be joining Neil for the remaining 18 minutes that we have left on today. Neil, do you guys have any big American Thanksgiving plans? What was that?
I have the traditional Thanksgiving plans, but before we get to that, this will probably be the last thing that is not an imbalanced trade. IBIT did close underneath that trend line, which it is what it is. I'm just going to make the trade. The last time broke the trend, I took the trade. This time, it did not close under the trend line. This time, it did close under the trend line. So I'm short. The prior bar high is 51.12-ish. So it's just over 10 cents worth of risk on this. And I've got to see where it bounced before at 50.80. That's almost 2-to-1, but I got to respect it. Like, no questions asked. I'm going to respect that. But Joe, the plan of action is the same. If you're a trader, then you're used to the whole you get U.S. holidays, right? Which means everybody I know is at work.
Yep.
I get to walk my daughter to school, which is one of my favorite things to do because I'm up at 4:30, I'm out the door at 5:20 in the morning. And I've been getting up early since I was in high school, and that's just been me. But it means I miss out in getting ready with my daughter and walking her to school and dropping, like that kind of a thing. So I get to do that, and it ends up being a special thing because she's not used to having daddy do it. And then I work out. When I get home, I'll watch a bunch of football. I'll work out again, probably get a run in. And
a run? Oh, you're running now, Neil.
Oh, bro, I've been able to get up to 5K.
Bro.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had an Achilles. For anyone who doesn't know, I tore my Achilles last year. So back running. I was doing some sprinting as well. I kind of backed off that a little bit. But there's also, I have to look at my calendar. There's some kind of an event that my daughter has in the evening.
I like that.
What the heck? It was some weird thing that we just put in that I have to take her to because it's not one of her normal ones. I should know this because my wife just told me about it yesterday. What are we doing tomorrow? It's like it's some craft painting workshop. She's into the arts now. So denim painting workshop. That we're apparently doing in the evening as well. So,
it's funny, Neil, because it just feels a little off because like you just mentioned, everybody's at work and you're at home and you're like, what am I
Joe,
doing?
it's great.
You like it, eh?
You get stuff done.
Okay, yeah.
No, if you have stuff, if I have stuff to do around the house, I can get that done.
Yeah, that's fair.
I get to because when I go home, like I'm just dad, and there's always a million things to do, and you're always busy. But like I don't get to work out twice a day ever.
Ooh.
2 a day, I get to lift and I get to have a run because it's a day off.
There you go.
Take advantage of that, bro.
This leads to my next question. If you're up at 4:30 in the morning, what time are you going to bed?
I would always like to be asleep before 10 o'clock. It doesn't always happen, but yeah.
That's the reason.
And I've always kind of been that way. Like when I was in high school, I was I was always active. Like I tried to do every single sport. Like I wasn't I just loved being active. So I was morning basketball, so I would go to school, play basketball for an hour and a half in the mornings. And then we used to have like a hurdles practice because I was a hurdler 2 times a week, even in the off season. And then I'd have other sports, whatever the current sport was, I'd be doing in the evenings. So if you're doing all that kind of stuff, and then my dad was a very much you get your ass in the books kind of deal. So I had to go to, I had to get my sleep. And so I've always been that way. But I'm up early. My dad would wake up at 5 a.m. and I'd wake up with him when I was a little kid. And then I would go back to sleep. I'm talking in grade school. Like when I was 8 or 9 years old, I would get up at 5 a.m. with my dad, sit and eat cereal with him, and then he would go to work, and then I would go back to bed because I just wanted to hang with him for a bit, and then I'd wake up and then really go to school. So I've always been that way, but you have to get your sleep. Like I can't get away with going to bed at midnight. But just one quick update. The buyers came a little bit sooner on iBit here. So it got to 1-to-1, and I elected to try to let it drop a little bit further, but I will take some off at that 90 level just to get a little bit out. There's only 3 minutes to go for the imbalances. And where's the wah, wah, wah? Thank you, IPG. It was 17 million, then it was 11 million, then it was maybe, it was 9 or was it 10? Doesn't really matter. Now it's under 6 million to the sell side. So this is only going in the opposite direction of being exciting, meaning it's pairing off huge. If it ends up a really small sell, then it might not be that interesting. But it's this. SNDK is supposed to be a buy at the close, and then what was the other one? Upwork. Upwork's also supposed to be a buy, but they're NASDAQ. So we will not see those potential imbalances until 350. Don't know if you're looking at anything there, Joe. We're planning any trades, but there are some additions and deletions kind of worth following.
For sure. No, I wanted to talk a little bit about Robinhood here, guys. I mean, we talk about taking the stairs up and then the window out, just in the decline of some names, but sometimes we have to look at it from an inverse perspective as well, too. It took the better part of a couple months, or I guess a month and a bit, in order for Robinhood to fall 33%. But then in a span of 4 trading days, you cut that in half, and essentially you're only down 16% now. So talk about strong names and just relative strength. Robinhood is most definitely there. Are we going to recover at this point and head towards an all-time high? I think time will tell about that. But again, just going back to the fact is, yeah, sometimes we see these vicious moves to the downside, but in a span of 4 trading sessions, you cut those losses in half. And strong names like Robinhood, and you can go across the board when we have the likes of Google starting to recover and just not far off of its all-time high either. And then also Meta. I mean, this was horrible for quite some time, but at the end of the day, you were down 27%, and sure enough, you take 10% off just like that. So now these things recover pretty fast as well, too, especially if the fundamentals and the backing is behind it, especially if some of these names are in play as well, too. So just keep in mind, as fast as we go down, we can definitely move to the other direction equally as fast as well, too, guys.
No, absolutely no question about it. That's the same thing with Bitcoin, man.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Like I know you saw this.
Yeah. Oh, I was in it.
Like, also, that's what I'm saying. When 88 broke, it broke 80, which is, it's about $50 on IBIT when 88,000 was the break, and everything went absolutely ham. As I said, man, like, shoot, I was short Mara in the moment. Like, I was like, this was Mara. This is an all-day trend on Mara. I'm like, okay, 88,000's here. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm talking to myself because it's like, well, I don't like shorting the low of the day, but I'm like, well, if 88 breaks, this is the weakest thing out there, so I can short the break of the low of the day with a stop at 88. And then in the moment that it broke, I looked at Bitcoin, completely missed that candle. I'm like, there's no chance I can chase that. But Mara hadn't really gone, so reversed into Mara. This is back at VWAP. But IBIT, here, I want your thoughts on something, Joe.
Yeah.
If we can. So here's the daily chart of, oh, that's an hour chart. You know, I find trading view seems to change. I did not change that. I always have this at a daily, and then I want to reset chart view. Oh, I'm going to zoom out. There you go.
Bitcoin.
So I don't know if you can see my, if you can see this chart.
Yep.
I've been of the mind that we do not break zones without testing the next bottom.
Yep.
Well, we broke that 91, 92 area without actually testing the mid 70s.
Yep.
So I'm skeptical of any true break back above the trend line or of like 92 without a test of 75. That's what I'm asking you. But before we get that answer, IPG came out disappointing, only 6 million to sell. SNDK, that's the wrong way. SanDisk supposed to be a buy at 2.7 million to the sell side. SABR, whatever that is, 1.7 to sell. And CCL 1.6. Upwork, that is correct. It's a 1.5 million buy. It was supposed to be a buy and bounce. Nvidia is a sell of 1.4 million. And that's pretty much it. Apple, small sell, 900,000 shares. I'd say that's a pretty big disappointment for SNDK. SanDisk being a sell when it's supposed to be, it is getting added to the S&P 500, but I guess it has to come out of the 6. There might be some selling to buy. I'd watch out for this as a potential flip or pair off. Like if that could pair off and flip to a bid, maybe you'd have a long in SNDK, and then Upwork was supposed to be, it's the right direction. It's way less shares than expected. Much fewer shares than expected to the upside on Upwork, and that might be the reason why it's not going anywhere. So neither one of those giving you the shot, given that they're additions to an index that you would expect. But your thoughts on IBIT? Do we retest that 75?
Yeah, I mean, as for Bitcoin, I like the point that you bring up, Neil. I think it's phenomenal because at the end of the day, you're right. You come and test these levels. But what I was thinking here is that maybe we not always be to the penny. And I mean, obviously, we're going to be speaking of hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars. So what I'm thinking here is that we're relatively close to that next shelf in which you were referring to, which is going to bring us down to there. I mean, we were at the lowest point from where we were currently trading at like roughly around $5,000 off of that level. So I'm thinking maybe that might be close enough considering what we are experiencing from a volume standpoint. I mentioned the fact that in Bitcoin and in IBIT, the largest volume print was November 20th of 2024 compared to this one. And then this print was on November 21st of 2025. So we can go back and test that level, but at what point do we think, hey, are we potentially sold off enough where we can bounce in and around that specific level? So that's how I'm looking at it, if that makes any sense to you.
No, it makes perfect sense. Because in the back of my mind, I'm kind of mad at myself for not just, when we got the bounce off 80, like I had a dip buy set, and I could have just bought half of it in front of the 80 level and then waited for the other half at 75. Sometimes you get what's anchored. You get anchored to an idea or a line in a chart or a specific price, and you start to overthink things. No, but I find it when you're dip buying.
I think that's respectable. Yeah. I think it goes both ways too, Neil, because if we look at specific levels and it's like, oh, okay, say we have a trend line and we see the trend line being breached, but then it's just a whipsaw move and it moves back into the direction, kind of like an elastic effect. It's like, okay, it bends it, but it doesn't break. And then sure enough, it starts to climb back higher or go lower, whatever specific direction you're referring to. So I'm thinking that maybe that elastic effect in Bitcoin might be at that $80,000 level where we can start to climb a little bit higher. I'm not saying this is going to be a complete recovery, but maybe you do get a sustained bounce from a bunch of things kind of correlating together.
I think that's well said. That's why not just Joey Options, but he also gives a look when it comes to crypto and whether maybe you're trading some crypto, maybe you're trading some other things. Either way, Trade the Pool is going to change how stock traders access those markets. And that's because the limited risk trading models allow traders to use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows you to focus on what truly matters, and trust me, it matters a lot. Discipline, consistency, and growth. As of right now, Trade the Pool's Black Friday deal gets you 15% off all evaluation accounts automatically at checkout. So when you hit the profit goal, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear or barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get the discount. And as said a little bit earlier, we had a question. Someone asked, are there consistently profitable traders? I will tell you, it is a very difficult thing to be consistent. However, there are a few things like, thank you for the super chat. I want to get there in a quick second. But discipline, consistency, and growth. The first two are paramount. You cannot have the other without the first two. You cannot grow if you're not consistently profitable. Because if you scale up before you're consistently profitable, you would just lose more money. And I've seen too many traders do this. So work on discipline. Like here, I'll give you the example, right? Like here, just quickly, because I just got out of this trade. If we can come to my chart just for a quick second, then we'll get to the super chat. Right, like have an idea of what it is that you're looking for. There is the trend break. But I know in advance that even though I want this to go to VWAP, what happened when it got here before, when I was short, around the same level? Buyers. What happened when it tried to break down under there? Buyers. So as I'm letting it fall and I see it bounce to the same level, what am I going to do? I'm going to trim some. Do I want it to go further? Sure I do. But am I going to listen to the market and what it was telling me before? Absolutely. And am I going to let it go red with like less than a few minutes in the day? Absolutely not. So like always have an idea, and fine, fair enough. Like some people call it too systematic, too boring. I've always been of the mind, like who cares? You know, when I was a penny stock trader, when I started out, people were like, people who trade penny stocks are not real traders. I heard that a lot. I didn't just hear that from people when I would go out to the bar and be talking with my friends. I would hear that from people on the trading floor would say, penny stock's not real trading. Well, you know what? The only two consistently profitable traders at the time on the floor when I graduated were myself and the other guy who traded penny stocks. Everybody else would be up up 1 month, down the next month. We were the only ones that were up every single month and was like, okay, well, whose checks are real? So don't even worry about it. Just find something that works, be consistent with it, be disciplined, and then you can worry about scaling. And then let's get that super chat back up there if we could, Andre. I believe it was Alfonso. What up, Alfonso? Asking about KALA. How many stocks are testing the dollar level today? KALA. Okay, I wish I could tell you that I knew anything about this biopharma stock. I just know that it's Kala Bio because I just looked it up. What do we have for short float? 12% short float on a 5.6 million float, so that does give it squeeze potential. There's 3 minutes left in the day. Well, I don't know what to tell you. This is not very, what are you going to do? You're going to try and take a $1 break or a whole $1 break when you've got 2 days worth of, what the heck? 2 days worth of risk. Sorry, I just looked at the daily chart for the first time. This is one heck of a dead cat bounce. So I can see what you're getting at here. You're just looking for the hero trade. This is day one off of it used to be 60 cents. So when I was a penny stock trader, the way that I would play these, and I'm just being real, if it closed above $1 and I wanted to take a shot, like I either thought that it fell too far or maybe it's a biopharma that has a chance for a dead cat bounce, I would in theory oftentimes swing the dollar break if it closed above. This is not doing that, by the way. And I would stop out. I'd be willing to stop out if the prior low was 75 cents. In this case, it's 60. Then I'd be willing to risk the 60. So if you're willing to risk 45% on this, you've got a lot of room. Like if I can't do any better than here. This is $1.70. So if it were to close above $1, like you are getting 70 pennies up here if it just goes to resistance. And if it breaks out, then you certainly have room to at least, it's almost $3 at the 3 period till you get to this level, which is also about the 50 period moving average. That's how I used to play them for swings. I would play penny stocks for swings. I don't really do it much anymore. I did it a couple of years ago on Tellurian and got pretty much the same move, about $1 to $1.75, and that was all I got. But you are risking 40%. And on top of that, it's also not closing above $1. So throw that out the window because it's not really closing above $1, which is usually a condition that I would have. So less than about a minute to go. As you can see, IPG is completely paired off here. Lumen didn't really come out as much of anything. And I don't even see SNDK anymore. So yeah, only 1 minute to go, everybody, for this holiday, end of the holiday, well, not the week, because you still have Friday. What am I talking about?
It really feels like a Friday, though, Neil.
It's kind of like a Friday.
Yeah, it is. It is. We'll call it Friday Junior, I guess. Junior. Friday I was gonna say Junior the 3rd or something like that. Whatever it is.
I have one thing before we get to close here. I have one Thanksgiving wish. You don't make wishes.
Oh.
But Joe.
Yeah.
Can you at least try some pumpkin pie tomorrow? Like just try a piece of. Find a place, get some pumpkin pie. It's gonna change your life.
I've gone 33 years without having to eat this stuff. I don't think I'm missing out on anything now.
Yes, you are. You can't know if you don't try. I tell my daughter all the time, don't tell me if you've never tried it, though.
Can I say something? I don't love pumpkin. Adara, I'm going to listen to what you have to say. I don't love it, but I would like to try, like, maybe a peach pie if they have that.
By the way, that closing bell brought to you by AAPL. Shout out to our guest today for that fantastic interview. And I'm pretty sure the CEO of AAPL also eats pie and likes pumpkin pie and apple pie and everything else. So, Dara, what are your thoughts?
I was just gonna say, I feel like with you saying, oh, it's been 33 years at this point, you're just looking for, like you're holding on to this brag that you've never eaten pie. Like, that's how it comes off. That's honestly how, like, it's just, you're like, I haven't done it. I need to hold on to this, which is honestly weirder than not liking pie.
Say less, Dara.
Keep the Iron Man streak going, no?
But now you're just doing it to be stubborn.
No, I'll try it. I will gladly try it. And that's what Adara was saying. I'm not being stubborn. If it was brought to me, I will gladly try it. But I am not going out of my way to get the pumpkin pie.
Here's what I will say. Like, I'm not even here on Friday. So, look, the next time that we have pumpkin pie in my household, I'm going to bring a Tupperware in. And I'll tell you this right now, for everyone out here, if I bring in pumpkin pie for Joe, understand, if he doesn't eat it on air, there will be consequences and repercussions.
Listen, can I say something?
There can be some consequences.
You know when you're carving pumpkins and during Halloween and you're just scooping out all the gook and everything like that? That's kind of the imagery that I have in the back of my head of what pumpkin pie is.
Okay, first of all, don't even be worried about that. It's delicious. You get some if you like whipped cream or ice cream, it's fine. It tastes delicious, bro. You're gonna love it. I want to thank everyone for tuning in. Remember, there's no show tomorrow because it is, of course, Thanksgiving. So I want to remind everybody, hey, everyone has something they're thankful about, but it all starts with family. So make sure you enjoy. Be responsible out there. Have a wonderful time. For all of our American viewers, happy Thanksgiving. And if you're not an American viewer, then who cares? Celebrate it anyways and have a little bit of fun. We'll be back, or at least everyone except for myself will be back for the half day at 8 a.m. on Friday. But for Joe, for Adara, for Sean, for Brendan, for Sharif, who'll be back, for Adrian, Andre as well. Oh, we got a super chat as well for pie money.
$50.
Farm Trader, pie money, $50. We buy a lot of pie with that.
That's crazy.
Oh, we appreciate you guys so much. Well, you know what? You guys should just get a pie for Friday and enjoy it then. That's what I would do if I was.
The $50 is there.
That's just me.
Also, my fellow Americans, this is going to be a hot take, but lay off the light beer. Get off the 4% and the 4.5%.
Let people do what they want.
Put some hair on your chest and get there to the 5%, or go out there and buy some Canadian beers or something like that. Do me a solid on that, man. The Busch Light and the Michelob Ultras and all that that monkey water beer.
Try Innocent Gun. Innocent Gun, the rum cask is a rum cask, Innocent Gun. It's about 7 or 8%. It's a little stronger, but it is delicious. It is my favorite beer of all time. Not that I'm endorsing. Everyone do you. You drink, have fun, just be safe. That's all that really matters. Enjoy with your family. Everybody, let's wrap it up. Look, have a fantastic holiday tomorrow.
Thank you, $50 super chat. We'll get that for sure.
Appreciate you, and thanks for stepping in there for Sean, so he could go enjoy and make it on time for GS hockey. So good luck, G, as well. We'll see you guys. Well, I won't, but everyone else will see you 8 a.m. Friday morning. We're Trader TV Live, brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex. Happy Thanksgiving.